turn on the stream. Who would do that? Useless. Hello, chatto! It's Tuesday, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków, it is the first double final stream of the say. First, Górnik Zabrze will face off against the shit Girona, not that they can speak because they've already got themselves relegated and their manager will be leaving. In other news, we have a Champions League final after that. We'll face off against Barcelona to finally get a chance to win our first Champions League in 7 years. All that is coming up today. Nothing else because it'll take up all the damn time, so that's coming up. All that more. Fuck it! Got ahead of the curve. Suit for their final. Fuck that. Oh dear. So close. I've joined the Spanish Scourge. That's what it is. Oh man. I need to figure out a new way to hear these things because I cannot hear when the music is finished and know when to stop. Yeah, imagine if I so should have done that. Well, that's such a great idea. Fuck, I should have done that. I should have got Scourge 26. Or whatever Scourge is in Spanish. Oh, that would have been sensational, right? Points payout time. That's a third or fourth one in a row now. Oh, that was a lot of people on the no, which is surprising. And a lot of points on the no. Will he mess up the intro? Yes, he will. Oh, dear.
Cooper,
yeah, I figured that today, with the heat as it is already at this stage in the morning, wearing a suit for their final would be a silly idea. I'm also not wearing one for ours, but I've got a lovely summer formal outfit, which I will be switching into for us, which is the sort of thing that every manager should be wearing on the touchline, if you ask me. TD Moore, thank you for the follow. That's very kind of you, my friend. Welcome aboard. You just keep winning. Sometimes, Paul, maybe that's how the best gamblers do it, right? They just try to lose. Do you know what, right? Most people lose when they gamble because the house always wins. Why don't people try to lose? Because if you try to lose, then you'd win. Casinos hate him. He gives out the best tips. Fulham romper? Don't tempt me. Just do not tempt me into a Fulham romper. I could definitely see myself in something like that. Besides, you'd never know because you wouldn't see the bottom half anyway. It could, for all you know, this is a Spain romper right now. Reverse psychology, exactly. It's not like there's more than one outcome in a game or anything like that. Bad result. Well, it's ironic because you know how I talked about on previous streams about how I wanted the US and stuff to go far because I think it was good for the sport. I changed my mind. I suddenly changed my mind about that. Yeah, Belgium were very good, to be fair. Like, I honestly think that maybe if the US just hadn't had Balogun and none of that had happened, I wonder if they'd have actually played better and put up a better fight in that game because it seemed like it was such a distraction from the actual game itself to the point where I don't know. They just didn't look at the rate, and I obviously didn't watch the game live because 1 in the morning. Who would stay up until a crazy time to watch a football match? Chat. Górnik's game's first. Yeah, that's the 25th, and then we've got the so basically their game is one Saturday, I think, and then ours is theirs is the midweek one. We've got the one at the weekend, so it's theirs first, then ours, which is perfect in a way actually because it means we get to have their one. We get to celebrate Górnik winning a European trophy, and then celebrate us winning a European trophy. Oh, Hans, mate. So we discussed this last year about the plan with regard to what we were going to do. So do you stay up or do you go to bed for a bit and then wake up? I chose the latter of those two. So I went to bed about 11 because, nice and early. Set my alarm for just before 1 o'clock. Woke up at like 5 to 1. I say woke up. Got out of the day's fugue state that I was in. Stumbled downstairs. You see where this is going. Sat on the sofa. Opened the group chat. Only to see that the match had been delayed for an hour. So I sort of slumped off the sofa again, strolled back upstairs to bed again, went to bed for another hour where I barely slept, then came down. This time I checked the group chat before I got out of bed to make sure that I could actually safely get up. But I must admit, I think that I would have regretted that possibly for the rest of my life in terms of small things if I hadn't have stayed up to watch that game. That might have been one of the best football watching experiences in terms of the sheer every emotion imaginable that I've ever had watching England. Or even possibly Fulham, for that matter. It's certainly close to some of Fulham's... No, I'd say probably more than Fulham's playoff final. The game was incredible. The drama was unmatched. And the atmosphere... The atmosphere that the Mexican fans created in that stadium was... It wasn't even like watching football. I don't know how to describe it. It was like what I imagine a gladiatorial coliseum felt like. It was unbelievable. I didn't see his post-match interview. Yeah, I'd be curious to know what the... what the game was like from a neutral standpoint when you don't really care about who really wins, and if you do, it's more just like I'd like to see them go through, but I don't care. Because obviously from an England fan perspective, it was stressful as hell. But what a game! Completely lost his voice. I don't blame him. And also Jude Bellingham. Holy shit! as if people thought that, I don't know who really thought that. This is the exact type of shit that he loves. He clearly enjoyed the shit out of that match, and everything about that was like literally exactly in his wheelhouse. He was sensational in that game. Genuinely fantastic. Yeah, Jordan Henderson, the impressive stat of getting booked, breaking his arm whilst making no appearances is actually quite an impressive. That's going to be one of those ones that pops up on Question of Sport in about 5 years. And now he gets to, well, I guess it looked like quite a serious injury as well. Like, I saw one replay of it and then didn't want to watch any more of them because, obviously, right? Just crazy. But he is just mentality monster. I just, if I'm looking at athletes in world football that have that kind of mentality, he is up there. It's particularly for someone who's still relatively young in the grand scheme of things. He is unbelievable. And it was just the best. It was so, so good. Yeah, I don't know if relishes big matches isn't even high enough for Jude Bellingham. He has something like injects big matches into his vein like it's some kind of IV drug. It's unbelievably cool. I'd say it's probably one of the best moments I've ever had watching England as an England fan. And just the... Oh yeah, totally feel for Balogun as well. Like, this is the thing. Like, you know my stance. I don't think it should have been a red card, the Balogun thing. But that being said, once it was, it sure shouldn't have been rescinded. That's like, there was no precedent for that, as far as I know. For it is big matches. Yes. Hello, Mike. Mike, I'm so sorry that I didn't get back to you on Friday. I had a moment of mental weakness, and by that I mean it wasn't a very good day for me. So I'm very sorry about that, and it's just been very rough the last sort of 6-7 weeks actually, but especially the last week. So I'm just sort of hanging on by a thread at the moment, but I will reply to that message in Discord as well, unless you have something you can share with chat as well that we can maybe help you with, because we know we love helping you, Mike, because you help us help you. Right, off my big face. That's what's coming up first. Oh dear. Belgian dressing room to apologise about. Yeah, I mean the thing is, right, they couldn't, once he was unsuspended, he couldn't not play, because that would be even weirder, right? But yeah. It was cancelled in 2023. God damn it, man. I say that as if I ever watched Question of Sport, other than like with my parents barely watching it about 20 years ago. There needs to be a new one that isn't League of Their Own. Like that. Well, we need a new sports quiz show, a proper one. There probably is one. I've just forgotten about it. It genuinely did have everything, didn't it? Like literally, goals, comebacks, feistiness, red cards, penalties, incredible defensive fortitude. And I will say about the referee, I think, on the grand scheme of things, I thought he got every major decision correct in that game, both the penalties and the red card. I think, however, he was spineless when it came to actually dealing with players a lot of the time in that game. It seemed like you could get away with almost anything, like being in the officials' faces, like properly. There was one incident when one of the Mexican players got right up to the linesman and was like doing this in his face. I'm like, how is that not a yellow card? Absolutely mental behaviour. Watch the Spain game. I did the first half and then a good amount of the second half, but then I got very kind of for that. Okay, but there was plenty of instances where there was really like that, where he was refusing to book players, like constantly in that game. They were all in his face. It just, I don't know, it fucked me off, basically, watching that kind of shit, because I hate that in football so much. If you would receive separate follow-up messages for big transfers, ooh, which would enhance the transfer and make it feel like a big deal over a period of time, what would you want to see? Oh, okay, so shirt sales boosts. I'm not sure how much of a shirt boost thing is. I mean, I guess it'd be cool, but I don't know how much players would really care. I wonder if, Mike, there was some way of doing like a before and after stats, or something about the way the team's performances have been since that player signed. Now, you'd have to be careful with that because of how many games the player had actually featured in, but I think that's the sort of thing that personally for me would be more interesting as a player than pure things like shirt sales, because I don't know how much players really care about shirt sales, right? It's classic CONCACAF behaviour. Oh, absolutely. But it should also be classic you get booked behaviour, you know? Gets been suspended. Yeah. I felt for him, because obviously he's not trying to do that, but it is a reckless tackle. When I first saw it from like the main, in the match screen, I thought, oh, it's just a really good tackle. And I was like, no, what are they doing? And then I saw the replay, I was like, yeah, no, that's a red. That's a red. Which is, this is the thing, Mike. One of the things that and chat will probably agree with me on this one before we jump into the game, is I just wish there was a way to filter league tables by segment. And by that, I mean, you should imagine you could go in here, right next to this overall bit here, and you say, right, I want to see the league table effective from match day 7 through till match day 18. And it would just show you that segment as a league table. And this is not a thing that's ever been in FM as far as I know, but I just always find myself wondering why. Because the things you could do with that would be unbelievable as far as form, there's so many ways that you could show seasons if you had the ability to filter league tables in that way. So I could just be like, oh, this team did a really good, for example, best example I can give of this, Górnik Zabrze got relegated in the end, by the way. They didn't win a game in their last 12, I think. So it'd be sick if I was able to just go, right, here's the last 12 league games of the season, look at the league table and show their, I think, 3 points. They drew their last 5 matches 0-0, and they are truly gopping. It's stuff like that. Yeah, no, claim it. Take it, Mike. Take all the credit for our ideas. Please do. I'm being earnest. Please do. Can't even see the position around him or no. I don't think so. Oh, the line chart. No, the past positions page. No, that's gone as well. The best you can do is first half of league stage, which is okay, and then second half of league stage, which is the same kind of thing, just a bit more flexibility in there would be awesome. Because you can do last 5 games, home away record. It feels like that would be way more useful. Yeah, I don't think Balogun had much of a... Belgium clearly set up very strongly. I thought Ketelara was fantastic in that game. He doesn't look like a footballer. That's one of the things I quite like about Charles de Ketelara, is that he just looks like a bloke who just happens to do things. And they got to play in that lovely kit again, which is never a bad thing. Always a big fan of that. He was fantastic. Castagna looked pretty good in that game as well. He and Trossard seemed to link up quite nicely. Belgium seemed to have woken up a little bit, which is kind of cool. But yeah, as for the Portugal game, I won my bet against Pog as well. I'll show you their running. They have got a new manager, by the way, who has yet to win a league game in charge, but he has gotten to a European final. So, yeah. You see a lot of green in there, and you're thinking, okay, fair. No. Their last league win was there, February 13th, against Polonia Warsaw. I don't think it's anything to do with that, Lord Justin. It's the kit they were wearing was literally a Belgian artist's kit. Like, it was a kit based on a painting of a Belgian artist, I believe. It's a really interesting kit. I've actually hopefully got one coming soon, which would be dope. Although it does look like bubble tea to me, personally. Booty's still in charge. No, Booty got sacked by Wisła Płock because they were doing really badly under his tutelage, unfortunately. Can't filter schedule. No, you can't do that. That's another thing. Being able to filter the schedule. Oh my god, if we could filter the schedule, it'd be so much easier for me. When I'm doing recap videos, I'm trying to show us the Champions League fixtures before. If I could just isolate those fixtures, magnificent. But yeah. And I also hate that you can't add columns on here to show goal scorers and stuff. Like, do you know how we used to have, like, you could add the stadium, you could add all sorts of stuff to this screen, and it was a really, really nice... Now, it still glitched out occasionally, but it was really, really good. But yeah, that's basically the way they finished. Yeah, attendance as well. One of my doors just slammed there as well. This is not a shirt. What is it then? Is it like a... This is not a shirt, this is a garment and whatnot. Yeah, they won both legs against Man United and got relegated, because look, 0-0, 1-1, 1-1, 1-1, 1-1, 1-2, 2-1. They just forgot how to score goals, which is so bizarre when you consider the players they've got up front for them in Quintero and, I mean, who's the other guy? Aguirre. Yeah, they are ridiculous players. And yeah, Jens has got relegated. I really hope that... I want to check their contracts. Please tell me they're not up this summer. I don't think... No, how could that be right? Loan club. Yes. Okay, good. So he can't come back. And what about the other one? Oh no, he just plays for them. Although I suspect that might not be for much longer at this rate. Aguirre, I believe, never did play for us. No, he was a guy they signed years ago. Sorry, Aguirre did. Quintero was one of their own signings, and he has just been ridiculously good for them over the years. And you can sort of see why. He's a fabulous striker with just outrageous attributes, and has actually 3 caps for Poland in the end. So that's pretty good. They are just... I don't know what's gone wrong with them in the league, because the thing is, they didn't deserve to get relegated on statistics. I think they were like the 8th best side in the league this season or something dumb. Okay, it was actually 12th best, so they definitely underperformed, but they should have had way more points than that. Radomiak, again, are just an absolute disaster class of not being able to score goals. Also, I know I talked about this in the recap, but obviously it was right towards the very end, so I want to show you this now. Polonia stayed up by winning on the final day of the season away at Corona, which gave them the 3 points that they needed to not only catch them, but get a head-to-head advantage over them, which is the only reason they stayed up. They literally stayed up because of the win on the final day against their direct rivals. That is some clutch moment from Polonia. And unfortunately, as a result of going down, Corona have now sacked Amanda Nilsson as manager, which sucks, because to be fair, she did a very bad job. They got a lot worse after she came in, sadly. Portugal just didn't seem to create anything in that game. I had a look at the stats afterwards, and it was truly... I just... In theory, this should be the last major tournament that Ronaldo plays in for Portugal. So, in a way... I guess that's it now. You can actually focus on having a team and playing a strategy beyond that. Because I don't even think Spain are particularly good at the moment, but I do like their shirts, though. The fairy tale story, yeah, they really did. It's interesting to see the way that Ronaldo, Neymar, and Messi have been utilised at this tournament in very different ways by their nations. Messi obviously making a huge impact for Argentina as like an actual impactful player in that. Ronaldo more as a token gesture, and Neymar, oh my god, the Norway game as well. I forgot that was after stream as well, wasn't it? I'm going to load us into the game today. Once this starts, there we go. Otherwise, I'm just jabbering when there's literally a game we could be watching while I jabber to you guys. And it's Gornik Jabja, hopefully. Watch the game like not work or something. Oh. So we're playing the game in Frankfurt, in fact, in 7 drizzle. So they're going with Bella Bride, who's a banging goalkeeper. Alberto, Dan Hard on loan from us. Betts, Jens in there as well. Shinte Uk, who's a great player. Stig gets in the lineup too. Nowitzki, Quintero, and Aguirre. Anyone else fun on the bench? Lots of Polish players in the team, which is kind of cool. Yeah, I was going to say, what on the earth is going on in Frankfurt if it's 7 degrees in May? Late May, no less, as well. Experiencing the rainy season, I guess. I just think that Ronaldo could have played a role for Portugal if it wasn't for the fact that that role was playing every minute, seemingly. I love little things like that are actually kind of nice details. The fact that you can actually see them going around the cones and stuff, as if that's actually quite cool, to be fair. Not a very large stadium, this one. Actually, it's Frankfurt. It's quite big, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, he could have been a super sub for them at times and used as a player that was sparingly used, but just having him play every game like that, I just don't think it helped Portugal. Whereas, also, coming back to the Neymar thing, him mouthing off at the Norwegian keeper after scoring the penalty was hilarious, just because I'm thinking, friend, what are you mouthing off about? You're out. Like, the keeper's just staring at him with this giant shit-eating grin on his face. It was exceptional behaviour. Jimmy Doolan, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, like a Gio Reyna, but that does Sues occasionally. Hello, small brother. I'm very tired, but I'll be a lot less tired if miracles happen here for Gornik Jabja. I think they've got a good chance. Girona came 14th or 15th in La Liga this season. They've barely won a game in ages either. They've also, the only team that they've beaten that I would say is of any note to get to this stage is Hertha. Odd. Thank you for the 33 months. We need up the Poland right now. Literally, the only team they've played that's any good is Hertha. You'd expect them to like struggle against. They beat Malmö in the semis. They had Osijek, I think. I even looked at their group stage results. They lost to Karabakh. Like, they were average in the group as well, which means they're going to absolutely club our poor Polish boys here. I can tell you that for free. The Norway game was superb. I don't think it's so much about purely just Ramos. I think it's just that I think you can play differently as a team. They probably need a new manager as well as part of that, I guess, rather than it just being purely like one player goes out, other guy comes in and is immediately better. I think they can just build a different structure. I think the US are actually pretty good, and I think there's just been a huge distraction with this. I think that if this literally Balogun thing hadn't happened and they just play without him, I think they would have done better in that game, honestly, because they have looked good in places in this tournament, and I wanted them to do well up until then, because I think it was just good for the sport. Impressed with that, Ronaldo? Yeah. Roberto Martinez, but I mean, Belgian fans will tell you all about Roberto Martinez. Well, didn't they get to a semi-final under Martinez, or was that the previous manager? That's an interesting... What? Okay, it looks like Gornik might already be doing long shots. Hey, you've got to test the keeper. Shannon, so actually, we think Shannon might have moved out, actually. So that's interesting. So it wasn't actually Shannon. There's a builder's yard nearby, and they were doing a bit of the old pneumatic drilling. And and when I opened the curtain and had the window open and stuff, the curtain just started flapping like nobody's business. Proper curtain of doom style stuff, but it was like throwing things around. I was like, right, this is cool. I'm gonna have to just sweat in the heat. It got to like 32 here yesterday, which was fantastic fun. Against technical teams. Technical teams, generally speaking, the technical teams are usually the better sides anyway, because they can sort of afford to be technical, I guess, right? Yeah, that's unhinged behaviour, obviously, that is. But I guess they're pandering to US audience in that point, right? Didn't they also have, like, Chris... That still throws... I've just realised what this is now. Fucking hell. Before, it didn't show up in my alert thingy. Now it does, and it doesn't have a default sound for it. It just uses the... that fucking face. Cheese God, thank you for the 40 bits, and Jay, thank you for the 25 bits. Oh, dearie me. Yeah, this is full match. We do finals on full matches because it's just, it makes more tension and it's more fun. 20% of the work. Yeah, I think I would have liked to have seen one of the three hosts get through another round. And I figured Canada probably had the best opportunity to do that, but Morocco are very good. They're just very good, aren't they? Especially because of Issa Diop. Yeah, that was actually a 0 XG chance. I guess in the game, because the game does count them down to like the tiniest decimal places, as you'll see. If you go into the stat for XG per shot on some of your players, it goes to like 10 decimal places. So that was probably like a 0.0001 XG chance or something. Oh dear. I am working on the new set of emotes for Kowalski, Polizia. I was just about to say to myself then, shit, I didn't remember picking the team, and then I realised I didn't pick the team because we didn't need to. Bad news though, Momper's injured and is going to miss the final. Naeem is likely to miss the final through injury as well. Obviously John is injured as well. Polizia, I had to give an injection to see if he could even get ready for the final. We are down to bare bones because as usual, the second you qualify for a Champions League final, no matter what you do as far as resting, rotating and getting players out of the team, they just find a way to get injured. They're a little bit like lemmings in that sense. It's actually very irritating. What on earth is going on here? Have they got an injury? Ah, dear. I like this. Let's see. Fair. But do they have like dynamic error where the actual, do you think this thing spins around and comes up again? I think they got an injury or something. That's why I kicked the ball out. You just don't normally see those things. Best chance despite coming against England. I think you're probably right, honestly. No, actually no. I still think that Canada probably had the best chance just because England or Morocco, I know that Canada are not as good a side as Mexico, but I think people still continue to underrate. One of the favourite things about this was the whole, you know, the altitude, our stadiums on the moon, etc. The same people that were saying how difficult that was going to be then immediately started acting as if that wasn't a big deal the second that England actually won there, which I do find quite funny. Because ultimately, I don't think it was that big of a deal. Although the ball was going very far from almost every goal kick, which was amazing to watch. Smogfather, thank you very much for the 2 months, my friend. Oh, that's very kind of you. Extremely kind of you. Wow. That's really, really kind, friend. You really don't have to do that, but I do appreciate it. Underrating Morocco. I'm literally not underrating Morocco. I literally just said that I think Morocco is a very good side. Is this like one of these things where you can't say one thing without people implying you're saying the opposite? Like, Morocco are a very good team. I just think that England are probably better than Morocco, pound for pound. Yeah, Pickford, those long kicks in the first half were insane. I really liked the way England managed the first sort of 20 minutes of that game, though, where we just weren't trying to play out from the back. We were just twatting it long, so that way we weren't under pressure like there. I do hate waffles. That's not true. One thing I do like about this shirt, which you couldn't really see on the players as easily, is it has a really nice like design inlaid into it with all these lovely swirls. It's just a really nice kit. I'm rating Morocco. They have Issa Diop. How could I not rate Morocco? See a bad message. Oh god, here we go. Oh, is this what I think it is? Princess Diana had one of those. Just magnificence. I thought Anthony Gordon was exceptional in that game, and it was the perfect type of game for what Anthony Gordon gives England as well. His running is just fantastic as well. Based on performance, I would rate Morocco higher than England. Okay, then I don't know how I could disagree with that more. Is it possible to dislike a message in chat? I think that comparing Morocco and Canada to England, Mexico is not really a particularly great comparison. Compared to, no, I wouldn't do that. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. And I disagree with it vehemently. Gordon was exceptional, yeah. He just never stopped running, as was Dan Burn. Dan Burn. I need Hadrian here. Actually, I need any Toon fan, so Sam as well, to thank you personally. Okay, bye. Yes. Yeah, I felt for Saka when obviously he had to come off, but purely because tactically it was just... Also, I just think Tuchel kind of got everything right in that game tactically as well. It wasn't just that, you know, he had to make those changes, but I think he got the right decisions correctly. No, I haven't, Sam. I did see some fantastic memes of like Wii tennis with him. I must admit, when I realised that that Mexico were just going to be dumping crosses in over and over again, I did start to feel a bit more calm about where we were, because it seemed like they lost that creativity for how they were actually going to break England down and just resorted to that time Man United played Fulham at Old Trafford and had like 100 and something crosses. I just didn't really see how it was going to work. They did nearly kind of get in there a little bit, but they didn't seem to create any massive clear-cut chances after that point, really, which was very well, not very strange. It just seemed they didn't have another option, a plan B in that situation, I guess. Right, I'm going to pause it before I show things, just in case something happens on the screen. Oh, this! I don't know if I can actually show this, because, I can't actually play it because I'd have to log in. That's annoying. Oh, forgive me. But if anyone's easily logged in, check that out. So chance for the guys. Yeah, and I think even that, like, It was going to need to be a scramble or something, wasn't it? To realistically get any opening there. And they nearly did get it, but you just got to play the percentages at that point and hope for the best, which we did. Oh, hang on. Wait. This might actually be a proper... I'm still getting baited in. Go on, have a shot. Oh, that's a good little opening, and it's got a deflection. That might have been headed in. I think... I do feel for him like a really serious break as well. I would say, I mean, obviously I never wish any pain on anybody like that. Hopefully he's back for the start of the new season. Is he still under contract at Brentford for next year, or is it like a 1-year deal thing? This World Cup, are they always underperform against many other teams? I mean, I'm not really totally sure what point you're making after we literally just beat Mexico at the Azteca, which apparently was a big deal, I'm told. So, I'm not really sure how England underperform, but sure. I'm also not sure how that makes Morocco better, but anyway, it's fine. Hello, Jerry. How are you, man? Stream Nana to say, Stream Nana could wish me a good work-life balance for once. How about that? No, didn't think so. Stream Nana is like that Nana that doesn't hate you, that actually hates you and has no words for you. Hello, Steve. How are you, my friend? How's life? I know you've been keeping quite busy lately, so hopefully you and the missus are really well. Stretches off his legs for fun. I guess maybe did he have oxygen by any chance? Because are we sure it was not the altitude? Just saying. The performance against Mexico was just a general performance. But I'm not sure how that is relevant to the World Cup we're currently playing in. Saying England did badly in like the 98 World Cup or whatever doesn't have any pertinent reference to the current World Cup, realistically. That's why I feel like the only thing we really can... I know this is an element of recency bias, but I feel like with World Cups, that's all you really can do. Oh, shitting hell, that was close. Busy as hell. That's what you like to see. Oh, it's one of those moments that I'll just never forget. I'm so glad I didn't go, maybe I'll just go to bed. Like, it fully... I was pacing around my living room at 4 a.m. I didn't get to sleep until about 5 because, like, who was sleeping straight after that? I was just laying there in bed like this with a massive shit-eating grin on my face. It was insane. It was an option thing. Yeah, I mean, oh, that's a good run again. Tell you what, they are getting in behind Girona. If you can find the right pass, which he didn't, this could actually be quite meaningful here. Congo and Ghana performance. I mean, ultimately, we got a 0-0 draw with Ghana. They played a low block. We couldn't break it down, but we did have a chance we should have taken, realistically, and most of the time you do. And against Dr. Congo, we won the game. Like, they don't care how you get there. They just care that you get there, ultimately. They lose the quarterfinal, they're underperforming. By whose metric? Ultimately, it's fine if you don't like, that's absolutely fine, but I just feel like you kind of got to be a bit more sensible about these things, right? I don't know work. Oh, God. Yeah, I overslept by like an hour, which was why the recap was a little bit late to the patrons last night. That and the usual nonsense that I got stuck with. Because I rendered it, then realised I hadn't switched on my mic effect layer. So I had to re-render the whole thing for an hour.
767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676767676
Working a bakery. That sounds delicious, to be honest. I could never, because I would eat you.
Hello, Matto. Stream Nana here. I hope you're still maintaining a nice work-life balance. Sorry, I don't have any Werther's originals. I know they're your favorites. Anyway, here's 50p if you want to pop to the shops to get you some. Lots of love. You're still not in the will.
You're still in the will. Oh dear, James, thank you very much for the 6-7.
Matto, who's that one player that gets a big move thanks to the tournament and ends up flopping? Who's the ultimate bait of this tourney?
Well, I just can't... Wait. Ends up flopping. Ooh. I mean, I hate to say it, but it could be that Cape Verde goalkeeper. So there's that. Cam, thank you very much for the 4 months as well. There's a... Oh. What? Of all the choices that could have been made, that is one of them. Wait. Oh, what a save. I'll tell you what. They have looked quite good in this first half. Unlike Girona, who keep kicking the ball about. Thank you very much for the 30 bits. Arthur was at the 66 World Cup final. That actually makes sense, because Arthur's, what, in his 90s now, right? That's what, this is full match. So, HP, sorry, I did see your question before the resubs came in. I did do a sim, but I forgot to stick it on a yearly autosave, so it went too far. my plan was to sim it for a little bit, then set like a proper date for it to finish, because FM won't let you set a specific date beyond 5 years. 97, holy shit. So I do have a simulation, but it's gone a bit too far. So I've got one in 48, but I don't think you'd want it quite as far into the distance as that. So I may have to do another one for you. So forgive me for that. It's just been so many different things. It's, I believe, 2048. I think. So it's a little bit further than I think you were expecting. Take it. Oh, sick. Okay, in that case, I could send that over to you. I haven't had a proper look through it yet, because I might use it for some weird FM stuff, potentially, if there is anything interesting in there. Gornik are cooking here a little bit. They've had some really nice little openings. I'm impressed with them so far. This actually looks like a team that, despite being relegated from the Polish top flight, might actually be able to pull off something. But also, if they do win this, we will have 8 teams in Europe next year. I kind of doesn't play in so. I hope that he gets something nice out of it, at least, other than the 20 million Instagram followers, ultimately, right? Which, fair enough. Broken monetized that forever. But you're on a free transfer. That's someone told me they got Michael Elise on a free transfer like a couple of seasons into a save as well, which is wild. So they would be in the Europa League as a result of the Conference League win, but the thing is, right, I actually think they could do okay there. Win the Conference League, then they're in the Champions League for the following year. It's the dream. I just want to see them win, because 14 seasons into the save, I just really want that first Polish side to get a European trophy and not have some nonsense take it away from them, right? How hot is it? I mean, currently in this room it's 29.2 degrees. I don't know what it's like outside. Probably a little bit less than that. This room just gets ludicrously warm. Yeah, this is Conference League. Unfortunately, the Europa League final was Arsenal versus Inter. A very, very Champions League type final, I suppose. A wild Aviar. Thank you for the 15 months, friend.
How goes the week so far? And how was that Mexico-England game? Like WTF?
It was... I mean, I feel like it's one of the things I'm not going to get bored of talking about for a while, because it was just so good. It was so good. And I feel like I've never seen England actually overcome something like that, when there's so many different reasons that you could have collapsed there and they didn't. Like, it would have been all too easy to be like, oh, well, you know, it's not our day, etc. I'll tell you what, Girona are actually starting to get a bit of a foothold in this game, but what I'm really liking about this is that they're doing that for a start. We're getting lots of blocks in. Girona are not getting clear chances despite having loads of ball. We lost. I mean, I hope not, but then there's always going to be weirdos out there. Morocco, this is true. Morocco would have actually already won the World Cup by now. I love how this all started with me praising Morocco. Yes, the Torreense guy, because they just won the Portuguese Cup, right? And they'll be in the Europa next season, which is kind of dope. It's kind of gone under the radar, but people have forgotten about that a little bit, right? Oh, the burn. I also think that maybe Edrisri Konsa isn't quite getting the credit he deserves as well when he moved out to the right side, and the amount of work he got through with just coming in and out over and over again was unbelievable. They all did it, basically. They were all sensational in that game. Anderson was fantastic. They were all just excellent. Vozinha was signed for them. Vozinha signed for Morocco. Ooh, big if true. Potentially. Oh, I was trying to watch it as quietly as I could, because obviously Pog was upstairs asleep, but I mean, to be honest, when I heard when the second England goal went in, I didn't have any windows open or anything. I heard noises from all around the neighbourhood. So, like, I was certainly not alone in my being up at this hour type of thing. I would imagine more people were up than weren't, probably. You gave me some break. Well, they were all just fucking pretty much as good as they could have possibly done in that situation. Yes, this is, in case you've just joined us, this is Gornik versus Girona in the Europa Conference League final. They're under the pressure so far, but crucially, Girona have not yet to have a shot on target. And if they can continue doing that and getting some breakaways, then I think this is where Gornik really do flourish. They did against United in the in the knockout rounds. No, it would be difficult. Absolutely. Every team is difficult. It's the quarterfinals of the World Cup, right? What I will say is, though, what the hell were Brazil doing? Like, Norway have some good players, some elite players. Pound for pound, you'd think that Brazil team should be beating Norway, but the way they set up in that game was so strange. Like, they actually did create a fair amount of chances and XG, if you like, in that game. Obviously, the 2 penalties counted for a lot of that, but
Belgium played
it was
a great
very
game
weird.
Against the US lull.
Mrs. Doubtfire, thank you very much for the 2 months, my friend. Run by Fruiting, anybody? Literally one of my favourite films. Yeah, that Endrick chance, he just takes it on his wrong foot. It's the first touch on his left instead of his right to let it roll into his body that just puts him completely off balance. It was a lovely bit of play. Yeah, Holland was just... He's just Holland, wasn't he? He's left-footed. Still, if you can't use your right foot to control a ball when it's running into your path like that, I feel like even if he does control that correctly on his left foot, it's still going to be like less advantageous than just taking a little touch on your right. But maybe it's just ridiculously important. Never lost a game against... Norway have never lost a game against Norway, so I expected a Norway win. Fair. No, I agree. But this is what I mean with historical precedents. Norway having never lost to Brazil is not a reason why they shouldn't have lost to Brazil here. When was the last time Norway played Brazil? These things, this is the sort of thing I'm on about when people go, 200 years ago, this thing happened, and it's not relevant. But Brazil definitely, they gave Norway so much of the ball in that game. And clearly they were trying to play on the counter and whatnot, but it was just very strange. I thought Ancelotti would have more tactical things to switch things up a little bit, right? 5 times or something. Right. So, I mean, that is a decent sample size, but ultimately, again, it's still not particularly relevant, is it? England have never lost to Mexico, true. Still not. Hopefully we play Mexico in the final. Now way better nowadays. Yeah, cool. And if my grandmother had wheels, she would be a bike. But, like, at this World Cup, Norway have looked fantastic in places, so Brazil have been okay. They had to come back from against Japan, though, so, like, they clearly had looked a bit wobbly in places, too. Oh! Holy shit. Tactics coach or man management coach. I'm believing he's an eyebrow coach. I've been led to believe that he is an eyebrow coach. West Auckland, what they have. I think I agree. Bear in mind, again, this is me saying Norway did fantastically well. They are brilliant. And I really like Norway as a team. In fact, if England were to go out to Norway, I would... Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, what a save. I would be not happy with that, obviously, because we'd be out. But I'd also be, like, well behind Norway for that point. Like, right? I'd be fully on board the Norway train after that. That's an unbelievable stop. Gornik, despite being under the cosh a lot this game, they're kind of doing what Brazil wanted to do a little bit, right? They are just fantastic. Getting these little breakaway chances, they're actually making the keeper work for things too. And I think that's just where they get these results in games. Leafy! Thank you for the 57. You love to see it, friend. How are you? Oh,
look at this pathetic little man.
There he is.
Watching these pathetic little computer men on full match like a peasant. Utter woke nonsense. Enough of this geese silliness. You should obsess over pasta like real men do. Replace the toilet rocks with penne and gorge yourself on chef pasta, you dog thrower. In all honesty though, big love for you and Pog. Shout out to Chato and this little community of wemps. Keep up the low IQ, not very shrewd content.
Fuck it, there's never been a copy pasta that has been, oh Jesus, been more memorable to me than that one. I want that on a t-shirt too. On like a bit of tapestry or something. When you can't lose. Yeah, I mean, they obviously got to be scoring both penalties. I also thought that the second Brazil penalty, I don't know, maybe I'm weird, but I just thought it was a little bit soft. Like, I know he catches him, but they're just challenging for a header, and it's not even like it's full on elbow. It's just like a sort of the upper part of his arm when they're just challenging it there. Hendrik Charles. Yeah, but ultimately football is a game of chances. If you don't take them, you're not going to win. They did have them, obviously, but so did Norway. I mean, that Haaland header. Sheldrup was very good in that game too. Yeah, I thought it was soft. The first one, 100%. But the second one I thought was very... I also don't know why they were even still playing at that point. It seemed odd. Wasn't this already 2 minutes past it? I know that obviously they seem to be doing this quite a lot in this World Cup specifically. They're playing way more stoppage time than the inevitable amount because they're trying to add on more for the actual things happening in stoppage time. But it just seems so jarring when you see it because it's actually not the normally thing you normally see. Oscar Bob. I mean, hey. Big things for Fulham next year. Hello, Jeb. I've had a haircut recently. I've got it a bit shorter these days, especially on the sides, because it was getting a little bit ridiculous. And it's the summer. Your boy needs to have his coat cut, clipped like a dog. Also, when Mexico got that penalty against England, and they were like, oh, well, you know, that Pickford could do this, I'm thinking, no. He's up against Raul Jimenez. Raul Jimenez is going to score this penalty. We cannot afford to give Mexico another penalty in this game. Raul Jimenez will score it. It's what he does. His penalty record is absolutely unbelievable. For Bob and Preston. Yeah, Oscar Bob is... he did look genuinely really good in that game, to be fair. Davey, or Defy, thank you very much for the follow. Not for the follow, sorry, my apologies. Welcome to chat. It's instinctive. At City. I've not been amazingly convinced by him at Fulham so far either, but then I also, now with the way that Marco Silva has Fulham playing, or did, it usually takes players about 6 months to get any kind of, like, settling in at Fulham. So I'll be curious to see what he does next season under Arbeloa, maybe. Scored like, yeah, he's just very good goalkeeper. Game of 2 halves. Ah, true. And football is 9/10 of the law. No, football is 9/10 of the law. You heard. Dom, thank you for the 100 bits. Here we go.
Low IQ, not very shrewd. 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 Stream Nana hates you and loves copy pasta a la chef.
Copy pasta a la chef. Had some very nice chef pasta last night, actually. France getting a bit about Morocco. I realistically can't see anyone having any issues for France. I think France's biggest problem could be France. And right now they seem to have that very nicely under control at the moment. Now, obviously, Paraguay, with every nasty trick in the book, nearly got something out of them, and they still lost. Two's been okay for the time being lately. Football is 9/10 of the law. The question is, which law, Chris Kamara? Somerville to Fulham? I don't think so. I saw Somerville link with someone, but I don't think it was Fulham. I think he would be out of Fulham's reach. He's a very good player, and it looks like he's been quite good for the Dutch, albeit in the World Cup. Like, see, I suppose. I mean, I'd like to see them win the World Cup. Crazy to believe that, but I am starting to believe now. Yeah, I could totally see that being the case. Fulham still haven't appointed Arbeloa. I think there's a work permit thing there too, but maybe it could all fall apart at the last second. The rant against Mbappe. Oh, what, that random Paraguayan congresswoman or senator or something, and then Mbappe's really, really well thought out response. Okay, good save from the keeper. That's fine. That's the first save their keepers had to make in the entire game. $1 million in my bank account. What, to go with my other stream of millions, you mean? I think that's it was actually an unexpected response, but a really well thought out one. I really liked it. Yeah, I don't know. Fulham were linked with another dude from Trabzonspor. Apparently our entire shopping list is just players at Trabzonspor at the moment, which I don't hate. Trabzonspor have got some players. Yeah, that'd be the one. Oh, Jesus Christ. I feel like these finals are usually quite low opportunity games. It's rare that we have finals with loads of chances created, but it always seems like the finals we're watching of other teams especially seem to go down this same pattern for the most part. France from scoring. I mean, they can keep France from scoring, but like, keeping Portugal out, even then, Portugal didn't really have it. Then again, that was partly because of the way they defended, but I'm trying to think who have Spain actually played so far. They played Cape Verde and obviously had that ridiculous result. They beat Saudi, was it 4-0? France's attacking talent is just ridiculous. But I think because they haven't conceded a goal yet, I just don't think that inherently means that suddenly they're going to be able to stop France, right? See you later, Jatux. Hopefully we will be with good news later. Something like 5 shots. Oh, absolutely. But they are truly strong. I feel like it's like Spain have got that just murderously good defensive style of play, and France can be good like that as well, but have also got like an absolute shooting gallery of ridiculous players, which they can then rotate out for another load of ridiculous players. It's going to be cool. If nothing else, it's going to be cool. I totally forgot that we've got, is it Ecuador versus Switzerland? I don't know if that's tonight or tomorrow. So I just forgot that. Why is the goalkeeper facing the wrong way? Brave. Hello, Andy. But France is essentially the new Brazil. I don't know what that means. Didn't we just say that Brazil was shit though? Colombia, Colombia, not Ecuador. Sorry, flag's very similar from a distance. Keeper's got it right. Cool. I feel like Switzerland might be the most consistent international team that exists, in the sense that I feel like seeing Switzerland pull off an upset. I know they beat Spain once in that first game of the group of the Euros of the World Cup when Spain want to win it. But it feels like Switzerland almost never pull off shock results, but ultimately also never get shocked themselves. They are just perfectly the equilibrium by which all football should be judged. Getting to half-time, I think, here is a good sign. The game's kind of evened up a little bit in terms of chance creation at the very least, but they are still under a lot of pressure from the sheer amount of possession that Girona have. But look at these little tackles they're stuck in. It's great news. Hungarian champions are playing Viking in the Champions League qualification. Wow. It's got to get in there now. It's very Swiss in that way. It's what you'd expect. Qatar draw just happened. Wait, Qatar... Wait, what? Who's drawing Qatar? Oh, in this tournament. I guess that's... I meant more like shock defeats, but sure, fair enough. It seems like Switzerland, and even then, it still felt a bit, eh. Manzambi has been phenomenally good. He's only like 20. It's a shock, I guess, but now we're just into semantics of what is a shock and what isn't. While it's a shock, it's like, it's a 0-0 draw. And like, Qatar, they've won the Asian Cup, I'm told. They're a very good side, I'm told, until they come to World Cups. Round of 16 in the World Cup. Yeah, that's what I mean. They are just consistent. They'll get to there, and that's good. Like, they have some good players. They don't have those, like, worldies, but they do what they can with what they have, and it usually works out pretty well for them. Was it 1-1? Oh, it was. They got that massive... The Qatari got the late goal, didn't they, in, like, the 90,000th minute. I literally... The only thing I saw of that game was literally that goal. I just got back from my sister's. Turned the game on. See the goal. Okay, maybe that's a bad point then. Whatever. I'm just saying that Switzerland seem to be very consistent and always seem to perform to a certain level. No more, no less. And they always just get it just right. World Cup Fantasy. I thought about it, as I always do with any kind of fantasy tournament. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going to do it. And then I just immediately forget. Oh yeah, this is not me saying that Qatar are good. I really don't believe that they are. Clearly. Relying on Australia and Japan in the knockouts. Yeah, I mean, South Korea was the surprise. I was surprised that they were as bad as they were. Particularly after the first game as well. I think people were just sort of feeling out the tournament in many ways. I have seen Manzambi linked with... I thought it might have been Newcastle, actually, but I don't think it was. The links always start, actually. I think at least with Manzambi, he's a much younger player, so it's less of a case of a random breakthrough from a random older player, because it was Newcastle. Okay. Wow, look at me. I don't know where I even saw that. It must have just absorbed into my brain. I mean, ultimately, Gornik are in trubs if they can't get something going, because this will tire them out to no end. And their crucial players have not really done a great deal in this one, really. Matt knows things. Occasionally, Matt does know things. Blind squirrel and all that. Something similar. Now, Italy save. Have to get the lead to the top as well as the nation. Top of the men's national list. Fair enough. Italy should be relatively doable, I thought. You've got so many strong sides in Italy that I reckon that... Yeah, no, I think Italy is very, very doable indeed. And if you're managing the nation, that might be the more difficult part, honestly. Now that at least we have access to that stuff. It seems to me that Girona's defensive players are the ones that have actually performed the best in this one, which is strange. Livorno, yeah? Or Triestino, they were in the top flight in Italy in this save for a little while. They have been relegated this season, sadly. I don't really know what I can even... I mean, not that I'm changing anything anyway. That they're winning headers. They are not winning a lot of... Neither of them are, really, are they? No real clear-cut chances. They've been very even on both sides of this. Non-penalty XG is obviously the same. Few long shots from Gornik. But they're both kind of doing that. Blocking shots decently. They're not really completing a lot of passes, nor having that many. God, they've not made a lot of progressive passes either. And they are taking their time to win the ball back. They're going to need to do something in the second half. The ball chart is very much not up to date, no. It's... What the hell was that? We're now in the 47th minute, apparently. But now the clock is stopped. And we've just taken the kickoff. I'm assuming what's going to happen is the clock will stay at 47:37 until the game actually catches up with it in real time. Imagine I get soft locked in the game. I don't think that's what's happened here, but we should be okay. Does this mean anything bad, or is this just one of these random things? Yeah, because Spurs have signed Tonali now, haven't they? It was 100 million. Hopefully this isn't moments before... Things happening moments before disaster type of thing. That's a good tackle again from Stig. It's these moments, winning the ball off them in the midfield and actually creating something. This is the only way I think they're going to get through. I'm hoping... Or is it 93 plus add-ons or something? Because I swear, maybe they're just like round numbers, but to me, you can't really round that up unless there is add-ons in there. It's a huge amount of money. I mean, he's a very good player, but my God. Preparing to put them through boot camp, they're all gassed and dead tired. Ah! Did they have Felix Magath managing them by any chance? That does sound like something he would have done. I mean, I think Spurs are just kind of... It's so strange to see a team, even if it is Spurs, that's had 2 seasons of that, just be like, and here's £100 million. Because you just have that. Should be fine. Okay, sick. So we just have to wait until we actually hit 47:37 in the match engine. How strange. I think the fact that they won't be in Europe is... Then again, yeah, I think that will be a huge factor. Which is why I actually think that if Fulham get the appointment of Arbeloa correct, and we look okay, I think there is room for us to have a really good season because there'll be so many other sides that will have all those European congestion, which we will not have. And there's an opportunity for us there, which would be nice to see us actually take the damn thing for once. Well, I think they probably just had to pay for the stadium, right? But the stadium is, infrastructurally at least, seems to make Spurs a good amount of money from what I've heard. It seems to be a very strong, a good decision for them long-term financially. Oh, the time is back. Love to see it. Yeah, that's crazy that they've... But fair play to them for putting themselves in a position to do that, right? Because they think they've actually thought long-term about that. Oh my God, that was a great opportunity. I think he might have been offside or something. Quintero? Yes! It's 1-0 to Górnik Zabrze, baby. Juan Carlos Quintero. The Poles are in front, everybody. Oh, no. Yes! I thought he was going to fucking disallow that there. I wonder if he left it because in the highlight, it knew that he was going to get to the rebound. Whoa, I'm sorry. I mean, he's offside, isn't he? His foot is literally sticking out beyond the defender. That's literally offside. It's drawn it from the centre of mass. We take that. We've been screwed by those before. We'll take one the other way for once. Love to fucking see it. Oh, 90 million for Krupi. I do think Krupi's a very fun player. I really like Krupi. But surely Bournemouth will just... I mean, obviously they want to do everything they can to hang on to him. Love to see it. Right, now, they've got something to hang on to. Poland have something to hang on to. Oh, my God. God, his name was Flu. I think the goalie's name is literally U. Like, capital I, lowercase u. His name is all vowels. His dad is called James Vowles, in fact. Oh, shit. Oh, bloody hell. I thought that might have been a penalty then. Oh, it's the unstoppable force meets the unmovable object. Suspended offside. You can defer it. Oh, go on then. I with an umlaut. Oh, it is, isn't it? It's got... Oh, what's the name of it? We discussed this on the last stream. What that I with the umlaut thingy on top, because it's not called that, is it? It's... There's a name for it, and it creates a different I sound, like in Naeem. The difference between Naeem and name, basically. Because with like an R, I think? Inferno would know. Last in the Forest is... I mean, just... It feels entirely like... If you were to put the... Spin the wheel of random Forest things to happen, that does feel like it would be on the wheel, at the very least. Like, sack the manager right before some kind of... Wouldn't he have been entitled to way more compensation or something if they'd sacked him like 2 minutes later? I don't know the specific details, so that could be wrong. I'm sure that is wrong. The small Krupi... Yeah, and if they sell Krupi and Ryan, they'll just go and find 2 more of them for like £6 million in the Belgian second division. It's like, I see all these clubs doing that. And I'm watching Fulham spend £30 million on players like Kevin, who I do really like. But I'm just like, surely we could get in on this at some point. Start actually doing a bit better recruitment rather than being the team that's spent... We're the team that's sort of buying a lot of those players when they don't work out at the big clubs after the move from the Bournemouths and the Brightons, it seems. And the break clause. Ah, right, yeah, I remember reading that. Yeah, it's very Forest, isn't it? Good turn to Palace. Mateta, 35 million. Actually... Mateta's one of those players that I feel like he has 2 settings. Best striker in the world and, oh, he's here too. It's nothing in between a lot of the time. Every time I'm seeing Mateta, he's either scoring a hat-trick or Palace fans are like, why is this guy even here? Maybe just inconsistency, I suppose. Mateta and Kuzma, that would be a very big front line. Kevin, no, I like Kevin. I actually think that Kevin... If he doesn't get that injury for us this season, I think we see a lot more out of him. He was just starting to finally look a bit more like the player we'd supposedly signed. And now with a full pre-season under his belt, hopefully, with a manager that's somebody, that could really help. I also saw Kevin being linked with moves away, but that might just be media fluff because there was nothing else on during the World Cup, which was very strange. Right, keeper, that one's yours. Nice. That was real grievous. I guess as long as even if you have a really inconsistent striker like that, I'm assuming that he's able to do enough when he's on it that it sort of makes up for when he's not. Or is that not the case? Because it seems that he can be properly prolific. Quintero's in again! I think the defender got a touch on that because I don't know why Quintero wouldn't have brought that down otherwise. I'm assuming the defender did get a little flick header there. But once again, Górnik Zabrze are showing that this counter-attacking style of play that they use in Europe is just goated. This Carlos guy that took over, who was the former under-19s coach at Paris Saint-Germain, by the way, he's the current manager. Despite the fact that they're crap in the league, presumably because they're trying to play on the counter against teams that are much worse than them, but it works in Europe. Is it Liverpool? It's an odd one, because I'm not sure what maybe they've seen the same things I have, I don't know. Maybe there's something underneath. I just wouldn't want to sell him so soon. I'd want to see more out of him first. Give him a year, let him be really good and inflate that price tag a little bit more. Rossini's in charge of Paris FC now, is he? I wonder what he's up to in this save, because he got sacked by Piasklevica and then was replaced with Conrad Lima. So I wonder what Rossini is up to. I need to start adding these guys to the managerial shortlist thing so we can keep an eye on them. Like I've done it with Amanda Nielsen before stream today. Oh, that's a really nice bit of play, actually. They just need to get bodies behind the ball again. Oh my God, that's lucky. Whew. Yeah, it really does seem to happen. I wonder how much of that would be Areola or how much of that is just Liverpool's recruitment team, though. Because I'm always unsure as to how much genuine, like, say, and then again, yeah. I'm always curious to see how much genuine, like, input managers have. And I imagine it varies massively from club to club on direct recruitment. Particularly, as a lot of that recruitment would have had to have been done beforehand. And to be fair, Paris FC are loaded. I suppose with certain managers, they'll be able to negotiate more of that, say, won't they, as part of their contract, whether they're a head coach or a manager, etc. Barkala, good God. So basically, they want everyone. But I suppose either way, even if he doesn't like directly come in and be like, I need this guy, I suppose what they can be doing, the second they know that Areola is coming in, they can provide dossiers and reports on players that would fit that style of system anyway, and he would likely come under that bracket anyway. With Champions League final, no. Champions League final is coming up. We're in the Conference League final first, though, as we have two finals today. It's the rare and first time in this save double final stream. And right now, it's actually going very well. But don't want to speak too soon, because you know how these things can go. They just need to hang on now. This could be another chance on the counter-attack, though. Right, sprint it. Nice. Chakari's on. Does that mean the second Stig off, or was he already on? Right, Aguirre. Oh, dear. It's like me trying to control a football. Goodness me. Book of terrible cliches and obscure English. Oh, I hope so. What does men that are united mean in French? I still think Rossinio's going to come good again at another club. I don't think Chelsea was the right move for him. I wouldn't have even been opposed to him at Fulham, honestly. But maybe next job. Maybe after Paris FC, when Arbeloa either crashes and burns or is the greatest manager of all time. It feels like 100 million is being banded around for so many players these days. It feels like it's become that new, like, watermark almost on elite/sub-elite transfers now. Shouldn't have taken it. Yeah, I think it's one of those things where I agree that he shouldn't have taken it, but I also don't see any situation in which you won't take that if you're him, because you've got to back yourself. Like, if you're a professional foot manager or a professional sportsman, you're always going to back yourself for that kind of job, because you think, hey, I've done this here, I need to prove that I can step up to the big job. And I totally get why you would do that. It's like, oh, fucking hell. Sergio with the goal. That's such a loose, just of a goal as well. Bela Brajdic should have come for that, and he just doesn't. Oh, that's such an annoying goal to concede. Like, they've dealt with this pretty much the entire game super, super easily, and then it's just whipped in out of nowhere. The keeper just stands perfectly still. I mean, he's got to be coming for that. The defender needs to do better on that one as well, but at least, if nothing else, if the keeper's not going to come for that, he needs to at least cover the post. It's very, very bad positioning there from Bela Brajdic, and I do wonder if that is the big chance that Gornik had potentially gone. I don't think... Has a Polish side other than us ever led in a European final in this save? I feel like they've always gone behind. Hello, Pog. Good stuff for mid-table team in Spain. He's pretty much guaranteed to be Fulham manager next season. Like, the work permit's, I think, the only thing we're waiting for at the moment. How are you, my love? How are you feeling? Oh, I haven't got the stats up. That's one thing I should have done. Yeah, I mean, it seems like... Wait. What happened there? Oh, it's a yellow card for Jan. We're good. It's okay, Pog. I've been busy boy. Setting things up for today. Yeah. They've got a bit more possession in the second half. But it's not like... They're up again. What they really needed was to get in front, which they did, and then just absolutely defend for their lives. I can only really see this going more Girona's way now. When is it going to happen, man? Hello, Mushroom Man. We were doing better until a couple of moments ago when, sadly, Girona equalised against Gornik. Although, the counter-attack is on again. He's got to be better with the passes. These passes, man. Like, they've got their best players on the pitch right now. Aguirre and Stig and Quintero. They've got to be linking up better than that. Particularly as the longer this game goes on, the worse it's going to be in these situations. Right, that's more like... no, it's not. It's when they win the ball in these positions, I think they could be really quite powerful. If they can spread the ball fast enough and start to get some movement going, although they are playing Dan Hard as a left-back now, which is a bit worrying. Ah, dear. Okay. What on earth was that? managing Ronaldo. Is Ange the next Portugal manager, or is he moving to like... Wait, as if Ronaldo would still be in the Portugal team at this point. Is he going to the Middle East then? Yeah, full match does definitely expose things in the match engine that you forget, because the game usually doesn't show... Oh, NASA. Okay, fair enough. 8-year-old neighbour, the ladder and a hedge trimmer. That's brave. What's your money on? Are we thinking serious injury? Or I might have to go out and help type beat? Good clearance again. They're all just kind of crossy at the moment. 20 million a year. Yeah, no, I can see why that would be I could see why that would be enticing, you know? £20 a year, perhaps. Speaking of £20, I won my bet against Pog because she said that Portugal were going to win the World Cup, and I said, that seems like a terrible decision. But hey, you take what you can get, right? To be fair, there's an older fella that lives sort of, not like next door to us, but like in the garden that's sort of weirdly offset and adjacent to the bottom of ours. They've got a massive garden, and they've got this huge, very high hedge, which is really nice actually from our side of things, because means that the house is not overlooked in any way, from that side at least. But he's always on top of this ladder, and we're talking... How tall is that hedge? Probably about 15, 16 feet, I would have thought. It's fairly high, and I always see him over the top of it too, which means he's even higher up than that with his big old like hedge trimmer thing, and I'm thinking, mate, like... Thankfully, he's got his dog there too, so if anything goes wrong, the dog can call the ambulance. And luckily, we have a hospital, so that's probably help. Oh, that would 100% be my dad as well. He's 79 years old, and yet you'd never, if you met my dad, you would never think he was as old as he is. He doesn't even look like, he looks like he's in his early 60s, or like mid 60s at most. Like, full head of hair, obviously. Oh yeah, in the digger bucket. Wait, when was that, Pog? Why was my dad in the digger bucket? Oh, you mean the guy across the road stands in the digger bucket? There you go, yeah. I have to play Martinez ball. Yeah, so who... I mean, assuming that Martinez doesn't stay in a job after the Portuguese sort of kind of abject failure in the last game, who would you Portuguese fans want to see as the next manager of Portugal if he was to leave, which hopefully for your sake he does? And also, which is the next poor sod of a country that's going to rock up with... Oh, he already quit. There you go, yeah. I haven't actually read the news this morning. Just took a round swing. Oh, they already appointed Well, I guess it'd be George Jesus, wouldn't it? On his slot. I think he's surely got another club job in him yet. Oh, good lord. That keeper, man. Following not loose? Yeah, a little bit, yeah. We should root for managers we don't like to take up this. That's why I was kind of happy when Keith Andrews took over Brentford, and now look at that's gone for me. Oh, go on. Slip him in. Oh, I mean, I don't think he can do much more than with that, to be fair, but... he's still got it though. Oh, what on earth is that save? Said he's going to be happy. Okay, fair enough. They should appoint someone whose agent is George Mendes. That narrows it down, I know, loads. For the Netherlands job. Dutch fans, better than Koeman for that? Or bad idea? Uh-oh. I think it's like... Some managers are just better suited to international football because they can actually... You need, for me... I guess, I mean, don't always need a tactical manager. I suppose man management can work to a point, but you can't be having a manager that's expected to come in and be able to make signings, basically. Right, come on. 20 minutes to go. I mean, penalties, perhaps? What is he doing? There's no one down injured. He has just literally hooked that out of play. Check that man's emails and see if he's got any emails in there from a sort of a betting syndicate, because that was suspicious as all hell, unless they score directly from the next play. In which case, I'll take it all back. They're not going to, are they? Just a slightly misplaced pass, yeah. That was a bit like Renato Sanchez passing to the advertising boardings bad. Maybe he was trying to pass to the little badge. Deschamps, I mean, do you see him leaving France, or was he saying that? Go to England until he gets sacked. I can't see any signs of that happening anytime soon, right? Don with the giant emote. I need to figure out a way to get a proper alert going for that. Thank you for the 30 bits, Don. That's very kind. Oh, he is leaving. Again, I don't know these things. That's why I'm asking the questions. I don't follow every single manager's like pathways and stuff and contracts and things to know this information. I'm just curious, you know. I guess if he goes out on a high with a World Cup win, that would be the perfect time to leave anyway, right? Zidane, is he actually? Does say on your team, and fair play. That's good point, well made, honestly. No, it's all good. It's just that... My God. It's deflected into the path of the Girona striker. I mean, this is what I mean about these finals. You just have stuff like this that always happens. These deflected... Yeah, he's so deep there. It's a good run. Little deflection. Oh, it's so annoying watching that happen in every single time as well, particularly when they took the lead. No multi-club ownership, although we own every club in Poland as well, so that... They are very much looking like it, unless they pull something out. They were totally at fault for the first goal. The keeper has to do better for that one. For the second one there, that's just one of those things. Deflected cross. They've been facing quite a lot of crosses. Now they're going to have to come out and play again. And... I can see Girona just game management the shit out of this now. I hope that Gornik get one more chance in this game. They feel like they've only had 2 corners. Girona have been the better team. It just sucks because they've been so average. If you lose the semis. No? I mean, who would we appoint? I know Pep, but like, is that just seems like a massive risk on Pep for international football. I don't think he would be sacked if we lost the semi-finals. Because presumably if we were at the semi-finals, there's a very strong likelihood that it's Argentina. Like, no disrespect to Switzerland or Colombia, but it's probably Argentina. If we were to be there, God, that'd be great. Not losing, but playing Argentina in the semis. Holy shit, if we were to get there, that'd be a hell of a game. I forgot Stonesy doesn't have a club, does he? Yeah, I mean, I know maybe Tuchel's got, shorter term plans with England, perhaps, but I think what we need is a bit of consistency, and I'm kind of glad that Tuchel's been vindicated with a lot of the squad selection stuff. The right back thing still obviously is going to be a massive thing, but everything else, I think that I'm still very happy with the team that he's picked, frankly. Oh, go on. Nah, they're just clubbing it in now. Oh, that good. Yeah, I mean, if you had to rely on Messi, though, it's a hell of a player to rely on. And I just mean that, like, in terms of getting there, like, they would have to play the winner of Colombia-Switzerland. I think they'd probably have enough for either of those two, maybe. They should do, at least. At that point, it does become fascinating, though. That would be an incredible semi-final. No, I mean, I thought Poch... I loved the idea of when Poch was sort of briefly being linked with Fulham at times. I would have loved that. He's got other things on the plate at the moment, though, it seems. I reckon just give it to Dan Burn. Let Dan Burn take charge. There's nothing that man can't do. I love the stat that he made something like... He made the most clearances in that entire game despite only playing... I think it was like technically 20-something minutes. Might be more than that, but... Big Dan Burn. I love that he's there. Finally, we get the French... The Anglo-Francois union finally happens, and it's due to the mutual dislike of Argentina. Also, actually, speaking of Argentina, there was a moment in the Mexico game where Jude takes on about 3 of the Mexican defenders out on the left side of the pitch, takes them all on, brushes past another one, is driving towards the box, and then the Mexican centre-back gets like a toe in on it and is able to stop it. I think if he goes past him and actually scores there, that might have been one of the greatest World Cup goals of all time. I was getting like Maradona 86 vibes out of that before the inevitable just sticks the leg out and stops the play, but it was unbelievable. It reminded me of like Son against Burnley, but with more technical play than just pure pace. It was unbelievable stuff. An overhead kick, yeah. And it's out of play. Okay. Eddie Howe available. I feel like Howe always takes the England job on FM. And weirdly, FM's quite a good predictor of some of these things. Even lose to Norway. Yeah, I don't think so. And I certainly wouldn't want him to be sacked, even if we did lose to Norway. But it depends on the circumstances of the defeat, ultimately. If we were to lose to Norway because he absolutely shits the bed tactically and Norway blow us out the water by just getting things perfectly, then there's more terms there. But if it's just a game where things happen and Norway are just better, or Haaland does Haaland things and we can't stop him and are unable to take our chances, then I feel like there's not a lot you can really blame the manager for there specifically. David Moyes managed Poland quite often. True. And Gordon Strachan in charge of Ukraine. That was a particularly fun one when Gordon Strachan rocked up at, well, I guess in Kiev. This was been the before times. The cocktails and drugs. Yeah. He's just Maradona, but his vice is just supplements, probably. He's just, get it in there. Oh, go on. He's in. He's not in. He's offside. Fuck's sake, man. I was up 10. Oh, absolutely. But that's the beautiful thing. We get to put 10 more players on the pitch, and so do they. So actually, like, between those two, yeah, for sure. But I think the thing about Norway, Norway have some exceptionally good football. I mean, Haaland and Ødegaard, and I really like Sheldrup as well. I think in the future especially, he's going to be ridiculously good for Norway, and he's still good now. And they have a couple of others as well, but in terms of pure depth, I don't think they have it. That doesn't matter, though, ultimately, because if you can set up a strategy that allows you to play more than the sum of your parts, Noose has been really good too, actually, yeah, then it doesn't matter. But England have the ability to change things more, perhaps. Haaland is... I saw a thing on, Haaland's second goal where he has the full, wind-up and everything. And they were just like, why are you letting him charge his special move? They give him way too much space there. Mexico game. Yeah, Mexico... Pickford was sensational. I don't feel like there's anything he can do about the first or the second goal for Mexico. And that save he makes off of Raul Jimenez in the first half was a really solid one as well. He makes some really good... He was just really good in that game. And let's be honest, I don't think we've got anyone better. I think the other thing about Pickford is he's got that distribution. What's new player Femmi? Is that a traditional Belgian name? You have to let me know. We need Jens to bang a long shot, but I don't know if... Is Jens even still on the pitch for Gornik? I guess he plays quite deep, so maybe we wouldn't have noticed him, but I'm not sure he is, So he's passing around when... I guess, yeah. Sometimes the mix-up of the strategy can be just as good. Nyland, yeah, I suppose you wonder if you're going to get another performance like that out of him again. It is cool to see Norway do so well, though. Because I think there was probably some suspicions that, with... Oh, he is there. Nice. I wonder if it's because they're playing him so deep that he's not able to have as much of an impact because they're not allowing him to get far enough forward to shoot. Because isn't this him here? Oh, no, it's not. Where is Jens? So yeah, he may be so deep that... Or he's been substituted. That it's not really allowing him space to make an impact or actually get forward and have this shot. You're right, I forgot. I'm so used to Gornik being in fucking... You're right. There he is. He seems to be playing off the right, though, which is a bit strange. I can't believe I was kicking Girona players. It's because two of those guys that I clicked on actually used to play for Polish sides. Curans, for example, was a guy that we had and then sold to Southampton. I've just realised that he's rocked up there now. Actually, it might be a different guy because I think the other guy was called Rock Curans. It was optimistic to think that it was them on the attack, I suppose. Right, come on. No. Oh, really? No. That's bad. Romeo Lavia. I believe it is, yeah. Right, go again. They're just not getting the ball forward fast enough. They've not got the... That's better. Right, bit of space now. Jens Hjertedal down the right-hand side. Come on, Jens. Use every bit of your 33-year-old legs to get past them. He's still got it, though. Jens' ball in. Oh, that was better. They got Jens in the game a bit more. Oh, that's a ridiculously poor pass. I think they're just... Oh, we believed. Girona have kind of stopped doing anything either in this game now. It's gone into full game management mode. Oh, man. This is, I think, the third or fourth European final in this save now for a Polish side. Because we had Jagiellonia have been in one, Motor have been in one. Or is it only the third one? Either way, they've all been lost. And Honor Domiak get to one too, I think. This might be the fourth one. I think we've had three Conference League and one Europa, which was the first one, incredibly. And they're getting pretty close to that too. Get a shot under the first minute. I do love the way that Pickford reacts after every single time he gets the ball, basically. Like, he's personally affronted that he's had to do something. That is quite funny to me. It's like, maybe just chill a little bit. Sometimes it's totally valid, but it feels like every single time. He's certainly not the most, physical of goalkeepers. That being said, I was very impressed with him. The way he was actually just coming and punching for things rather than being withdrawn, even though he's perhaps not the most physically present goalkeeper in the air. He pretty much got most of those pretty much spot on, I would say. I was impressed. But every single time he came for one, it felt like he was going to mess it up, but he didn't, to his credit. It just always seemed like he was on the verge of doing that, I guess. Yeah, it's like a bit of... it's... You kind of get the best of... Well, the best and the worst of both worlds, Fry, where we do get to have these nice long chats where I'm yapping, but it's in a valid way because we're literally... we're sort of just watching the game together, and it's great because it means I don't have to think about stuff that's going on, and I can actually just do more... I can think a bit clearer because I'm not having to make tactical decisions or anything like that. But you do see the match engine's flaws. But then I suppose there's also the argument that football teams have flaws. When you watch a game for full 90 minutes, you're going to see stupid things constantly. Ferry's goalkeeper in your youth intake. Ooh, want to see him? I absolutely want to see him, yes. And because if you're Rangers, that means he'll have Scottish youth rating, which means he's likely to be probably the best goalkeeper that they're going to have in the entire save. Martinez without the skill. I still think Pickford's distribution can be very good at times. Occasionally he messes up, but I don't think any goalkeeper's perfect there. Well, some I suppose. I've also started to come to the conclusion that I think Alisson looks like a tennis player. It might just be the hairband thing that he wears, but he just looks like he should be a tennis player, which is quite appropriate right now. Soccer anyway. Yeah, I was kind of hoping we'd avoid that. I really wanted them to do well overall before this thing, because it's always good to see the sport grow, right? Truly one of the games yeah. Just so many distractions, it seems. I think they would have been better off with it just being, if Balogun just had never been unsuspended, so to speak. We'll do a long-term save. Can you give me a team? Have you tried Fulham? Quintero? Oh, I also got my tennis prediction correct, chat. I'm 1 for 1 on tennis predictions, and I'm 0 for all of them on football predictions. So it turns out I should have been a tennis content creator instead. Might have to finally download Tennis Manager after all this time. Once RCF. Ooh, that's cool. Every time we do get a fun in-tech nationality in this league, it's usually either because of Vida or it's because of our affiliate sides. I don't think we've had a stupidly just out of nowhere one so far in this save. They've largely been Dutch, Spanish, mostly Dutch and Spanish, and Maltese pretty much. Retire from... Oh, I see. Go out on the top with a 100% record. I see the plan there. Building a nation in Tennis Manager. I don't know how that would even work. I'm not even sure how Tennis Manager would work per se, right? What am I managing? And don't say tennis. Hello, Seed Handball. How are you, my friend? You covered a sad time. We, the collective nation of Poland, were winning a Conference League final, but then as usual, things happen.
How are you doing on this tough
thank you for the 19 months, my friend. I hope you're well.
Sick Wisła.
Oh, dear. Oh, goodness me. I'm doing well. Just very warm. Players in the development of what events they attend. So are you essentially like a coach of like a stable of tennis players? Like you are a wrestling manager? I guess that's the closest thing I can bring up in my head. That was better. There's a few little openings here, but the thing is, it's probably going to be too late. See, Lamble, thank you very much as well for the 17 months. I hope life's treating you well right now, my friend. Wait. They've got just one last push, lads. Please, I beg of you. Nah, it's a poor one. Then again, if that was the other way around, it probably does go in somehow. I feel like Gornik haven't had a shot since about the 50th minute in this game. The second half has not been them. Whoa! Grenick Morton. And by 13 points. Oh, that's the second here. Right. Jesus Christ. Are you sure? Who's in the top flight then if they're all down there? Oh, that was close actually. I want to see them create one last chance in this game that's actually valid in some manner. Just something that is... a moment where we believe again for a second as the ball's flying towards the net before the keeper inevitably pulls off the save. Because Girona have been much better in the second period, in fairness, despite... Wait, they have had a shot in the second half because it was literally their goal, wasn't it? Wait a minute. Ball in. Quintero! That was probably it. That was probably the chance. He's got to get up there and try and get something on that. That was the moment. Yeah, I don't think they're getting another one here unless they pull off a long shot. That he's miles offside. And he smashed it over the bar anyway. God damn it, man. He just doesn't jump. To be fair, the defender has a massive run on him. The keeper was up. Oh, imagine. We have seen keepers score goals for AI teams in matches before. I can't remember which save it was. It might have been the last one. The Bart Verbruggen, playing for Barcelona, scored a goal from open play. I can't remember, maybe against Dortmund in a random Champions League game during Outcast to Icons. It was one of the craziest things we'd ever seen. Because it was taken from the second phase of a corner, but it was like a long from second phase of a corner. The ball had already been played 15, 20 seconds prior to that. And he stayed up and essentially basically brought the ball down in the box, took it on his left foot and scooped it past the keeper. It was brilliant. And that was one of those things that I don't know if we'd have noticed on FN26 because of the immersion factors, right? Oh, right, let me just quickly pause that there. Have a look at Mikkel Frederick. I assume we have the regen faces turned off. It's weird seeing that and thinking, aerial reach is a little bit of a worry on him. Or has Hansen scored? I have tried him a couple of times. I think we even played him up front in the cup final, which we were deliberately trying to lose in fairness to him. Yeah, 5 for 10 is not the end of the world there. I think the bigger problem is the very low aerial reach and jumping reach. He could grow a little bit, but I don't know how much aerial reach he's going to get with that. He's got good reflexes and agility though, which is helpful, but he might get messed up from crosses too frequently. Sent off for an accidental handball. I wonder if that's because the game treats the goalkeeper handling the ball as just like an instant red card because it's so rare when it happens and that's how it's programmed. Then again, the only time I've ever seen a goalkeeper handle the ball outside the box was Nathaniel and Wusu back in the day, I think on the treaty save? Might have been, I could have been Hungary actually. Where we signed him, like I think his second game for us, he just comes outside the box, picks the ball up. Immediately booked. Not a red though. I think that might be the last shot there. Start new 7 from 24. Can I download a skin midway through? Yeah, absolutely. He's up for it. Wait. Oh my god. But yes, you can. You can put a skin in at any time in 24. Well, you can put a skin in at any time in 26 as well. But a skin is basically just like literally a... Think of it as like, if I change my shirt, which I will for our final, I'm still me underneath. I'm just slightly more fashionable. They've at least thrown a bit at them at the end, but these are largely, maybe one last free kick, send the keeper up. Imagine. Main action from the mentalist. He does look a bit like him, doesn't he? It's Simon something, isn't it, the guy's name? Oh, it's over the bar. Oh. They've actually ended up with 7 shots on target, but it's mostly just no, I'm not suiting up. It's not a suit. It's far better than that. They weren't the better side in the end. They managed to have a few chances towards the very end of the game, but they were all relatively low quality. Where they needed to do it was those chances in the first half where they got in behind them, created those counter-attacking opportunities. Oh, it's the fact that they led the game. Like, they had the lead. It wasn't like... But they never really... They only really dominated right at the start of the second half when they got in front. And so that's what, I think 4 finals for Polish sides that have lost. They will gain a little tiny coefficient boost just for playing in the final, I think, but it's basically nothing. Oh, God. Just Inferno. Maybe. What I'm wearing him is a skin suit this time around. Fair. It's deep. Hopefully these all went through, because this was quite a while ago, I think. I'm assuming they did. Why am I watching them celebrating? Christ. I mean, the problem now is, according to Jabjo, I mean, they're going to be an absolute monster to deal with in the second tier next season. The fact that they're even there at all is bizarre, is crazy. So that at least is something. Right. So, let me just show you our injury problems. Because this is where it gets a bit more difficult for us. Hi, it's our entire team. Naeem, unlikely to be able to play. Kukonda, not that it matters too much, probably could. Momperus, he can't. Polizia, I've given him an injection. He will probably be able to play. But I took a risk on him. And then obviously John, we knew that was gone. It's so typical though. The second you get to a final, even if you rotate out your entire team and try to bubble wrap people, they just find a way to get injured no matter what you do. Yeah, just Spanish Scourge winning it all now, right? Inject the other 2. No, one of them had an injury that you weren't able to do that with. And one of them was injured so far ago that you would have had to keep injecting him after each game, even if he didn't play, which is one of the dumb things about it. So, for example, with Momperus, I think I did have the option to inject him, but his injury was like 3 matches ago. And the injection only counts for the match that's next. Even if the player doesn't feature in the game, you still have to re-inject them for some reason. Because the painkiller injection is supposed to be a short-term thing. And the injury time gets longer and longer each time, and they seem to get less and less effective with it. So I've already had to do it twice on Polizia, because I didn't know that. Does it allow you to pick them on the bench, though? You can pick the player. But if you, regardless of whether you pick them or not, the game still counts it as if you have, and you'll still have to inject them another time. And each time you do it, the injury recovery time becomes larger and larger. And also the player is then for less and less effective because their sort of effective fitness is just lower and lower each time. What skin am I using? I'm using SAS26. So as of currently, the one we have available for us is Polizia, because I realised this, because he got injured in here, so I was able to get him through one game, then I realised, oh, even if I didn't play him, the game doesn't care. Don't inject them, does it let you pick them? No, because they'll be red injured. So it will just do the thing where it will say, there's an injured player in your team, blah, 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 blah. Some of them might be able to play on the bench because they may be just into the orange injury, but realistically, I wouldn't be able to start them in this game. That's the situation. Now, we are actually 3 days away from the match. So in fairness, there is a chance that... Why can I not click on the fitness center? One sec, chat. I think the game's being weird again. Shocker, imagine. Kukonda will be back. But realistically, the others... I mean, yeah. Naeem, maybe? If it's orange, you can risk them. Yeah, you can risk them, but I'm not going to start a player who's orange injured. It would be pointless. There's no point in starting a player who's going to have to come off after 15 minutes because they're already injured. It just seems like a waste of time. When we have players that we can play instead of them, even if I would rather not do that, you know? I don't want to waste our substitutes having to substitute a player after 20 minutes of the match. But ultimately as well, if you bring them on in the second half, they're not going to be as impactful because they are extremely injured, right? And you're right, there's time for another injury as well. So let's not speak too soon yet. Oh, dear. Oh, of course, yeah, we've got Patreon regen updates here as well. Still remember, though, I might do it manually this time, just in case, because we are getting near to the window. Not the window, sorry, well, technically the window. I think there'll be a few more of them out of contract in the summer as well. But I might just sign these guys up because they keep getting, like, interest and then never actually going anywhere. Goalkeeping injury, that would be catastrophic, actually. God, that sucks. Does that actually help us in coefficient points, though? Out of interest. While we're here. I can't remember exactly what we had last time. I think it gave us a tiny little bit of... It's sort of like the equivalent of a draw, I think. Which obviously then you divide it by 7. It doesn't end up with being a lot, but it's still some points. And if we were to win, at the very least, we'd probably be matching last season's results, which is impressive considering last year we got knocked out of the round of 16. Yes, I think we've got the equivalent of a draw's worth for getting to that final, or for Gornik at least. So we'll get that at least even if we lose to PSG. Sorry, PSG to Barcelona. Right. Oh my god, I saw the word injury there and freaked the hell out immediately. It's worrying. What I'll do is I'll get a set up and then I'll switch out into my my wonderful attire, which I think more managers should be wearing, frankly. Whole team meeting? Absolutely not. Where are we playing the game? Oh, Bucharest. Okay. So we're playing the game in Romania. Feels like every game that is on a neutral venue in this save at the moment is just played in Germany, including the Conference League final. Where was the Europa final played, actually? Favorites for the final? I don't know, actually. Oh, hang on. It does tell you here, doesn't it? There's a preview one. Is it this one? No. Where was the... It might be in here. Oh, is it that one? There we go. No, they're technically the favourites for the final at 38% to 35%. They do have a couple of injuries themselves. Now, how major those injuries are as far as their actual first team impact, I don't know. Then again, we can find out because if we go to the schedule and look at it from here, it will tell us. So at the very least, these guys were... Oh, hang on. If nothing else, these guys were at least registered for the squad. So they felt them good enough to be in their Champions League squad. So they're missing Serrano, who's played 47 games this season. Okay. So their left-sided player is unlikely to play. This guy here, who's played 40 games... Their goalkeeper! Thank you, Felix. Their goalkeeper is injured. That's good. Their starting keeper, I'm guessing, for the most part, is out. They've probably got a better keeper as well, though. And then we've got Francesco Palazzo, who has also played a stupid amount of games from this season. He's going to be missing as well. So maybe it's kind of a bit of both. We're both absolutely destroyed. Oh, this guy is a good player. João Anton Fontanals. This guy always destroys other Polish sides when we play them when they face him in Europe. So he's missing too. Tell you what. Both teams are... I mean, they're missing a goalie. They'll obviously have another goalie, of course. But that's better. Okay, I suddenly don't feel quite as bad about that now, particularly with... I mean, to be fair, they could have Velasco and Serrano back if they're orange injured. We don't know how long they're going to be out for, in the same way that Montparus and... I mean, Polizia will play for us. He's the one that was closest injured. Yeah, I'll check their goalkeeper once we get to the match day, because that's what we're actually preparing for. No point in me doing it now, because we're going to check it when we get there anyway. Just want to get on the match day so we can set our team up and actually figure out who the hell's going to play in this game for us. The bench, I imagine, will be... I'll fill the bench out, of course. But it will be a lot of youth players, I suspect.
28 septendecillion 282 sextecillion 828 quindecillion 282
as far as a reliable, I'm assuming you mean like face packs and stuff. I use DF11
282 duodecillion 828 undecillion 282 decillion 828 nonillion 282 octillion 828 septillion 282 sextillion 828 quintillion 282 quadrillion 828 trillion 282 billion 828 million 282,828.
There we go. But yeah, you might get some money in the background, but I don't know if the game actually makes it clear that you do or not. Oh, Yanis is making progress. He's no longer annoyed at me either. Oh no, now he's annoyed at me again. He literally said, I got a news article from him saying he was now happy with the number of games he was playing, and now he's unless he's unhappy because I then didn't... I don't know, whatever. I thought he was now happy. He did say that he was at least happy before. Ooh, our budget is... We are just going to need to get some money in the summer, I think. Okay. Right. Let's see what they say here. Quick latest fitness report regarding the condition of 3 players ahead of the match. What are we saying then? Montparnasse, partial pass. Oh, hello. Not recommended to be selected. Brother, I literally gave you an injection to be selected. So presumably we're fine on that. So Kukonda's fine. Montparnasse is fine. Polizia's fine. So what we're really missing, though, unfortunately, is Naeem and John, both of our wingbacks. At least we have Janicic now, so we can still do a rotation on the right, but we are definitely going to be lighter as far as our options off the bench in this game, which is kind of shit. Okay. Let's try and build a tactic. Well, not build a tactic. Let's set up the tactics. Obviously, we're not going to be playing that in this game. We can switch to it if we are losing. Even though, yeah, I know. That's the thing. If you do a quick pick and you've got a player that you've injected so they can play, the assistant will refuse to put them in the team. It's like, that's the whole point, bruv. Okay, so what have we got? Montparnasse is allegedly more injured than Polizia is, hilariously. Let me just show you this. Like, the condition of Polizia is much better than Mompa, I presume because of the pain management injection. So I think they'll be okay, but we'll see. This is where he goes and breaks something in the game, and then it's, hey, if we win the Champions League, who cares, right? So, Alshan Kitty will start. Gomez is the one that will drop out, so I'll move him back there so we can take him out and bring straight back in Van Kemsika. We do have Augusto on the bench, so it does give us another centre-back option if we should need him. And obviously Janicic won't start here. Coffee will. Oh. And then Alvarez on the left-hand side, of course. Mompa instead of Geisler, because it's Mompa. And then, instead of Pau and Rique, most likely, we've got Polizia, I guess. And that leaves us with, on the bench, Janicic, Gomez, which is good to have, Augusto, Sharpek, Coutinho's a lot of strikers. Molski as well, Kukonda's a lot of strikers, Marabit, Geisler. We've got midfield changes if we need to make. Like, we have a player for each of these roles should we need to make those changes, which is good. Put a goalkeeper on the bench. Which goalkeeper should I put on the bench? Please show me the goalkeeper. I mean, we'll put a youth team goalkeeper on the bench maybe, but I just don't see the point. To be fair, at this stage, there is really no reason not to, because no player I put on here is going to make any difference to us anyway. Oh, wait, hang on. Geisler's not picked. 1 second. I just realised I didn't actually pick those guys in the team, did I? Let me make sure we've got the guys we actually want in the team first. Right, sick. So that is now everybody actually picked now. So we've got 2 more spots on the bench. Let's see who we've actually got that's available for this now. Anyone that's like not horrendous? Wow, there's not a lot of options is there. Is this guy Spanish Scourge? No, he's not actually. Someone else in net. They would, but if I was in a situation where we had good players I could put on the bench, I still wouldn't put a keeper in there because the keeper is not going to get injured. I'd much rather have an option I can bring off the bench that I feel like is more impactful. But because we don't have any player at this stage that's going to make any impact in the game, it may as well be a goalie. The question is which one? Is it Marquez or Del Toro? It's probably Del Toro, right? He's not actually that. I mean, he is not good. Actually, what is he? Fickle. No, I need to get Sveni in. That would do the job nicely. Does like big matches, does Daniel Marquez. What about the other guy? Did I even say anything about? Or was he too young? Oh, no, he has. Enjoys them. Fair enough. Striker goalie guy. I don't think he's available because he's old enough. He's too old that he would need to be registered, and we couldn't register him for the Champions League. Whereas these guys are all youth players that because of their age, they don't need to be registered. That's why we're missing a lot of players here, because they simply weren't allowed in the team. So Hansen, sadly, isn't allowed to play, I don't think. Let me just get rid of these for a minute. Just check it. Yeah, so unfortunately he's unregistered. I think Del Toro probably will just get it. And then one other random dude. I could just put them both on there. We could decide on the fly, but I think that would be a waste. Let's get... That's a centre-back Spanish Scourge. We can't put him in the team. Yeah, we'll do Del Toro. And then probably it has to be Tagro Zane, who is technically a centre-back in the sense that he kind of is supposed to be. 7 jumping reach. Can't tackle. Why is this a centre-back? Which part of this looks like a centre-back to anyone here? 7 tackling, 6 heading, 7 jumping reach, 8 aggression. Bro's a pacifist. Maybe I won't put him on there. He's dreadful. But Vorminski? I'm going to put Vorminski in. Vorminski is the guy from the youth intake this year. The best player from our intake this year. Hello, Ultimate. I forgive you. To be fair, I thought that the shirt trend would continue. So far, every time I've had a shirt that's arrived, it's always come directly after a team has been knocked out. So I was expecting that with the shirt arriving yesterday, that Spain were going to lose that game. Which also means Belgium fans, my Belgium shirt hasn't arrived yet. So, my apologies. So he's a striker. Maybe, yes. Maybe he's another one of these misplaced players, perhaps. Okay, yeah. Vorminski will be... I mean, he's not going to play, is he? But that's okay. Order an England shirt. I actually don't want to. I don't really like them, honestly. I think they're kind of boring. The red one's okay. Okay. Let's look at the Barca team. See what they've got cooking up here. I will actually apply some advice on this screen. So they've gone with Juan Garcia in goal. Oh my god, it's a real person. They've got a 38-year-old in goal. Who, to be fair, has played a shitload of game time for them in every season up until this season. I mean, he's certainly not about... Oh my god. Yeah, he's a very good goalkeeper. Basically, he only really fell out of the team midway through this season, it looks like. Or rather, he came back in perhaps when their other goalie got injured. So there's that. They've got Cordero at right back, who's a 29-year-old... Jesus Christ. Not got any Spain caps, though. I suppose the Spanish squad is so stacked that how could he, right? Their right back is a bit more of a centre-back, but he isn't very tall. So I can't imagine there's going to be too much stuff going down the right-hand side in terms of, like, crossing and stuff, because he's not the best. He's more of a defensive player, which means we could get stuck here. Any non-Spanish player. I was thinking we're discussing how I should have got Scourge and 26 written on the back of the shirt. I've got Mateo Palma, another real player. I'm going to be honest, like, he's good, don't get me wrong. But technically, he's not spectacularly good. 15 heading, 15 marking, 13 tackling, 12 aggression. He's good physically. Runs with ball down right as well, which is an odd one. Presumably, he won't be running with the ball down right, but that might make him do that more. So they spent 69 million on him from Spurs. So we're seeing real players in the team still at this stage of the save, 14 years in. I imagine they've got a couple more because Lamine Yamal's still around, right? Then they've got this guy, Antonio Rubio. Okay, so he is, again, an uncapped player. 6 foot tall. Don't know that much about him, honestly, but he's wanted by Newcastle. He's another sort of right-backy type centre-back guy. Who's left-back for them? Ott Salter, who's got 20 jumping reach and is 6'6". Okay. Wait, they're playing him at left-back. Okay, so this is basically... Barca have got 4 centre-backs, and they're playing them as their entire back 4 in this game. Both of their right-back and left-back are centre-backs. They've got a massively tall left-back, which means back-post headers could be a bit of a problem. But it could also mean that they're not the quickest. At a start, well, you know, just places. Places out there. Lamine Yamal, he probably is, because he's still probably not even that old yet. Marcus Romero in DM. Not the best tackler. 22, so he's a one for the future kind of guy. Where's he come from? Deportivo versus via Liverpool. Okay. That's... Who's going to pair next to him? Estaniscano. Also a Porter. Both of their DMs... I love how much use you get out of this specific meme format. Big fan of it. Neither of their DMs are very good at tackling the ball, which could leave a lot of space for Montparnasse or Pulizia to run into those channels and just be able to take people on a little bit more with our dribbling. And with the fact that we like to play through the centre, with this kind of narrow approach, I just don't know how good Cano and Romero are going to be able to marshal that. That's good. So now let's look at Yamal. He's good. Like, he is good. But I feel like I've seen better versions of Yamal. And he's only 31. He's not even the fastest. No, I think we maybe got a bad roll on his PA in this save. He's a bit underwhelming. He's got very good crossing and dribbling, don't get me wrong. And his mentals are great. But his physicals are not quite where I'd expect him to be. I would have thought he'd have been faster, actually. Dribbling's actually only 16 too. Finishing's fine. Yeah, he's only got 45 goals for Spain at international record as well. Missed the final. No, we're actually just in time. We're about to play the final. The Champions League final, that is. We missed the other one. Marking uses weaker foot. We're doing that already. We've got Iñaki Del Rio through the centre as a number 10, who's a 21-year-old. Who's barely played for them. This is only going to be his 4th Champions League appearance. Watch him now score twice in this game, but that feels like an area where they could definitely be got at. We've got yeah, I wonder what Kazemka's up to in this save now. They've also got Yunus Hamuchi. Oh, wow. Okay, he's absolutely ridiculous. Just to clarify, Barca lost 2 left-sided wing players in the build-up through injuries, and Yunus Hamuchi Now that is a footballer. I'm presuming he's Spanish Scourge. Oh no, he actually came through at Barca. Fair enough then. That's actually totally legit. He's ridiculous. Algerian international. He's just everything. Yeah, they must be stacked out with left-sided wingers. It's a bit like when we had all those number 10s in the squad, pretty much. And then up front is obviously Barcia, which is just a great name. He's absolutely insane as well, but he's not tall. He's unbelievable. Carlos Barcia is very, very good. But he isn't tall. So the crucial thing for there is it should at least help us defensively for clearing crosses when those guys do get in there. They're going to have to keep it on the floor because it's Barca, right? Obviously, we can't see the rest of the bench. That's okay. I'm going to temporarily go straight for that because you know I always like to mark out the DMs in these games anyway, particularly in this situation too, when we can already see that that's their weak points. So it seems to me like Barca's biggest weakness in this game is going to be through the middle here with these guys, and the fact that their backline is all centre-backs, which means they're probably not going to have the pace advantage. See the Spain game, I saw a lot of it, enough to know that it was dull as hell. Invite crosses, I think we already do. Oh, I'm not going to change the tactic, obviously, that would be crazy. I just like to know what they might do. I think we were already invite crosses anyway, so it's part of our strategy, I think. Travelling outside. Yeah, invite crosses. Okay. That's actually okay. So I think plan-wise for the actual game itself, we'll see how things go. I'm not going to make changes too early, but we can revert to the other tactic in the second half if we need to. Say we're chasing the game about like 65 minutes, we can throw, or maybe even 60. We can throw it to the more aggressive approach. They could be dangerous from set pieces for sure, and that is an area where we are definitely not going to be as good. At the least, though, we will be able to match them up a bit better, given that we'll have 3 centre-backs on the pitch because of the back 3. 6'1" with 14 jumping reach, and Steinbergen is not the tallest either, 5'11" with 13 jumping reach. So they definitely could get us with those, which is why we're going to need Ayapong to utilise that command of area and aerial reach incredibly well with his 6'4" frame and come and claim things. He needs to be on top of that today. That's where they could get us, I think. But I think we can get them through the centre. And with some faster play of our own. Okay, I think we're kind of good there. What I'm going to do now is have a quick wee break, grab myself a drink, switch my shirt out, and we're going to be back for the Champions League final. Can we finally win one for the first time? I'll do a prediction while I do that, actually, as well. Yes, good idea. I'll give you guys a whiz quiz. I'll just start a prediction up. I love how it's just a list of, will he mess up the intro? Will he mess up the intro? Just call it... actually, I'll just change that slightly. Will we... Oh, there we go. It does remember, which is kind of good. I'll give you a couple of minutes on that one. There we go. So far, we've played in 3 Champions League finals. We won the first one in Season 7. Then we lost the next one in Season 8. And then we lost one in Season 12. So it's not been great so far. No sponsors, Tom. Just straight up drinking water and fluids and whatnot. So there we go. I'll be back in a moment. Enjoy the whiz quiz, friends. I'll be back with beverages and a lovely shirt. Apologies, chat. Turns out buttons are really hard. So that. Ooh, Inferno's still got the win in that one though. He's coming for you. He is. He's only 3 behind now. This World Cup is going down to the wire on those ones. Right. Let me get back off of here and I'll finish constructing my outfit slowly. There's more to it. Still got to have a tie. Buttons are really difficult. Who knew? Other than me. I should have chosen a shirt that was easier to button up. The other thing about this is this shirt doesn't have a top button. It is inherently a Hawaiian shirts type thing. It's also massive. It's the smallest one I have though. But it is making me extremely warm immediately. How's that even going to work? That'll do. That doesn't look at all ridiculous. There we go. Get that down there. Wasn't really designed for this level of use. How does that look? Do you know what? I feel like I'm ready to sell you a used rigid inflatable boat, perhaps? Or, I'll tell you what, I'm dealing solely in second-hand fan boats on the Everglades. All I need is a nice hat now. Russell from up! Fair. Oh dear, now I need to get a drink as well. I've still got it. Need to make a drink, I should say. I brought drinks up with me. Just needed to make a new one. Gornick did not, unfortunately, do it. No, they did go in front right at the start of the second half. Great goal. And then, yeah, their keeper didn't come for a cross that he really should have done to concede the equaliser. And then it got even worse because Girona... What was their second goal? I've actually already forgotten what the second goal was. Oh, yeah, deflected cross went into the path of their striker and was able to score, unfortunately. Trying to sell TDC a Fiesta recently. Do you know, I did, and I didn't get a lot of money for it. Only £3,750. No, £3,850. Ah, dear. Goose-themed pedalo, I'm totally here for it. I'm well about to see it. Goodness me. Right, okay. Just get myself a bit of beverages. The heat is getting nasty here right now. I actually just have the whiz quiz thing up on the screen. There we go. Right, I'm ready for this. I don't know if the team is because half the players are injured, but I still think like we've got better squad options than Barca do right now. Oh, God. Wait, what's this? Oh, my God. I thought this was like some weird AI thing. That's fair enough, actually. Holy shit. That completely caught me. Bruno, oh, my God. Is that in the name pool? Sorry, that completely threw me. I genuinely thought it was like you just fed the random thing into like an AI image generator or something. That's weird. That's so strange. The shirt even looks quite similar. In fact, does bro just go to next? Holy Christ. How did you just have that? Oh, prep for the match on Saturday for both outcomes. How do you mean? Is it the same? I don't think it can't be the same shirt, surely. Oh, hit the pose. What's the pose? Let's check it out. Hang on. Microphone's moving for 1 sec. Oh, wait, hang on. You use? Oh, well, I mean, what am I prepping for? I guess that's why I was a bit confused. What would I be prepping for if England lose? That's what I, yeah. That is, how did you just have that on hand? Insane. That, just, need to buy an Apple Watch. I absolutely don't. I love my Garmin. That's a full-on meme template now, isn't it? Oh, dear. So who is Luis? I must know all about this fella. I really need to know who he is because he's like my spirit animal, but like a much more attractive version of me. He is basically looks goals for me. He's what I want to get to. I'm going to keep lifting things up and putting them down again. I actually moved up some weights yesterday, chat. It's very sweaty. And then I nearly dropped some dumbbells on my face and I've got little cuts on my fingers from where I maybe need to get some gloves. Right, let's go. Ah, lovely. Casual Monday over professional web. I mean, Hayden, you can accuse me of many things, and no doubt you will, but you can't ever accuse me of being over professional. I will not have that. Cup of Haagen-Dazs. Oh, probably. No, because the game starts at 10, doesn't it? Though, the football club is actually showing the match. So, I'm wondering. Hello, Pietrek. You'd love to see... Ah! There you go. We just need the omens, basically. Yeah, I'm just going to have a nice time. I feel like if we do go out to Norway, I would just really be happy to get fully behind Norway for the rest of the tournament. I like that situation. But I do also want to win, and I think we should do. Who are we missing? We're missing Naeem, John. Technically, it's just Naeem and John, I think. Because Montparnasse and Polizia are playing, but they are both... Polizia's had injections to get him through, and Montparnasse is just... He's going to have to come off about 60 minutes, probably. I just need to know who this guy is, like... It's fascinating. I really must know. How did you have that on hand? It does look... The shirt looks... I'm waiting for someone to cook up a literal side-by-side now. That's why I went full screen. I know what you guys can come up with. Go out there and impress me. Sure, why not? Let's go. Professional to be good. I suppose... Like, if I'm being real for a moment, if I could break the veneer for a moment, Sean. Obviously, I am trying to be professional in the sense that there is a structure to streams and I want to try to stick to it. Sometimes I go a bit over. I'm going to work on that for next year, though. I know I do yap a bit too much sometimes, but that's sort of... I'm okay with that, right? It's like... It's controlled nonsense. I guess. It's not very controlled that... It's not controlled that well, but we move. God, I wish the music played here. It seems strange... Wait, did it not play at all? How strange. It's a feature not a bug. Yeah. I'm alright with that now. I've kind of got to that stage. I'm probably even going to put a yap section in that new series. I'm glad that I'm finally going to have a bit of chance to work on other stuff, because genuinely, the recap videos had ballooned in their creation times to such an extent that it was basically giving me no time to work on anything else outside of them directly. Montparnasse is already through! Montparnasse is already through! We should be in front inside 20 seconds. Oh, imagine if he put us in front there. His work would be done for the day, pretty much. And we could sub him later with full knowledge of, oh my god, the space. Right. But it is Yamal. This is certainly open more than I expected in the opening stages. Love to see it. Spread that wide. I think the wide areas with Alvarez and Coffee are going to be very, very impactful because they're not going to have the technical defensive quality to go with them a lot of the time. They're going to have to leave gaps there. Al Shankita cleared away again. This has been a surprisingly fast-paced start. Oh, sure. But yeah, I think the biggest plan for the next recap from now on was just basically the league games won't be featured in the same way. I'll basically just recap the league table because that will save me like half the time, which means I can finally do other videos. I have missed doing that. Oh, okay. I mean, as far as starts go, you couldn't really... Did it get blocked? You couldn't really have asked for a better opening that length of time into the game because it would have completely changed everything. Al Shankiti's already on a 7 rating, and I'm guessing that's because he provided the assist. It's that guy that we've got to worry about. I think their most dangerous player, pretty much, is Hamuchi or Barcia, obviously. I mean, he could... Whoa! Mohamed, bro, chill. That is an aggressive tackle. I love that from you, though. Maybe he's like our Jude Bellingham type player. We've not actually seen what Al Shankiti plays like in a major final before, because he's never been in one. Be curious to see if he does step up like that. There we go. Look, this is what I mean. Alvarez into this position. They're going to have to come out and play against him more aggressively than perhaps a normal fullback would do, I suppose. Or hoping for that anyway. Right. Good clearance. Okay. Steinbergen gets across. Nice. I probably should shout on them anyway, though, since it's early days yet. Dude, Bellingham. Yes. I mean, he's already on 7.2 after 3 minutes. It's nice to see a striker just got off to a good start, to be honest. Oh, shit. Now, see, Yamal at the back post isn't likely to be that much of a heading threat either, which is good. We just have to avoid giving away corners to them, I think. That's our biggest thing. And try to avoid Barcia getting in behind. Who'd be dropped? That's true. I suppose if you've got a niche, then that's your niche. Someone's going to read it, I guess. Oh, that's actually quite bad. Nice, Coffee. That's really good, actually. The fact that he's managed to find Al Shankiti there. He just looks so comfortable linking the player. Oh, he's throwing out back heels now. That's maybe unnecessary, though. I always forget that the centre-backs move way further forward in this system, which could put a lot more pressure on them. Oh, that's a great pass. Wow, go on, lad. No, maybe. Oh, that was good. That's more like it. That's the exact type of chance that we need to be creating in this game. Alvarez takes the defender on, keeps the space. He's able to find those onward runners from like Paolo Enrique and the lads. Presumably Polizia on the other side when he links up with Coffee as well. Those are the types of moments that we need. Oh, God, here we go. You've both been... I want everyone gone very quiet for a moment. Let's see what we've got. Oh, my days. Horrifying. That is terrifying. And then... that shirt is... It's not technically, I don't think, the same shirt. Because let's be honest, he probably pays more for shirts than I do. But... he has the same exact type of hair I do as well, which is the weirdest thing. It's even our face shape is like weirdly similar. He's just like a much more handsome version of me. He's my aspirational... I've got my goal now. This fella. Please tell me this is a real man. Having a conversation. Unfortunately, they lost. They did take the lead, but then football inevitably happened, sadly. Fulham won the World Cup. I mean, don't threaten me with a good time. Has to get a beard now. I mean, I do have a beard. I just like to keep it a bit shorter because when I grow my beard out, it just kind of goes a bit nasty looking. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Right, so I thought that's what had happened. In that case, I'm less bothered. That makes sense. I can still aspire to it, right? Maybe I will be AI generated all along, chat. Whoa! Hello, goalkeeper. That's something of note. Their goalkeeper likes to be, well, like our goalkeeper used to be. Oh, he's going to keep that in, isn't he? Shitting hell. Simpson Sinclair? For the side-by-side, here we go. Oh, bugger!
It's good you came in summer. In winter,
damn it, man.
It can get very
Kai now, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. I hope you're well on this very, very warm Tuesday. Who do you support, my friend? Welcome in. I mean, 2 minutes. After 5 minutes, I could have asked for more from us here. We've not got on the ball yet, though. I'm usually so... There's literally a thumbnail thing that pops up when I hover over links in chat that shows me basic things. But sometimes I get so in the flow that I'll just click. Just click. Click, click, click. I'm too clickable. It's my biggest problem, chat. I'm just too damn clickable, baby. Oh, dear. I think I'm okay with the way that this is setting up. I'm perfectly fine with this. Monperoos, it's weird seeing, looking down at the bottom here and seeing two injuries on our players, though. That I don't like. No, Gornik lost, unfortunately. They took the lead and then conceded a really soft-headed goal and then a deflected cross. In the end, they didn't deserve it. But when they took the lead and they hadn't really been threatened all that much, we thought that it was their time. But, yeah. Too many clicks, yeah. Or not enough clicks, some might even say. Longer beard. Wait, isn't that the same one? For God's sake. That looks like the same image. Hello, Mike. Thought about league tables by segment. Benefits you listen to it. Oh, I mean, the main thing basically is just being able to display different runs of the season. So, say a team had a really good patch of form in like between March and February kind of time, you could pinpoint that exact thing in the league table and be able to display it in a format that makes it just so obvious how good. And the other thing is, if the game knows that information, it could also provide news articles that contain those form tables, specific form tables for those patches. When a team's on an unbeaten run, for example, actually, right, I'm thinking, stay with me on this one, chat. Say, because the game knows that you're on an unbeaten league run or something, right? So say you're on a 12-match unbeaten run. The game could then show you a league table that contains solely that as like a news article thing. So it shows you the exact form breakdown of how the team actually was over that period. And the same with winless runs as well, or any kind of weird streaks. I think it would add another layer to those that would perhaps make them more interesting, personally. Just thinking on the fly here. That's sort of one of the ways I would... Yeah, I'd like to see something like that. I mean, just the ability to be able to do it manually, obviously, is what I'd really like, but having it have that ability would be really cool. Spin the thirds. I mean, to be fair, I couldn't give a shit about that. Like, I mean, they could do that if they want, but they already have it as first half of the season, second half of the season, so that was not of any interest to me. What I want is the ability to control the segments myself, because if it's just the game deciding again, what I hate is when FM goes, you want to see this, and I go, no, what I'd like is the ability to choose what I see. And the game making those decisions for you is one of the most annoying things about 26 I've found. Yeah, you want the minutiae. I want to be able to say, let me look at the league table from match day 9 to match day 26. Because there's a run of form in there that I'm curious about because of an injury or a team or something like that. It's good for content, but also it's just good play. Yeah, chat, now's your time to tell Mike, firstly, how beautiful he is. But secondly, if you have any additional thoughts on top of that, because I'm curious now. because this might be one of these things that solely benefits me and no one else gives a shit about, but because obviously I'm looking at it from a content standpoint, but I think it is also just a thing that people would find interesting in their saves. And I think it would add to the immersion too, especially if it was showing up in news articles. Because when we looked at the... I was looking at the news article page earlier just to sort of see what sort of stuff was on there, and most of it was irrelevant. Things that you would never give a shit about as a player. Like... I mean, I can't think of it off the top of my head because that's how meaningless they are to me. The only ones I usually care about in there are things like when a team sacks their manager and then that one that shows you who the potential candidates are. That's a cool one. Come on, specific. Elaborate. As the immersion of the game would be, yeah, that's the thing. It's about broadening the game world. Who was fighting for a job? Yeah, no, I agree. Because now you have to go hunting for that news article that shows you 3 candidates, gives you no real idea as to whether they're actually favourites or not, and it just picks 3 out of random. It needs to... When a team sacks a manager, I actually think that, honestly, if a team in your league sacks their manager, I think that should be a news article, an inbox item, not a news article. I think that's big enough information that you should be notified in your inbox that it's happened. So a proper thing that says Gornik sack manager, and then you get that information in there, rather than having to hunt for it and accidentally seeing it. Or at least have the ability to control what things are chosen as news articles or inbox items, perhaps a bit more. So you give the player a bit more opportunity to say, hey, I do want to see this sort of stuff. In the same way that you used to be able to follow things in the past, but that was more for the social feed. I think that would be a cool way of doing it. Because then you kind of let the player, if you don't want that kind of stuff, that's absolutely fine. Toggles. Uh-oh. Bloody hell. Hamuchi's really dangerous player. It's their first real chance, though. Got sacked in my league and didn't get a news item. An NG... Oh, network game. Sorry, my apologies. Sorry, that took me a moment. Yeah, the fact that you wouldn't even be notified of a human manager being sacked is mad. But to me, it should be... Because I swear you used to be notified of managers being sacked. Maybe you weren't. Or it appeared in news articles in such a way that it felt like it was so embedded that it didn't matter. Games since Sunday. I'm not entirely sure which games have been since Sunday, to be honest, but I thought Norway were fantastic against Brazil, and that was great. Obviously, I thought England were insanely good, and that whole match is one of the best football matches I've ever just had the pleasure of watching, and I would have regretted it forever had I not stayed up for it. And Spain versus Portugal was incredibly boring. I think there might have been another one. Oh, the Belgian one was just like, Belgium were very good, weren't they? Yeah, press officer would have that information, for sure. Like, because you used to have the sort of personal assistant thing, and it feels like your personal assistant would collate your inbox like that if the game wants to take that kind of avenue with it. That's a great pass. Shankiti, he's got to score here. It's a good block again. We're creating these opportunities. The redesign of network saves. I wouldn't know what they would need to redesign on network saves. I've never really played one long term, like a proper one, outside of the league thing we did last year. And obviously that was 24. But that's what it was last year. It was last summer, wasn't it? It's... Yeah, I got up for the game, didn't read the group chat to see the delay, sat downstairs, picked up my phone, realised I had to go back to bed again. From Harold Bishop. We actually did a Harold Bishop on either last stream or the stream before, in fairness. Or something mental. I always want to know something mental. I think part of the problem with the immersion stuff is that people don't know how to articulate the things they're actually looking for. And I struggle with this too. I've really had to give it a lot of thought as to what I actually would like to see back. Because a lot of people just want, hey, I want it to be like 24. But can't always pinpoint the things that make the immersion good in 24 that they need to have back again. That's the proper thing. Send a coach to go for an interview for the manager's job. Like, have a coach you think would be a good manager, team in a lower league relegation battle. Does that really happen in real life, though? Obviously, not everything that happens in FM happens in real life. But how often does a team push a coach to go for a lower league? I mean, I suppose we wouldn't know, would we, really? Oh, Pod World Cup going. So we recorded some more of that last Thursday, so there will be more of those episodes out soon. Stuff is happening, shall we say, on that one. We may potentially do another one, in fact. Is it the 14th? Is what the 14th, my love? What specific 14th are we referring to? Probably network saves other people. I know, they keep getting away with my fun. I still really want to do that network save idea that we were talking about on the podcast the other day. The Tony's sort of party house one with the where he's Ibiza and I'm like Iron Appa or something. Russell Martin tried to freeze Nico Raskin out of the Rangers team. I'll be honest with you, I don't know how mental that is because I don't know who Nico Raskin is. Is he related to Carol Baskin? I imagine not. Oh, graduation. I think it's the 14th Pog, but I'm actually not sure. I'd have to ask my sister. I must admit, considering there's only been 5 shots in this game and neither team's managed to hit the target with one, we've created a substantial amount of XG so far. And it does feel like Al Shankiti is getting into positions to create stuff. Or not create stuff, but get on the end of things. See, for Belgium, really? Impossible to have any more. I simply couldn't tell you what I think on that because I do not know who that is in such, like... I now know that he's the centre midfielder for Belgium, but unfortunately I'm still no closer to knowing how mental that would actually be, unfortunately. I'm very regen-pilled when it comes to just everything about football. I have a very small scope of knowledge. Everything else is just so very tiring to listen to a lot of the time. Oh, that's nice. I find that with football being such a huge thing and there's just constant news about everything all the time, it's almost impossible to stay informed enough to know who even half the players are a lot of the time for me these days. Maybe I'm just lazy. 14th of September. Cheers, Mum. Yes, so Pog, it is 14th of September. Shout out, Mum. Also, Mum, I've got in my diary to ring you after stream. I do apologise that I've not rung you for like a week. I been a bit rough. It's just been so like full on the last little while. I've just kind of gone into my little isolation cave a little bit where I sort of don't talk to anybody, ignore DM. You know the type. We've all been there, chat, when you just kind of stop replying to messages to anybody, basically. So I do apologise if that's one of you in chat that might message me about things as well. That happens not a lot, not as much as it used to be fair. But top 10 nation. Oh, I thought you meant out of the Belgium squad. Why would he have any control over that? That is surprising, but it's... What am I going to add here? You know what? Hang on. Right, one sec, chat. I'm locking in. It does seem strange that a player that's playing for a top 10 nation and actually playing for them would be frozen out of a team like Rangers, who probably can't afford to be picky in those situations unless they have a tactical setup that maybe isn't fluid enough for that. But then you'd also think, surely you find a way to make it work if he's that good of a player. Does that sound like a man who knows vaguely what he's talking about? Chorus of no's now incoming. Chat, I'm wearing linen shorts. I finally went and bought some summer shorts at the weekend, and they are definitely better than the jersey shorts I've been wearing. Coach leaves for managers like Booty gets sacked for in 6 months' time. Now that I like, Rob. And not only that, I think that would be cool if they could come back because there's always that link with you. I think as well, if one of your staff members leaves... Oh dear, Shakiti's hurt himself. If one of your staff members leaves for another managerial role, specifically managerial roles, because those are more impactful, I think you should get updates on them when they achieve things because of the link to you. I think that would be a reasonable thing to have. So say when Marta went to go in charge of Brookbet, right? I would love it if the game just occasionally threw an inbox item in every sort of 6 months that just told you, or just one inbox item that is like a list of all the people that have left the club at that point, like the best 11 where are they now type thing, but it's for former staff members that have become managers. I think that would be sick, frankly. So it's not even just a single inbox item for each one, but it's just one inbox item that contains all of them, and then you can have a look at them in each one. Right? Or yeah, choose to keep me updated, yes. And then add them to that list so it doesn't get too ballooned, I suppose, right? Russell Meyer. Yeah, no, Russell Meyer managed Southampton, didn't he? Like, really poorly, if I remember. Because my Saints fans are not the biggest fans. The where are they now thing also needs work, to be honest. All that sort of stuff. Fix the keep history after retirement. When managers retire, I can't seem to see their managerial history if they've ever had a playing career as well, which is really strange. I noticed that the Polonia manager retired, and this is how I noticed that. Well, that's... Oh, man. Al Shankiti is now dropping rating. I probably should yell at them a little bit. What's this? I'm assuming this was his performance against the US? I don't know. Forgive me. Me searching for context. For in the Premier League. I think in the Championship, I mean, bear in mind, the Championship made Scott Parker look like a good manager. Let's not forget that, right? More than once as well. Like, it has a lot of answering to do. God, this game has been terrible. Emery Bud, thank you for joining us, my friend. How are you? Hope you're having a fabulous morning. Hopefully it's slightly chillier where you are. What's Scott Parker up to these days? Is he still being linked spuriously with other jobs? Oh, edge of the box. Just have a pot shot or something. We actually haven't created as much... Oh, hang on. Go on, Trowl. This is your moment, bud. This is your moment. No, never mind. Wait. Take him on. Yes. Oh, okay, overlapping centre-back. This could be bad if he gets dispossessed like that. Kowalski, thankfully, great positioning there. Oh, that's a lovely pick out. Okay, we've kind of camped in the Barca half for the first time really in ages. That's a nice pass. El Shankiti, come on. Right, find the pullback. Yeah, no! Please. Oh my God. We've still got the ball. No, we'd lost it. That was a brilliant opportunity yet again. Nobody has had a shot on target yet. I can't believe this game. We're creating some nice little openings. Right, we've got bodies forward again here. Joao Carlos drills it towards goal. That's not even a shot on target either, is it? Good Christ. We're doing okay. Half an hour into a Champions League final, neither side has had a shot on target yet. But we've somehow nearly created a full XG's worth of those not shot on targets so far. But I'd say we're definitely the better team at the moment. But it is concerning. Mana has got really good speed. So when he plays as that overlapping centre-back in this system, it allows you to see more of him in an attacking standpoint, whereas you don't in the other system because he plays so far back. Oh, I missed it. I'm so sorry, Monty. That must have been... I will do it at half-time, so we have a perfect... Or if we score before half-time. I'll keep that at the top of the list now, so I can't literally unsee it. Forgive me for that. I'll do the VOD comments at halftime as well. This is one of these times where I just know I need that third monitor. Because I have too many panels open in OBS, and there's just not enough room for all of them. Even the Twitch chat one is not as big as it should be, really. I think I scroll off the screen so quickly that I miss things, and I hate that. And as I always say, like, if you say something in chat and you think, why doesn't he acknowledge that? Please do say it again, because it's probably just that I have missed it. Marta, no, she didn't. She actually lost the last game of the season, 1-0 at home to Nice. They went 37 unbeaten. Didn't win the league, obviously. But yeah, sadly, they lost the last game of the year. Presumably, they were pushing for it quite heavily, but no. So they've had now, in the last 3 years, they had an unbeaten season, didn't win the league. Then they lost 7 games and came third. And this year, they lost 1 game and still missed it. Yeah, I'm thinking third vertical monitor is the play, probably. Acknowledge you. Can't be done. You know I don't like a Kiwi. That's not true. I met a very pleasant Kiwi lady at barbecue a couple of weeks ago. Where are they now feature? Yeah. The where are they now thing would be... I feel like it did take a step forward at one point in one of the previous iterations of FM. I can't remember what they did to it, but it got slightly better. But then it felt like they never expanded on it, and it went backwards in 26. No, Marta's never won the league title with Marseille, because unfortunately they have PSG in their league, who are just, even when they lose, so they regularly do the double over PSG, but can't consistently get enough points despite they just draw too many games, pretty much. Like they did the double against PSG this year again. Or the Massey you're playing against. The basic reason for it is because we went with the tactical system in this game that is a lot more strangly. So it keeps everybody quite at bay and creates this kind of like kill box. Wrong button. That's the idea behind it anyway. So out of possession, we kind of create this situation here where everyone starts screening and these guys push up, which means you're kind of forced into this kind of area, and it's really difficult for them to get anything going. But the other problem is that they don't have a tall striker, so they have to play it along the ground, and there's just too many bodies in there, so we're always getting a touch on the ball. That was kind of the logic to it. And then out of possession, we can then spring these counter-attacking traps on them, which is the idea. However, the problem with it is it's not quite as good attacking-wise for us as well. So you're basically taking the risk that we can keep them out, create the chance that we need to, and then probably win the game 1-0 is likely our best case scenario here, unless they take the lead, of course. Then things change a little bit. And this is what's worked really well for us against the really elite sides, but it just works terribly against anyone outside of that. Imagine her niece. I don't know what that means, Inferno. Is her niece actually good, or am I being once again hoodwinked? 4 game went backwards. I disagree massively. I think the match engine is a huge step forward in 26 compared to 24. I watched a clip of... Someone put a clip in stream the other day. It was just from one of my previous streams. And I was seeing the match engine in that and thinking to myself, oh, lost the knees, I see. Yes, you're right. I am slow as hell today. But yeah, I just would never trade the match engine in. They are not even close. Without a shot on target. True. What's happened basically is that we've created a few chances where... Another shot off target. We've got really close to getting the chance, but the defenders have managed to get a block in. So they haven't really been shots off target so much as they've been block shots that were on target. I think other than that, I think every shot would have been on target were it not for the block from the defender. Al Shankiti's just not quite been able to get the shot away fast enough so far, but we've threatened the space, which is kind of what I'm okay with, because it shows that we're able to create the chances I want to create. We should have been in front after... I can't believe that... Oh, hang on. Good block again. The keepers could well be napping, although Ayapong's done reasonably well at claiming things, which is the thing we were worried about. in this game because he is going to have to do a fair amount of that. DM and striker before. Wait, really? Oh my god, you're right. I think the reason for the DM striker link, I've only just noticed that too, wow, is because we have a weird system where Montparnasse actually plays as a striker out of possession. Even though he's a central midfielder, or AM usually, in possession. So he actually drops deeper when we have the ball to be more impactful. But the reason I have him as a striker out of possession is to track back with anyone they bring forward. So he essentially allows us to put more pressure on the ball high up the pitch and then track the runners either way. I noticed that when we had him starting deeper, what would happen is because he had a deeper starting position, he'd have to push onto the defender, or onto the team who had the ball. Whereas with this, he has a better position to already go after their centre-backs, close them down and force long passes. And then he can track back with the runner. Even though he can't actually play as a striker at all and has never learned apparently. But apparently out of possession roles just are not relevant as far as the player's ability to play there. When we get the ball, well, players move around him. He acts as a sort of pivot, but then when he does pick up the ball, he runs into the channels with it. So he's already kind of got quite an advanced position when we do lose it quite frequently because of the channel role that he plays. 8 shots in this game, none on target, 35 minutes. Chat, when do you think the first shot on target in this match is actually going to happen? Finishing drill before the game. I mean, ultimately, if someone's blocking the shots, there's not much you can do. I'd rather just be getting them on target. Like, getting at least the shot heading towards the target is the main thing. And not completely spaffing long shots from distance, which is another issue we have. Which is one of the other reasons this tactic sometimes can bite us in the arse, because it can, depending on how the opposition's set up, lead to a lot of junk XG chances from distances. So far, this game hasn't had a lot of that. But we've had games where we'd have, like, I don't know, 12, 15 shots and have less XG than this, pretty much. Right, come on, Coffee, take your man on. Oh, hang on. Oh, chances like that, basically. You'd have too many openings like that, which is fine. You can have a few like that, because occasionally they do go in, but statistically, you kind of can't rely on it, I guess. We want to create better chances. Montparnasse has struggled in this game. Like, he had that one good moment at literally the opening minute of the match. And I think at 60 minutes, Montparnasse, that was what they said, the maximum we could get out of him. I'll probably use that as the moment to move him on. Now, the question is whether I move Polizia up into his role or whether I bring on Geisler in that position instead. Yeah, I think 2 of them definitely should have been goals if it wasn't for the great block from the defenders, for sure. We've not really seen anything out of us from a set piece in this game because we've only had 1 corner, which is a little bit unusual for us, actually. We've just not looked super threatened. Most of the time when Barca have the ball here, less of that, though, lads. No one else appears to be having an especially bad day either. It's really just Montparnasse. Coffee's not had the best afternoon, but at least we can bring on another player for Coffee if we need to. Like, we do have Janicic on the bench, albeit our 3rd choice right wing back, but he's got a slightly different dimension to his game that neither Coffee nor Naeem actually have, which is the fact that he can actually finish. Of course, we've got to create chances for him to finish. Are we going to get to half time in this match without a shot on target? It would be very us to now concede 2 Barca's first shot on target of the match. That was one of the other problems that this system would sometimes generate for us. Right, keeper, this is yours. Nice. Naeem, unfortunately, is injured again, yes. He got an injury after we qualified for the final. He, Montparnasse, and Polizia, who is only here because of an injection, all got injuries, which is very annoying, particularly because we'd already lost Olafemi John to that ACL injury. A halftime show. I think a halftime show would only be justified if the first half had enough to show. I'll tell you what, the halftime show will be me doing the VOD comments. And also the Harry Bishop Ultras. Right. Oh, that's... Wow. I'm surprised you didn't just let them run away. We definitely seem to have the height advantage in the forward areas over Barca, which is useful. Yeah, Montparnasse is definitely struggling. But I think he did start the game with much lower match sharpness and fitness as well. So it's not really a huge surprise, given he's returning from injury and he isn't really fit again properly. That, and he is the kind of player that routinely will just drop out of things in these kind of matches. You have to have the ideal circumstances for him to make an impact. That's going to be good for Mana. Nice. Don't do anything dumb here. Jesus Christ, that was actually quite dumb. That might be one of those situations where just knock it back to the goalkeeper and go from there. There we go. Oh, maybe not. Goodness me. It's just trying to plan for the second half now. Like, a lot of our substitution choices are usually kind of made for us, but with limited options off the bench. I say limited, we've got a full bench. There's just less of them I'd want to bring on. We're good in central midfield. We've got striker options. We can switch for another tactic if we need to. So I want to make sure that we don't... Basically, I don't want to take off Al-Shankiti and bring on Gomez at any stage, realistically, unless we are chasing the game, and then I just bring on Gomez instead of taking Al-Shankiti off. It will be one of the centre-backs, presumably Van Kemsika. Okay. Yeah, Monprus has continued to hemorrhage rating. I think we just need to get in at half time, yell at them. I could probably yell at them now, actually. Or something. I think this World Cup has actually just been genuinely banging. I've really enjoyed this World Cup. It's nice that obviously it makes it easier when England are actually being competent and at least having fun games, but I've just really enjoyed most of it so far. I imagine it's probably less enjoyable if your team has shat the bed a little bit. Yeah, actually, the problem with Van Kemsika is actually, you're right. It's rare that the central centre-back in this system actually does well. And maybe I do just have a soft spot for Steinberg. I think it would depend on the match state. Like, what the situation's actually like at the time. Who's going to be more impactful in that system, given that they don't have to... Oh, please, no! He should have slot that into the channel. There was such a space, although there could still be a space, which he's now messed up massively here. Oh, drop it back. Oh, no, wait. No! They're so close to getting it right. They're just making the wrong decisions at the wrong time here. Yeah, Tuchel's 100% agree. Once we got to that hydration break, I mean, obviously the plan was clear from England in the first 25 minutes of that game anyway, but Tuchel's ability to do that is extremely good. Like, you feel confident that he's going to make the right decisions a lot of the time, basically. And that's actually feels somewhat rare for watching England, I suppose. Player's personality on the sad skin. It should be to the right-hand side of the skin. So basically, if you think of where the skin is, it should be above where my face cam is right now, basically. Generally speaking, I think. Although Saz does move things around sometimes for, like, ergonomic reasons, and usually for the better. Oh, that's a foul. Ref, thank you. Yeah, the change, that was one that worried me a little bit. The second I saw us go to that back five, I was like, right, because when you do that, you're essentially saying, this is us now, this is what we're going to do. But I think the reason he did it is just because it seemed like Mexico's they were just going to keep crossing the ball. And that's kind of all they did, really, for the rest of the game. It felt like they didn't have a secondary option to actually break us down at that point. So I think it was exactly the right choice. It just, it's risky, isn't it? Because it gives you less options if they do then find that equaliser, I suppose. Dressing room treatment. It feels like there's a team there. Like, a proper unit of players that understand where they're used, why they're used. It looks like one of the least ego-y England teams, I suppose, I've seen for a very long time, if ever. 7.8 million people at 2 in the morning. Fair fucking play. I've just never... So boring to watch. I mean, sure, I disagree massively, but whatever, right? I don't see how you could call that game boring, personally. A 3-2 win with 2 penalties and a red card. Drama the entire way through. I just don't see how that could possibly be considered boring, but ultimately people look for different things out of matches, right? Watkins for Kane. I think I quite liked the Rodgers sub instead because of I just really like that as a sub. I just really like Morgan Rodgers as a player. Yeah, I could barely sleep after that. I say barely. Alceu was probably our best player. Oh, our stadium's on the moon. No shots on target in the entire game so far. They've dominated just because of the, like, possession, but ultimately, Carlo's been okay for them. Rubio's been clearing everything because they mostly have centre-backs. Monprus has sucked a little bit, but Alshon Keaty could do well towards the end of the half. Coffey can't really get going. He's so much better as a sub. That's the issue. Yeah, when that centre-back's Dan Burn as well. Oh, what a moment. Service score ratings with Gordon being the worst. Yeah, that's mad. Gordon was absolutely exceptional in that game. And I've been saying this the entire World Cup, that Gordon's best when he's used against teams like Mexico or Croatia in places. He wasn't as good there, but his ability to track runners and the way that he works for me is just so much good. So much good. So much betterer. Yeah. 3 shots on target and scored 4 in total in the game. Yeah, but that's ultimately meaningless. If you score 3 goals, doesn't matter how many shots it takes you to win it. Also, they didn't have 3 shots in total, though, did they? They had less than Mexico, obviously, because we shut up shop off a little while, but I just don't see how that really is relevant. If you score 3 goals... hang on. KKYH0. Thank you very much for the follow, my friend. Sorry if I'm saying that incorrectly. Let me know what do you want me to call you? I hope you're well. Brother referee clearances as a sub. I bet he did, yeah. As he should. I love the interview where the microphone was too short for him. 11 shots after the red. Yeah. But I imagine a lot of those were long rangers or headers which Pickford was able to deal with relatively comfortably. Right? Yeah, shots on goal is a very strange way to judge a game. Mexico had more XG than we did, technically, which means we were able to strongly defend that, I guess. I think game state is quite important as well. Because that's the sort of game where I would really love to have seen an alternate universe where the red card doesn't happen, obviously. Just because of the way that England had set up in that second half, and we never really got a chance to see what that was going to play like long term. Because I really like some of the ways that England had changed their pressing strategy towards the beginning of the second period. The way that we were really harrying Mexico up the pitch, I really like what we were doing there, and we never really got a chance to see how that was going to play out, because it looked like it was heading in a very fancy, very nice direction. But quite well, yeah, they very, very well. They basically just had crosses. It's had 0.01 penalty. Wow, was it really as low as that? I guess that's just a culmination of flick on headers, right? But yeah, hey, everyone likes different things ultimately, but I just think that game, surely even as a neutral, was an absolutely brilliant game to watch if you stayed up for it, or were obviously in a position to just watch it at a sensible time. Okay, half-time. I mean, we didn't do a lot towards the end of the game, end of the half, but Barcelona have done nothing. So realistically, they should at least have a detailed pass map. So Cano and Salter are the ones that, well, they're really quite lopsided here with how they're pushing up on the left-hand side. The final, sadly, they lost 2-1. They took the lead and went behind. Oh, it was a classic World Cup for sure, yeah. The fast press was... It's like Anderson just activated like a sleeper agent at that point. And what was the... There was one clearance as well where it cleared so far off of a block shot that it basically went into the Mexico penalty area. I don't know if it was Declan Rice or Dan Burn or something. It was insanely good. Oh, on target shots. Fair enough, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think sometimes people are clutching at straws there, and I think it was a really good performance. Gordon played Barcelona next as well. Presumably they're signing for that exact reason. Okay. So what we're going to do, I will go after Salter a little bit more in the second half, though, because he seems to be... They're playing a lot... He's getting further forward than I thought he would do for a player of his type. So with that in mind, I might actually press him a bit further and trigger him a little bit sooner than before, and we'll work out the substitutions later.
Am I the only one tired of FM26 already XD?
No more tired than I was of 20... Well, actually, 24 was a different story because we got double year of that, I guess. But I don't know. I think if you didn't like it to begin with, maybe... I don't think it's done anything to make me more tired than normal, but I suppose it just depends on the save type. 24 a lot more. But yeah, but I mean, a lot of people did because it was just overall a better game, for sure. It was easily the best it had ever been. But I think if we're comparing 26 to 26, I think it's actually improved. I think it does just come down to, though, if you're enjoying your save more than anything else. Harold, yes, it's Harold time, of course. This will perk us up. Let's go. Which page it's on? Harold Bishop Ultras. This will get things going now.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead. I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse, with sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I'm Andrew Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse, with sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake, and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
I think 27 is a big litmus test because although the things we're hearing are actually kind of good, and the fact that Mike keeps asking us about these things to do with immersion stuff, I think, obviously without knowing, it seems like there's definitely a huge focus being placed upon that kind of stuff, and that's really, really good to hear. Rather than just flashy new feature, it's like, let's fix the foundations and then add that stuff, and that's fine, because ultimately, if 27 was just a much bigger everything underneath good stuff, how about your Ultras? So I actually found the clip of the original thing that came from. Long time ago, during the African Adventure Save, we were managing, obviously, in Africa, and we're having a terrible time managing Cape Town Spurs in South Africa, where we were literally top of the league on XG and 12th. It was bad. So we were just getting battered routinely to every shot on target, and in the meantime, Fulham were playing QPR in a championship fixture. A brass band was serenading the QPR players off the bus, which was the song you can hear in the background. And because of obviously Harold Bishop and Neighbours being not a trombonist, a tubaist, chat referred to them as the Harold Bishop Ultras. And then I got bored after stream and took the Harold rap and just put it to the same music because I was bored and just made that silly thing, and it just kind of caught on from there. Pretty much. It was a very strange one. I'll try and dig out. It's in one of the stream highlight, like Twitch clip best bits compilations. Is the entire segment there? Next year's save, Denmark. Denmark is next year's save, 99.9%. In addition, after talking to Tony on the podcast a couple of weeks ago, I am contending with the idea of maybe involving a bit of national team stuff in the next one. Actually seeing if there is that side of things that could potentially be worked in, as long as it doesn't take up too much, as long as it doesn't distract too much and slow things down too frequently. That's the sort of thing I'm like, I wonder. No, it's never supposed to make sense. It's kind of, its absurdity is what it is. So we are doing HB Kyrgyz from Denmark. That was basically, we decided on Denmark a while ago, but it took me a while to find a team that I wanted to manage, and there's some slaps, by the way. Void comments, yes. We only have a couple today, in fairness, so we can go straight over to that now. Love this from Ashley. I know your rules on not recalling loans. I had to. You can't say that and not let me do that. Aren't there a bunch of left backs out on loan you could draw upon? There actually aren't as many as you'd think. They literally asked, I know, I'm going to do it anyway. You can't let me not tap the sign. The sign's there to be tapped. That's what the sign's for. I could tap it again. Should I tap it twice? No, honestly, it's a fair comment though. But the other thing is, we wouldn't have been able to do anything with them anyway, because if you recall them, they wouldn't have been in the Champions League squad. So maybe we could have played them in the league a little bit. It's a wimp. I know I'm a wimp, you know that. But ultimately, I actually don't think we're as stacked in left wing backs out on loan as we are in right wing backs. We have like Santelli and a few guys out there, but we've really struggled to find it. I'll have a look after the game though to see who we've actually got in the pipeline that could have maybe come back. I think ultimately wouldn't have made a huge difference, but if they weren't playing... Oh, twice, you're right. Sorry, my apologies. Love to see it. There we go. Make a positive, yes, you see. Streamer is rude and hates his community. You heard it here first. This was relating to the youth intake stuff that we were talking about last stream. And I agree, honestly. It's 100% intentional. And it's not a new thing. I think maybe it was just weirdly more noticeable in 26 for me just because of the types of saves I was doing that noticed it. But it's 100% a thing. And I'm fine with that, honestly. Is it entirely realistic? Absolutely not. But I think it's a game, ultimately. And if you're having fun, it's better. People being more fun with it is what you want, ultimately, at the end of the day. And that's just a screenshot of a player that was sent during the intro called Francesco Gay-Ray. What a name. Love to see it. Which one of those... Is that like Francesco and then Gay-Ray is the surname? Or is it like a Francesco Gay and then Ray is the surname? I'm just curious to see what the name pool is like there for Colombia. Right. Those are my halftime changes, which is basically nothing except for a little bit of tweakery. For the second half, Montparnasse is definitely going to come off about 60 minutes, maybe even sooner if he starts to struggle continuously. Janicic can come on for Coffee if we need to as well. We keep the other substitutions available for the switcheroo, and I'm pretty content with that. And we've got my robot as well. Dara Hunt, like 6 years in a row. Oh no, just to clarify, me saying that you get better intakes in the first 3 seasons does not mean you won't get good intakes later in the save. It means that statistically, the intake quality will be better in those 3 seasons than it will be in from 4 to 6, for example. Like we got Steinbergen and Kowalski in seasons, 10 and 11? So it clearly can be better, and we improved our facilities in there. But statistically, it will be better at the start. No, I haven't filled in the wall chart yet. I will sort that, though. How is that the case? Yeah, I actually saw that comment as well, HP. I was going to bring that up. The reason for that is quite simple. The league isn't switched on, so they're not making active transfers. So a lot of the players you see in the Turkish teams are just youth intake players, for the most part. That's really what it's not just Turkish teams. It will be any team that's basically not... Why are they getting angry at that? There we go. Seem demotivated. Lad, what are we doing here? What, Dara Hunt? Fair play. But yeah, it just means that, like, on average, it will be better in the first 3 seasons. And I have the numbers for it because I did a test where I basically took over 6 of the top Hungarian sides with the best youth facilities. But also, not just the best, but like a cross-section, basically. And I took over them all in the same save as their manager at the same time. So it was like a hot seat network game with 6 different managers. Went through the intakes, looked at each one, got the stats for the players each year, and just ran the numbers repeatedly. And there was a notable drop-off, basically. I believe it was between 5% and 20% on average. But Turkish players, basically the league isn't switched on, nor playable or view only. So essentially they're not really actively making transfers. Thus, pretty much every player that's at the club is likely to be, particularly at this stage, youth intake players or other players from inside Turkey. The game isn't brilliant at managing that stuff unless you actively cause it to. How long does it go until we actually get a shot on target in this game? And the question is, who's going to blink first as far as substitutions? It probably will be us, just to maintain... Oh, he's got to find the pass to Momper there. Or maybe not. Holy Christ, what a pass. I take it back. Polizia can do no wrong. Oh, stats are gone. Yeah, sorry, that always resets after half-time. Bit of space for us now. Oh, I like the idea, but it's got to be better there. Oh, hello. Go on, have a shot. Weirdly, in a situation like that, Montperouse probably should be shooting. Oh! Reduced. Nugent centre-back with low jumping reach. I think people overplay that slightly, but maybe I'm being trite, but I feel like you will find centre-backs with low jumping reach. We were looking at one earlier. But I feel like there's still plenty of them that don't have that, and ultimately not every player that comes through is going to be the perfect for that position. So there's retrainable options, there's all sorts of things. I don't think... If every centre-back that came through an academy had high jumping reach, I feel like it would sort of be unrealistic, because some players start off in one position and then change as their careers develop, right? Hello, Vilevsky. How are you, my friend? Oh, nearly. Yeah, it was a very strange thing, Watford Wizard, but we try not to get too Dennis here, just because, I mean, it's difficult to not do in that one, but my point is, my simple position on this one is simple. That should not be a thing. It sucks that it is, but ultimately, Belgium are through anyway, so it's sort of one of those things where it's like, it's shit, but it also no longer matters, I suppose, right? Also less of a... Yeah, I agree, actually, Hayden. It feels like in the past, in FM, you really did have to have beanpole centre-backs. For the most part. You could get the occasional guy that could get away with it, but they had to be elite in every other area. But we've managed to do relatively well, successful-wise, without having true beanpoles. Like, our three centre-backs in this system are 6'1", 6'1", and 5'11". I've not had to have a 6'6" Serbian man in my tactic yet. I would like one, but he's not necessary, I suppose, right? Desired number of players we've given PA. Maybe. I think you're probably right. It's like a quota that it sort of fills up, I suppose, right? Declines with new gens. Also, no, that's the sort of data I'm interested in. So if it is actually declining, then they definitely need to change the curve on that for sure. Like, and maybe it is slightly more. What I mean is that, like, anecdotally, I haven't noticed it more than I did on, say, 2024. But maybe that's just because I've got lucky, or we've just done a certain type of scouting that just happens to have resulted in that. But if the stats say that it is actually lower, then yeah, for sure. Cracked on physicals, mental goalkeeper spawn in the wrong position. Yes, we actually have one of them. It's very, very strange to see. Oh, Alvarez could be in here. Nice, nice, nice. Ball across. No, what a save from the keeper. Right, Barca have just rolled 3 changes. Christ on a bike. Attacking blow explosive. Yeah, exactly. It's not even in early stages of their careers. What save is this? This is a building a nation save with Poland. What a stop. Ironically, Coffee had a chance just like that in our last Champions League final. Montperouse! Montperouse! No! How has he missed it? That was the first shot on target, by the way, 50 minutes. And it was Coffee of all people. We should be a goal up now. You've got to be scoring that, Momper. I think he's just super tired. They just let him waltz in off the corner. That's such an unlike us play as well. Oh, well played, Coffee. Right. Oh, that was a chance, man. Players that you're pressing, yes, they are, but we have to wait a moment for it to tick over. Because unfortunately, the game won't acknowledge that they've been substituted yet. Or it might do in full match, actually. No, see, it still thinks they're on the pitch, which is really annoying. But we know they haven't, so we have to wait until it acknowledges that they're no longer on the pitch so we can actually make these changes. Right. It usually takes a couple of minutes for it to tick over. But yeah, Soltor was the guy that we were pressing as of half time, and Kano was the other guy. Basically, they've taken off the 2 players that were being really impactful for them. That was their sort of main area of threat, it seemed. But the second we can, we should probably push them in the same way. Now, there may be different... I'll actually have a look at the players that they brought on. So this is one of them, Ondoa. And it was their player up on this side here, I think. Or was it the left back? They might have shuffled someone out, actually. Oh, Barcia into the channel now for Lamine Yamal. Got bodies around him, though. That's okay. Whew. Yeah, so Cordero, I think, has moved out to left back. Scourge is so effective. That's a good point, James. It might be that the Scourge is triggering the same kind of thing. But it's like... Oh, shit. Oh, what a block from Steinbergen. Oh, he's offside anyway, but still, he got the block in. It definitely seems like it's weird though, because it is so unbelievably powerful. Like, I cannot stress enough how going from 40 players over a certain PA level to 800 is, what's that, 20 times what it should be, I suppose, keeping it the same balance. If that's, obviously it could fluctuate a bit, but, you know, there's no margin for error that would sort of allow for that to be a thing. And the thing is, I think that actually is going to be the sort of thing that could unwittingly ruin people's saves without them realizing why it's going on, I guess. Because you could just randomly turn that on because you want a bit more flavor in your save, and all of a sudden you realize that all of a sudden your save has got either really difficult or really easy because you've inadvertently signing them, or every other team has been signing them, and as a result, like, I think us winning Champions Leagues in this save from here on is going to be very, very difficult, because if you think how many of those players are just completely stacked at the top now because all of those guys have got to go somewhere. Belgium, I mean, when I tested it with Norway, it went from 0 to hello a minute. That's not a bad chance, actually. Ah, man. TSRT, thank you for the 51 months. There's coffees into the box, and that is one of the
Sick
worst
heart.
passes I've seen in ages. How are you, my friend? Coffee's actually kind of grown into the second period a little bit now. Montparouse, he's going to have to come off soon. I think probably after this play. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Yeah. Exactly. Oh, right. They've made another change. Right. Surely now we can have a little gander at this. Ah, okay, cool. So the next change they've made still doesn't get a count yet, but that's fine. So, Cordero is now playing left back, which means I think they've actually brought on... No, Cordero... So they've moved Cordero from... Changes there. Yeah, so they've got the change. Yeah, they're putting Yamal through the middle. They took off Barcia, which is surprising. Which means they put Gerrard on the right-hand side. Obviously, the pivot's changed. So Ondoa is definitely one we can go straight after. We could put him. And then Gerrard's just come on. I don't want to type mark. Oh, no, we were type marking Lamar, weren't we? Different type of play. We'll have a look at his actual profile in a minute. Guerrero's on, so they've replaced both of their pivots. Wait. No, Guerrero's right back. Sorry, never mind. They've not cut, the other pivot's still there, Romero. Okay. And do we actually make a tackle? Good question. Not that we've really taken advantage of that thus far. And Perez is also coming in there instead of Diaz, which means he needs to be marked up and weaker footed as well. So who have they brought on then? So they've got Gerrard has come on here. Okay. Set out the next year. What's that got to do with anything? Set out the next year? Who's sitting out for the next year? It's like a... What? Anyway. No one's sitting out for a year. Doing club's atmosphere. Yeah, I suppose the entire club, everyone's just learning to speak Spanish. It should pop up when you join a club now. It's like, instead of Polish, it's just like, would you like to learn Spanish perhaps? I quite like that as an option. Actually, be kind of cool. Right. So Gerard will take that. FM. I think you have to click it like that and then it stays up. No. FM. There we go. Got them in the end. So they've got a relatively diminutive right-sided winger who's only ever been used off the bench for Barcelona this season so far. Recalling players. The Balrog of recalling loan players. Oh, wrong button. Wait, I did confirm the changes, right? Or did it not? Oh, it does. Okay, cool. So Gerard's there. Then they've got Perez on here. He's also good, but he's very, very small. Very small. Doesn't play a great deal either. So they've not added any height to their front line. I hate the fact that when you go back off that, it takes you all the way back. And then Ondoa, which is the guy they've just brought on. Okay, so Ondoa can tackle. And he can pass. So why did Ondoa not play more? It's weird that he didn't even start the game. Maybe he's not technically gifted elsewhere. But I don't think that really changes a lot about what we need to do. But what we do need to do here is replace Montparouse. He's tired. He's had a bad game, unfortunately. And the options off the bench are Enrique Geisler... Or I move Polizia up. I actually think I'm going to move Polizia up for Montparouse because he does do really well in that position. Then we're going to bring on Paulo Enrique here. Well, the thing is, Polizia, despite the injury thing, it's an injection, so his actual match condition, match up is actually really decent, so he can continue to play. And he's also been playing well-ish today as well. So he's gained rating throughout the match, which is decent. Vitali, thank you very much for the follow. Belgium's... suspended for a year. You can sit out international matches for a year and have a clean slate. Okay. I'm still struggling to understand. I mean, they're out of the competition now anyway, so like, who cares? they lost. So it does sort of mitigate a lot of this stuff when that's kind of happened, right? Number 3 left wing back. We don't have one. There literally isn't a number 3 left wing back. Technically, it's Molsky in some respects, but we simply do not have a player to play there. Naeem was the guy that could kind of cover there, but obviously now with him being injured, we really don't have anyone else for that. This is only an early sub for Montperus anyway. I'm not wanting to make too many either. Yeah. Doesn't seem like a positive. Yeah, also, if it's suspended for a year, that surely doesn't mean that he's suspended for a year. That just means the ban itself is suspended for a year, right? Things in the game you can spend your wages on. People always say that, but I just don't know what that would really add to the game, to be honest. Right? Hello, EJ. How are you, my friend? We were just trying to get something to happen in this damn games. We're going to cook into this. I can feel it. At least the strikers have been doing stuff. Yeah, I think my next round of substitutions, which will be about 65, is likely to be Janishitz and probably Geisler to save it from there. Actually, I know they are. Yeah, I saw that on Instagram. That's kind of sick. Are they at home? Okay. Imagine we just score straight off this play now and it all goes to shit. But I just want to kind of get us in a position where we know what the next move's like to. Oh, go on. Oh, look at that, man. Might be the ability. I don't know. I just feel like they're never going to do that because you can tell that whenever Miles is questioned about things like that, he properly is vehemently against it. And I honestly think that if we had a choice of what I'd want them to invest development time in, managers spending their money is probably towards the very bottom of that, along with things like the number of watches your manager can wear. Two is probably enough. If I can't wear an ankle watch, what are we doing here? Frankly, nice again from Steinbergen. He's not got the best rating in today's game, but honestly, I think he's actually been quite good. You mean football manager, agent manager, perhaps? A whole arm's worth. Oh! Yeah? Like one of those people testing out different fitness devices. Oh, we've got some crazy managers knocking around in Poland. I always forget that Ousmane Dembele is still on the books, technically, as I think the assistant manager at Radomiak. He gets the job every time they do, yeah. He does like a temporary role. Yeah, Al Shankiti, I'm just leaving Al Shankiti on, I think, regardless, because he's doing well. He's not super tired, and I want to make sure that we've got the option to switch to 2 strikers by bringing Gomez on, rather than bringing Gomez on for Al Shankiti, then going behind, and then having to bring on Sharpek or something, or Neto as our 2 strikers, and leaving Al Shankiti out in the wilderness. Just don't foul them or something here. So there's Girard, and he's gone all the way back. Okay. I get the feeling that this... I mean, currently this game is very much heading towards extra time, but we have been the better side in this game, easily. Defensively exceptional, but we just need that one little moment where we can finally finish one. There we go again. I think 60 minutes, Janishit's on. I mean, Alvarez is just going to have to probably play the full however many minutes this game ends up being, right? Manager on tag. Certain actions are successfully judged by parole. What, and if the match is too far away, your assistant has to do it because you're not allowed to leave a certain zone? Yes. And they sell a peripheral for the game that vibrates every time you leave it. There needs to be more peripherals made in gaming these days. Do you remember back in the day when, like, every other game came with its own unique proprietary peripheral device where it's a fishing game. Congratulations, here's your fishing controller. Does it work with other fishing games? Oh, no. You're going to need many fishing controllers to make this work. Ah, what's that? Barbie genie bottle? Yes, please. My sister had that game. It came with like a genie bottle with it that was used to control the game in some manner. I'm not entirely sure what it did, but it existed. And I want more of that silly nonsense in gaming. Bring back that. I want press conference mode in F1 where it comes with its own table and backdrop for you. Oh, that's a great pass. Paolo's in. Or is he? Actually, to be fair, even if he's not in, he could still win us a corner or something. Oh, it's just wide from Polizia. What a block again. Barca are just throwing last-second blocks into basically every moment in this game. So many of these chances that are off target have been shots that are definitely heading in that have been deflected at the last second. Special tactics board, yes. And the game reads it like an Etch-a-Sketch, no, like a smart tablet. You draw on it and it makes the tactic for you. Yes, now we're talking. It's silly as fuck and I love it. Oh, that was gone through as well. That's going to presumably go through in a minute. Did it go through? Yes, it did. Lovely. What's the... Actually, there you go. One for you, chat. What's the dumbest peripheral you think that you could... that FM could really... Not that they actually could, but the one that is just close enough that you think, okay, fair enough, I can see that. Football boot to kick at your star player. Yeah, what about an actual chair to throw? That has like a collision sensor in it, so the harder you hit the wall with it, the more brain damage your players get. A shouting mic. What? So like the decibels on it. The louder you scream into the microphone, the more angry your manager's like intensity of the actual interaction is. Yeah. I mean, throwing the bottle is the obvious one, presumably. Oh my god, that looked like it could have been a penalty there, honestly. Yeah, because then you can berate. Think of the berating you could do. A sideline. Oh, so you get to aim the bottle as well. So the second you pick up the peripheral, it creates like a target on the screen, and then you move it around. Got to pick the player to throw it at. Like that, yes. Voice commands. Well, he'd only need one though, wouldn't he? Just do a football. Game complete. Problem solved. Kicking a football boot. What about throwing pizza? Got to keep that in the back pocket. Okay, we're just camped in Barca's half at the moment, but I do worry about the potential on the break here. What, you get bonus points with it? Oh, that's nice. Roberto again. He's working so hard for a man that can barely walk. It's a little flick on from El Shankiti. That's not going to count as a shot, is it? A credit card. It would be cool if there was an option for that. Why was Mana so high up? Because this system has overlapping centre-backs. Because it allows us to create a little bit of extra width and domination in certain areas. So Mana is particularly good at playing that role. He gets a bit further forward than Steinbergen does because he's just more suited for it. So it allows us to create those underlapping runs. We did get a really good chance off of it in the first half. Or it might have been the breakdown of a set piece, I don't know. Right, we're up to 65 minutes now. I think might be time for a next little switcheroo. Because I'm happy with the control we've got in this game, and I don't want to obviously tactics us out of doing that, because ultimately right now, if we continue the way this game's going, we will probably win it. Because we're the only team actually creating anything. But I also don't want to like reduce the quality of the team on the pitch too much by doing that, and that's going to be offside. Right, now's the perfect time to make this change then. Okay. Yeah, it'll do that, Houdini. Unfortunately, this office just absorbs heat. Plus, I have the window shut, obviously, because yeah. It's not easy. That's why I'm not wearing a full suit today. Right. Oppo instructions. I think they made... Yeah, they have made a couple more. So Perez is on... Oh, no, we're already marking him, weren't we? It was Guerrero... No, they haven't made any more subs, have they? 1, 2, 3, 4. They have made 4 subs. So who was the other one that came on? Was it the right... Who's the other player that's come on? I think it might have actually been Guerrero. Either way, they haven't made any new substitutions just yet, so that's fine. We'll leave that as it is. What I want to do, though, now is take Coffee out, get Daniel Janicic in, who's apprehensive, because of course he is, but then I feel like we need to have some fresh legs there no matter what we do. At least everybody else is motivated, with the exception of Gomez, fantastically. How's Kowalski getting on? 6.65, but he's not tired. Polizia, as good as he's been, now might be the opportunity for someone like Geisler. And then that gets those guys on the pitch, and it leaves us with 2 more subbies later for if we need to switch things up. We've got the robot, we've got strikers, and I think that's kind of good. It means that our midfield is fresher. Yeah, I think they already made those 4 subs. I just can't quite work out the other one. Oh, the tactic time. Absolutely. Why would we change, right? It's 0-0. We're dominating the game. If we switch to the other tactic, we are literally asking for trouble because Barcelona will have so much more space. This is the perfect situation for this kind of tactical setup because we can just strangle the game out of them and hope that we get the chance to win the match. We're kind of just locking it right down. A dance mat! And if you go off the dance pad, you get booked because you've gone out your technical area. I like it. 7 minutes later because the game was done. Oh, it was, wasn't it? I kind of just lost track of time after a while. I was counting each minute. Like every time we got the ball back in our possession with like Pickford, I was counting down the seconds just to see it go by in my head. Yeah, I think I've got to reserve the other subs for later. For if we do need to switch the tactic. Now, obviously, if we take the lead, things might change a little bit, and I might take Al Shankiti off for fresh legs at that point because there'd be less stuff on the line. Don't want to let them go. Yeah, but the thing is, if we switch to the other tactic, we are basically saying, hey, have a free run at our defenders constantly. And right now, we're dominating so much that there's really no reason to relinquish control unnecessarily. Still only 1 shot on target across both teams, though, after 66 minutes. That is a little bit heinous. But put that down to Barcelona just being exceptionally good in the block. Okay. And Ayapong's had to do nothing today defensively. But what he has done, I think, has been decent for his distribution and claiming crosses, which is what we wanted out of him. And Geisler's been kind of clutch today, too. Oh, sorry, not clutch today, but clutch in general. He has 10 goals this season and 0 assists. I don't know how that's even possible, considering the amount of expected assists he has. But I don't expect... Watch him get his first assist of the season and be in the cup. What a great header from Mana. It's things like that. They would be able to get into those channels so much more easily with the other tactical setup because of the 2 centre-backs. they'd just be able to ping them into those roles. Janicic, he's flicked it on as best he could. I'm worried about Daniel, admittedly. But if he does get an opportunity, he's got cracking finishing, which Coffee or Naeem do not have. That's the only metric. He's one. Who has 0 assists? Geisler. He has an expected assists of like 5 or something this year. But he has 10 goals. But has never assisted this whole year. It's very strange. Not that ultimately... Sure. Are they... What? It's happened a few times now. For good personalities. What, like a recruitment focus? I don't believe you can. I mean, you wouldn't need to, really, because you could just use the search filter instead. That would be the better way of doing it. Just literally create in the database filter if you can. Because obviously you won't be able to see all of their personalities at first unless you have them a bit more scouted. How's the team at penalties? I actually have no idea. But I also don't know if it's going to be a deciding factor in the sense that I wouldn't make my substitutions now based on it entirely unless we were in a very privileged position to be able to do so, I guess. And that's run straight out of play. Wait, how is that not out of play? That looked like he did not keep that in. Applauding him. I saw a player running onto a through ball the other day, clapping the entire way through. I love it when it just triggers the wrong animation for no apparent reason. Oh, that's bad. Underperforming even if we... No, like, it's... I think we're actually playing really, really well. It's Barcelona's last-ditch blocks and defending have pretty much done the business. Like, this is probably the best performance from us in terms of pure output, attacking-wise, stat-wise, ignoring the shots on target thing, and the defensive side of things. We've pretty much done everything right in this game so far, and that's why I'm more than happy to sort of let us continue doing it. Because I don't see, like, Barcelona have made no changes that have done anything meaningful as far as changing their attacking setup. Another half an hour of this, if we did go to extra time, I feel like we would just continue to favour us more and more and more. Because we're starting to dominate. We're getting more and more possession, even though they are still leading on that. But that number is coming down, it seems, over the course of the game. This feels like one of those attritional matches where you just need that one moment of quality, and we have the players to produce it. That is not it, though. Which means, obviously, we will lose 1-0 to Barcelona's only shot of the game on target. Don't get me wrong, that is still going to happen. But if it does, I don't think we could have done anything to prevent it at that point. Damn, but... Oh, I saw that earlier, Hayden. I couldn't actually play it on stream, though, because I wasn't logged in. And obviously it was copyright, but I couldn't even look at it myself. It does feel like a corner for... They've only had one corner as well. I do worry a little bit... Oh, there we go. What is Janicic's actual defensive attributes like? Because he's not the best tackler. That's the one thing that I worry about with Janicic, is he's not the best tackler. His marking's okay. Positioning's not great either. He's mostly on here to see if we can just get that one little opening that he can use some of his attacking strengths. Because the player he's up against is definitely better than him. We've definitely lost a bit of defensive fortitude on that side, but we had no choice. Like, Coffee was tired, and we don't have Naeem, so we had no... I'm so glad we had Janicic. Imagine if we didn't have him. We'd have nobody in that spot. The tiredness would be even worse. That's not a good pass. Maybe this is why he doesn't have any assists. That's better. Man, oh no, Alfredo. Keep the pressure on them, though. That's fine. Oh, this is getting tetchy now. Hall's record against Byrne. What is his record? Is it just basically Dan will head everything? An own goal. Oh, if we lost the Champions League final where our opponents had 0 shots on target, it's a bit like the start of the... was it that Freiburg? Yeah, the Freiburg second leg, where the game got 26 minutes into the match before a single shot was had by either side, and we were already losing at this point too. Neither team managed a single shot of any sort in that game until 25 minutes in. Great defending from Alvarez again, but he has just cleared it out of play, unfortunately. 4 or 5 times in cup games. That's pretty impressive. It might be one of those stats are skewed by other factors. I don't know. Like, did he play in all of those games, for example? One thing I haven't been focusing on as much, actually, is just that's surely offside. Yeah, it's good. Wait, really? Okay, apparently either that's not offside or he's just played advantage because we had possession of the ball, but it's not counted as a shot. I guess it must have counted as a cross. Barcelona are pushing up a bit more now, which might leave some spaces in behind for us. I'm quite impressed with the bravery of actually playing it out from there, and Enrique doesn't get the flick on. Nice again from Tobias Steinberg, and he's made so many brilliant tackles like that in this game. I'm actually tempted to save a lot of our later subs for extra time if we're heading that way. Geisler now to the byline, pulls it back. Joao Carlos, one more little shot. Can he swim it? Yes! Chat, I'm not being funny. I'm pretty certain that was a Geisler assist. I'm not even joking. I think Geisler's just got the assist on that. He's not got a single assist all season. Cuts back inside here, finds Joao Carlos. This little dip here, just to create a little bit of opening there. And it's a gorgeous finish from Joao Carlos. It's 1-0 to Wisła. Now, your move, Barca. Your move. Let's freaking go. We lead. We deserve the lead. Come on. Oh, and that is why we stick to our guns. Joao Carlos had actually been... He hasn't had a rating update yet, but he was the one player of the central midfielders, at least, outside of Polizia, that was actually offering stuff in there. Love to see it. Right now, we can just keep doing what we're doing because we're already set up to strangle the game, and now we have the lead in that same game. They'll get some space now. We'll actually have space on the counters a bit more now. Oh, go on. Steinbergen? He was very far forward there, actually. But that's okay. The other tactic would be even more aggressive, to be fair. Sava Kowalski. There is a Sava Kowalski, but he's a little bit tired. But ultimately, oh, shit, right. Oh, a shot from Barca's happened. I just don't want our sub players unnecessarily. Because if we weaken the on-pitch quality too much, even if they're fresher, we will suffer from it. We've made this mistake before in games where a player's a little bit tired, so we take them off, but then the guy we bring on in place of them, the drop in quality is too much that they're not able to sustain the quality that we need to see the game out. I think I'll wait another 5 minutes, but I probably will bring on my robot. Besides, he's going to score a banger, isn't he? That's what he does. That's surely offside against Lamine Yamal as well. Oh, what a tackle from Van Kemsika. Goodness me. Guys, we'll get to feature in a print as well. All we need now really is an absolutely monstrous goal. Like a beautiful passing move or something to cap things off. But we've deserved this win if we get it right now. We've definitely been on top here. The defence, Van Kemsika has been imperious. Steinbergen and Mana, all three of them, frankly, have been excellent in this game. They're just getting their feet in exactly when they need to. Alshenki, this is nice. Bit more of an opening now. Alvarez with Geisler inside again. Back for Hans. He's offered stuff since he came on. He runs the channels a bit more than Montparnasse does sometimes. I mean, Montparnasse's injury probably hasn't helped him there. Oh, Alshankiti a bit tight on that one. He hasn't managed to get him... here we go. Into the pocket again. Need that link up. Alshankiti's still got it. He's unstoppable, right? Janisic, just run him in there. Don't worry about actually winning the ball. Just keep him pressed in so they force it long. Now get back in front of your man, otherwise this could be a bit of a problem. Okay. There we go, nice. So this is finishing drills. Again, shots that are blocked. We can't do anything about blocked shots. Most of the best chances in this game have been blocked by defenders. They technically count as shots off target, even if the shot is going in, right? So I'm more than happy with the way we've set up in this match and the chances we've created. Right, come on. Keep the pressure on them. Oh, but we should be able to win this in the air now because they've got no one up there. Alshankiti loves a 1-2, which is weird because he doesn't even have that trait as far as I know, but he links up really well with everyone around him, and I think that's what makes him better than Gomez. Maybe he has higher teamwork. Oh, I like the idea. That was really nice. Possessions once again heading slightly more towards us still. I think that might drop towards the end of the game a little bit, which is fine. We accept that we're going to have to drop off a tiny bit, but just keep the pressure on them now. Keep getting that toe in. There we go again. Mana with the interception. And it can drive forward now, and they'll just slip into his place. Spread it out wide. Nice. Beautiful. If we don't make any silly mistakes, really, for the rest of this game, I don't see what Barca are going to be able to do to score a goal against us. They've literally created nothing in this match. 0.15 XG in 80 minutes for a team like Barcelona is surprisingly bad. Considering they're a good side as well. And they're full of Spanish Scourge players. I think we've just completely managed this nicely. Currently. Show about Alvarez not being able to... All the central midfielders have been excellent. I think... taking Barcia off was a very strange choice, especially when they didn't bring on a striker to replace him. They just moved Lamine Yamal into that role instead, who is many things, but he's way better out wide. Barcia wasn't really doing a lot himself, but he at least has the quality to make things happen. What I would also say is Hamucci still on the pitch? He is. I feel like I've barely seen him on the ball in the entire second half. It feels like every time Barca get the ball and they try to go out to this left-hand side, Janisic either gets a head on it or Steinbergen is just able to sweep in and collect the ball. They've just not been able to do what they needed to do. At a block shot. There is a block shot stat. You just can't see it in the basic one. It's here. So you see we've had 5 block shots in this game. Not all of them were on target, but I think at least 4 of them actually were really good chances. And it's made a huge difference in this game. Those 5 block shots have been big moments. There was the Montparnasse one and the Alshankiti ones especially. And Montparnasse had 2 chances like that, didn't he? Right, so he's gone long again. So this is where they're trying to presumably find Hamucci. But again, just great defending from Janisic. Gets the touch on it, deflects it through Rayapong, and we're good again. Yeah, we've literally just strangled Barca. The only openings they've had was, I think, one clipped header. That's a lovely pass for Janicic. Oh, I like the idea. I like the idea. I still think if they are going to get us, it is going to be because Hamucci is up against Janicic. And he will get past him one of these times because Janicic doesn't have the tackling ability. But I have faith in Tobias Steinbergen that he will be good enough to cover over for his teammate anyway because of the back five. He can sort of push out wider a little bit now because we've, with 3 centre-backs, he doesn't have to sit as narrow. That's a lovely pass from Janicic. He's so much better going forward than he is defensively, which is why we're here after all. Okay, the link-up's good. Right, just got to get that ball in the box now. Alvarez has still got the... Oh, look at the energy from Alvarez. I think 85 minutes, I'll make 2 more subs because we might as well use them at that point because if we do go to extra time, then we've got one more anyway. And Marobot will probably be one of those 2 subs for Kowalski because Kowalski's rating is just starting to drop off a little bit now, presumably as the tiredness has now reached a peak, perhaps with him. Inability to see opposition ratings in full match. Yeah, there's just a lot of things about it that I think need to be switched, need to be changed. Alvarez, there's no point in taking Alvarez off. We haven't got anyone to bring on for Alvarez, so he's going to have to see the match out regardless. John is the starter there, and obviously he's gone, so Alvarez is just going to have to play it no matter what we do. It's unfortunate, but oh my god. Let it go out of play. Garbs, thank you very much for the 9 months as well. That is super duper nice of you. You come at a very good time. We are 7 minutes away. Let's go. That's a new manager. It's never happening, Garbs, from what I've been told. The angry face. Yeah, but it is what it is. There's nothing I can say to them at 1-0 that's going to do anything positive, so we just have to leave it. Okay, I might set up the substitution now, because by the time we actually make it, it's going to be where I want. Yeah, Kowalski's rating's starting to drop up a lot. I mean, this is the thing. Taking off a player of this kind of quality is just really, really difficult when the only option that really is the robot. He's actually 3-star these days, in fairness. Okay. Ayapong he still has his moments, but I do feel he's slightly more reliable. Gomez for Al Shankiti. The thing is, Al Shankiti's not even that tired. One sec, because you can't actually see. He's surprisingly well. The reason I don't know if I want to bring on Gomez for Al Shankiti is because if we do concede and then find ourselves chasing a game in extra time somehow, we'd have to then guarantee the use of our sub for that situation. Wow. So our only bench options are these guys. Volminski's obviously not one of them. Kukonda, Molsky will not do what we need to do here. Drow off. Problem with Drow off is there's nobody really other than Molsky to come on, and I just don't trust him in this moment for us. I actually think that I might just use that one sub and keep the other one in the back pocket because again, I don't want to weaken the squad too much on the pitch. I think Kowalski's dropping rating and Murabit could definitely offer something, but the others I think have done just enough that I think I'm happy to just make the 4 subs. Both tied on the same side. Maybe, but I don't think anything we do there is going to make a difference other than make us worse. Like, they are definitely tired on that side, but they haven't really shown any reason. Usually because of stoppage. Which stoppage? No stoppage time left, though. Well, if it goes for extra time, then you get an extra sub anyway, don't you? What a tackle from Janic. I mean, it doesn't count anymore anyway, but... Oh, dear. Or do you not get an extra stoppage for that sub? I'm pretty certain if you go to extra time, you can make that extra sub if you've already used all your stoppages, surely, because how else would you benefit from that? But Enrique, back post for Alvarez. I tell you what, if you could knock this down... Oh! Several tackling. Yeah, he's actually shown up today, to be honest. Like, really, really shown up. And again, I mean, that's a brilliant tactical foul. Getting booked. They've just brought a guy called Calm. Okay, I must go and look at this guy. They've just brought on a player whose name is Calm. Is that his actual just full-on name? Juan Miquel Calm. It's a right back. Oh, is that, they do want a right back. Who knows? Unfortunately, Gornik did lose. They led the game, but they did lose. Unfortunately, 2-1 in the end. Girona were just better. So there's Calm. Well, swapping Joao and Paolo. Honestly, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I don't want to make any changes. We're playing well. It seems needless to make any changes to the team as we're currently playing. Like, they've shown no signs that it's actually affecting them in negative ways. Seems unnecessary to make those changes. Hello, Spicy. We're very good because we are 4 minutes away from, at least plus stoppage time, from a Champions League win. Finally. Oh. Imagine if we kept them to 0 shots on target in the entire game. Ayapong picks it up and... Ooh, okay. Don't know if I want to go to time wasting just yet, potentially. It's quite. I was looking to think what attribute would a player called Calm have, and you're right. Composure and decisions would be quite high in theory. Lucky Charm, you got it. Peter Eck. I'm going to have you in for every single one of them just in case. Love to have you here anyway. I appreciate nevertheless, I appreciate you. Words. Starting save. I mean, have you considered Fulham? Oh, that's a good clearance from Von Kamsiker again. We need a big header at the back post, and we get it. Not just a big header. That is an unbelievable clearance. That's actually found one of our players. Oh, guys that could just run with the ball now. Go on, Hans. Another assist for him. He's actually done really well in just holding the play up there. Oh, into the box. There was an option there. Joao Carlos. Look at the players in space here. He's surely going to find... Go on, Alvaro. Have a shot. Oh, it's a... Not really who you want on that, but ultimately a shot's a shot. And it counts as a shot on target. Things you love to see. Because if we're down their end, then they're not at our end. Pro tips. This is the sort of biting tactical analysis you're going to get from me at this point. Over them as well. Oh, I bet. You must be feeling a lot better about Belgium's chances now, just from where it was to where it is. They seem to be looking a lot better in general. Everyone's build a nation with Fulham. Just going to try and build the nation of Fulham and Hammersmith very specifically. Building a borough, we'll call it. I'm just going to work on infrastructure projects the entire time, which will all go over budget. Let's go. And again, oh, my rabbit's in there, but that's okay. Steinbergen again. They've all gained ratings. Steinbergen's up to a 6.8, but he's right on the verge of a 6.9 as well. Alvarez gets it again. Use that channel. Geisler's running a lot of the channel on this side too, which I think is taking a bit of the pressure off of Joao Carlos. Oh, he's all the way through. Oh my God, how has that not gone in? They should have got to the rebound there. We've now got a corner as well. We've been so good in this game. Like, this is absolutely brilliant from us. This is definitely the best performance we've had in a Champions League final this entire save. Like, the Arsenal game was an absolute madhouse, which obviously was just us throwing everything at it. Completely out of control. Absolute... What the fuck is he doing? Please, somebody go over towards him. Oh, no. They're going to score a long-range goal now. I was like, oh, no. Okay, we've actually done a very good job at shutting that... Barcelona should have done much better with that breakaway there. They had a genuine chance to... I think our defenders got a bit out of shape there because of the set piece. Get across to it. Well played, Alfredo. Oh, yeah. I think the fact that he cuts back inside is what does him. I think if he just drives forward there, he could probably get something going. Right, 3.5 minutes now. Oh, Jose Alvarez. He's going over for Janicic, who's got good header. Right, now keep back. Just go after Hamucci. Don't let him run all the way through. That's better. Let him cut back inside. He's less dangerous that way. Oh, they usually win, generally, but not always. Jesus, that is a really nice pass. It's not a really nice pass. It's gone out of play, and we can kill another 10-15 seconds of this. Take your time, Mr. Agapong. Take your time, my friend. I don't think anybody's been bad in this game. Honestly. Everybody's played their role in this. Honestly, the only player that's not had the best day out there was Montparnasse. And he should have done. We created the chances from Montparnasse, but I wouldn't, he is only half fit, so I'll give him a little bit of a let off on that one. But Polizia, I think he did very well considering he was literally playing through the pain barrier. It's superb. Mana's now on a 7.1 as well. Isn't it just... I think he does have a habit of missing chances like that sometimes, but the fact that we've done this without a lot of first teamers, like we've had no Naeem, we had a half-fit Montparnasse, we've had no Olafemi John. Like, obviously Barca are missing players too, including their first choice keeper, but it's not like their keeper's had a lot to do in this game, to be fair. He made a couple of saves, but great work from Paulo Enrique covering over there too. Just drive it into the channel, mate. It's got Janicic. See it out. Steinberg is very high up the pitch here. I would hope if we weren't... I don't want us to lose it on this play. If we're going to lose the ball, it better be because we've had a shot. We're just camped at the edge of their box now. Janicic is into the box now. This is what we were looking for, and it's a good save from the keeper. That should potentially be allowed... That might just allow us to see this out at this stage. Like, we've got 30 seconds here. I've never seen us put on such a defensive display. This is outrageous from us. Flicked away, and it's another corner. Is he going to keep it in? Why are you doing that? Unless it was our header, in fairness. Tobias Steinberg. Imagine Steiney scores now. Just hold it in their box. 20 seconds with the ball just in their box. Joao Carlos, he's still got it. Go on, Joao. Show him who's boss. Just hold the ball. Just keep playing the ball around now. He's still got it. Okay, that was bad. But they've got the ball back. But surely this is it. Yes! What? I assume that's the end of the game. Come on. Barcelona 0, Wisła Kraków 1. We finally get our second Champions League win of the save, and that one felt good. Holy shit, that one felt fantastic, to be honest. That was the kind of... Yes. Holy Christ. Yeah, we get that for a clip, actually, as well. Bloody hell. The tracksuits are abominations. Let's all be very clear about that. But it doesn't matter, because Montpellier lifting the trophy... Oh, it's easy lifting the trophy there. Deserved. We managed that game perfectly. From start to finish, they just did not have a chance in this game. The centre-backs, I think, will definitely get bumped up to the point where one of them may end up getting man of the match, potentially. Because I think Mana was already on a 7.1, and he only got pushed to a 7.4 in the end. Mana does get man of the match. Sorry, not Mana. João Carlos with a 7.4. Only made 4 subs, and I'm glad. I think we made the right decision, substitutions-wise. We definitely started to look at that. As the game wore on, Barcelona got worse, basically. Yamal played dreadfully. I don't really blame him for that, because they moved him to playing as a striker, and that's not where he was at his best. I think they got worse the second they took Barcia off and brought on Gerrard at right side and put Yamal through the middle. Hamucci, who had a goodish first half as well, and Gerrard with a 6.3, they just tanked their wide areas. That was fantastic. That's our second Champions League, but it's the first one that feels completely legit, because obviously the Spanish Scourge stuff affected the first one. I was so impressed with Janicic coming off the bench in that game. He did very, very good. Palmer and Karma? They've got cold Palmer and cold... No, it doesn't work. With Mobber this season, he still has quite good numbers, but remember, he's been injured twice. And his minutes are much lower than everybody else's. He missed about 3 months of the season in the first half of the year, came back from injury, was better, and then got injured again. So there is that element of things. Fair play, lads. Well done. I was about to yell at them there. That would have been really, really stupid of me. Wait. Make sure you don't become complacent results. Shit. They just won a Champions League and I'm saying don't become complacent. I thought I was clicking on the other one. Fair. That is... Wow, Carlos, what a hero. And the fact that Geisler got his first assist of the season in the Champions League final. God, I'm so sweaty now. It's actually absurd. We're at 32 fucking degrees in this room now. That'll be good for coefficient as well. Pay points out, of course. Yes, I forgot we did the prediction right before that. Let me just check the prediction outcome. We're 60-40. Fair. Some believers. We're in the Champions League final. You're damn fucking right we are. Yeah, I may have to vest it up, honestly. In fact, yeah, I'm going to have a quick wee break, vest it up, and then we'll just banter about for the rest of the for the next couple of minutes. Right, back in a second, friends, because I want to see what the coefficient's done for that at this point. Oh, dear. Back in a moment. And... you know what, chat? Fair play for getting as many of that in what felt like a much shorter break, to be honest. Adam and Inferno. Oh, the gap closes ever closer. Down to just 2 points now. And you've still got time with the rest of the World Cup that we've got on our hands here, my friends. Holy shit. Right. And I'm back. Oh, dear me. Just even peeling that shirt off was difficult, bro. The heat is absurd. I noticed how I left the room and the heat actually went down slightly. What can I say? I bring that kind of funk to these parts. Champions League. But just do this and we'll check the coefficients because we definitely stripping on stream. I mean, you've got to think about TOS, J-Tux, right? Oh, if I bet it is. Yeah, around here, Norwich is even worse. Every time I look at the map, like the local area, I always see Norwich is like a degree or two hotter. So I really like Norwich too. Pog and I went shopping there just after Christmas and it was actually lovely, which means it's changed a lot from when I last went to Norwich before that. Oh, Christ. 17. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, it's... Well, you can see how hot it is in this room. It's obviously not as hot as that outside. So Polizzi is going to be out for actually only 3 weeks. He got through like 60 minutes with a groin strain. My guy. That means we also have finalised stats as well for the season, which means Alshan Kiti finishes on 51 goals, which is the same. Geisler, 1 assist. He actually only got 4.2 assists overall, but look at his minutes. And this is the thing with Montparnasse. He did play 3,000 minutes, 15 goals, 9 assists. A little bit lower on the assists. He should have had more goals this year, in fairness. He had the second most XG of anyone on the team, so he's a bit of a down year from the Mompa, to be fair. And I would have expected more, but he got through a lot of minutes considering his injury record this year. He missed quite a few games. He must have basically played every game he was available for. I mean, his numbers are still exceptional for us over time when you think about it. He's not had a season in the league where he scored less than double digits. One time he had, once. Just type of run. Yeah, I was thinking about going for a run after stream as well, because I didn't go for a run this morning. Yeah, he definitely... It was in Europe, actually, wasn't it? You're right. That's where he really let us down, was in Europe. But, you know, you can't do anything else. Petitionise, I don't actually know Inferno. I don't really know what it was like before, to be honest. The squad is definitely aging up a little bit as well. Like, when you look at our best players ability-wise, Alshan Kiti's still there, but we've got... They're only in their late 20s, and there's a few coming through. Jerzy Kowalski's only 20. It's this sort of core of guys that are starting to head towards the 30 point. But that's okay, because... Goalkeeper can go forever. He's a centre-back. There's plenty of time there. Carlos and Paolo Enrique. Those are the two that might have us not sailed soon, but we could get big money for one of these guys at some point in the future, I think, and bring through someone else into that position, perhaps. Oh. Travel cost 600k. Oh my god, yeah, I forgot that FM's quite good at managing that. Yeah, who actually got less than a green rating this season that played a lot of minutes? Van Kemsiker, actually. Ayapong, because he's the keeper. Geisler got a little bit of a low one. Naeem, I think, is 28 or 29. Let me just hide the... Sorry, not hide. Show the unavailables. Who's our oldest player out of interest? We only have one player that's 30. So Naeem is 29. That sort of core of dudes. Like, two of our best players are definitely slightly older. I mean, they're not old, are they? Let's be honest. Oh, that's fine. And, like, 14 natural fitness with Naeem. So... I think we'll get a decent amount of longevity out of him. What was Montparouse's natural fitness out of interest? 16. So he'll go for a while as well. Those guys are not going anywhere anytime soon. And it does at least feel like... Naeem Sanford is very young, I think. Might have been 18. Was he really a second season signing? God damn. 260 games in the league for us. And he's got 96 assists in the league. That's insane. Wearing less clothes, I had to enforce it. It was getting absolutely ridiculous, man. I sweat so much. I went and put some deodorant on too, because I was just like, no, we need to do that. Sell all the players getting off a bit. It sort of defeats the point, doesn't it? Because if we sell our team, we will simply be worse. Pretty much. Yeah, so technically he was a Spanish Scourge player, but we gave ourselves one guy that we were allowed to keep hold of. Oh, was that third season? Oh yeah, because he's a new gen, isn't he? So there's that. Oh dear. But the thing is, of the best players, we still have some youth in there too. Like, Alshan Kiti's only 23. Jerzy Kowalski's only 20. We've got... Neto doesn't really count, although he's actually gaining CA. Steinbergen as well. Highest CA in the squad. Well, I mean, these are the highest CA. I don't know if that's actually the highest CA, but nevertheless, that's what the game thinks their highest CA is. Sharpek's still here as well at 18. Janicic is only 20. Marobot is only 23. There's definitely a core here that is ready to come through. And sort of have started knocking on the door a little bit this season, which is pretty good. Yeah, Jerzy was from our intake. He's by far, he and Steinbergen are sort of the pride and joy of Polish football, for us at least. God, the fact that he's 4... Look at the value on Jersey. 120 million minimum fee now. Yeah, I think that happens in most of the Building a Nation saves when you get that first core that starts to fade away. Yes, Neto's stars from a CA standpoint have improved, which is good. You might mean that there's still a little bit more in the tank for him because he's a solid player. And as a rotation option, he's perfect for the role because he's not on stupid money. He's happy to be an emergency backup, which is batshit. Sleepy, thank you very much for the follow. Arblow confirmed. This is a picture of Willian. Fuck's sake. I'm far too easy on these things. I think Obradovic technically was the first to go, although he did score against the Polish side in Europe this season as well. Who's our top assister? Was it Al Shankiti again? Yeah, it was. And Olufemi John as well is 28. So there's definitely... We will need... How old's Alvarez? 27? We will need to find those guys, because I'm not sure about Janishic's actual ceiling at the moment. I think he's good, but I don't know if he'll ever be able to go to the same level as the other guys. So that would definitely be something to look out for. What we do need, though, in the summer is a left wing back, because John's not going to be back until the other side of Christmas, most likely, and Alvarez cannot do it on his own. I think the best way to look at the loan players is actually just to go to the second team. Actually, no, just turn them all on here, and then just turn off this bit, so we can see who's actually good out on loan that isn't actually currently here. So you can see that, as far as loanees go, we've got a little gaggle of guys here who are a little bit younger. So like Jakub Akbash, who there is a chance comes back this summer. Let me just check his contract. Loan club. Yes, so he's out of contract this summer. Sorry, out of loan contract this summer. And with Radomir not playing in Europe next year, he may not want to come back. Sorry, he may want to come back. So there's a chance that Akbash returns. Now, not that he's a left-back option, but he is another good centre-back, despite his heading ability. He's a fucking great player at 23. So he's good. Strong left foot, yeah, but he's not great as far as... His crossing's okay. I mean, there are worse things to do. The problem is, even though he's got a really good left foot, I find that if they've got a stronger right foot, they will just constantly cut back inside on it, no matter what we do. It's really quite frustrating. Hello, HP. Okay, no worries. HP, if you could tag me in Discord in the stream chat or something, just so I remember to send it over to you later, because it would be quite a large file, but I can absolutely do that for you. Okay. And then you've got Jorge Cabezas, who is just an exceptionally good central midfielder. Just truly outrageous. Thumbs up everyone. Barca didn't have a shot on target in the entire game. Skip. Oh, my apologies. You know what? I'm going to leave it on. It's got a bit of a nice vibe. I'm going to leave it on. This is how we discover things, right? And then obviously Sikiru, who's a ridiculously good centre-back. We did win the Champions League, yes. Geisler set up Joao Carlos with a late goal for us. We battered them. Couldn't get enough shots on target, but they created nothing. They literally had no chances that were even noteworthy in the entire match. No shots on target, no nothing. Hal Hassan Sikiru is a ridiculously good footballer. He's got another year on his loan as well. Cabezas get injured. I think he did, yes. I believe he had a mid-season injury. I can't remember how to see it, but yeah, he's a fantastic player. Oh, Sikiru is that good, yeah, for sure, which is why he's so useful having him out on Legia. That's a goalkeeper, ironically. Doesn't like big matches, though, which is definitely not something we want in our team. He's great to have around, though. He's a great keeper. And then we've got Kiros, who is actually leaving this summer, unfortunately, because I couldn't afford to sign him to a new contract as a loan farm player because he wanted stupid money, like £80,000 a week. And we simply didn't have the cash on hand right now, which means, unfortunately, he's going to Real Madrid. So that is, if anything, is a reason why Akbash might end up staying there, because they have a load of centre-backs. Then we've got... I completely forgot about Jediva. Unfortunately, the problem with Jediva, yet again, is that he's another centre-back that doesn't have that height. And we just don't... All of our centre-backs are really techie and great, but none of them are like proper aerial beasts outside of the ones that are on loan, unfortunately. Pablo Valero, he's 29. How long has he been out there now? Jesus Christ, that's what, 9 years on loan at Jagiellonia? He's sort of a left... Well, it's too late for him now, really. Not be good for our first team. Well, yeah, but he doesn't play for our first team. He's literally joining Real Madrid. So, we don't have a say in whether he's in our first team or not, because he literally has signed a contract with Real Madrid. But yeah, he's a good player, and hasn't played that much for... Why hasn't he played that much this season for them? Maybe he had an injury. That's really weird. We do have a lot of players in that sort of mould there as well. They have a lot of them. Hernandovski's also at... Actually, Hernandovski is kind of the tall boy, isn't he? So if there's anybody in the second team who might improve with the first team football rather than buying somebody to find an unexpected gem, which player are you referring to? Like, there isn't a player that exists that is that player, because if there were, they would have already been in the... Basically, anyone that's like crazy good in the second team that doesn't get a loan, and I think I can actually get some football out of, I will just bring up to the first teams, which is kind of what we've already done. I can show you the second team in a minute to prove that point, but that player doesn't exist, because if they did, we'd already be playing them for the most part. Sometimes they come back from loan, and then they're great for that kind of thing, but that player doesn't really exist. Gutierrez is good. Don't really need him right now, but that's good to see that there's a future for here as well, because he's another 23-year-old, which is nice. And then, start to get further down. Stig is fun. Right wing back for Stiggy? He's a little bit Janishit's coded. Be probably a bit of a waste of his potential in many ways, but I do quite like the fact that he's become as good as he... 12 caps for Norway as well, bro. Is really decent. Time injured. Yeah. Probably not. I mean, to be fair, it does... Radomiak do have 1, 2, 3, 4 centre-backs on loan from us, I think. This guy also is on loan there. So they have quite a few, which might be the reason. I don't know why they keep taking them as much. Kuroma might end up coming back again, actually, which is fine if he does. And then we've got Leo. Leo is one I'm really intrigued by. He's another one of these sort of younger DM guys that plays really well, gets a lot of minutes for Arca, and you can see that he's got reasonable numbers, still relatively young for the most part. It's good that we've kind of got these guys out there, because at some point one of them's going to come back. They always do. Ivan Santos was the centre-back that was absolutely terrible in the Champions League final 2 years ago. So he seems to have redeemed himself a little bit this season playing for Motor. Maybe he just needed a bit of football to sort of develop a little bit more, because he's a much better looking player now than he was back when he played for us, which was appallingly. Wait, was it last season? Lutumba Monga, being as good as he is great. He unfortunately hates big matches, which kind of puts a limit on what we can do with him. But it's great to have there. Julio Cesar is another kind of Hans Geisler type of beat. But look at the state of Julio Cesar. He's only 24, though. So he may end up coming back, although they did get into the Europa League, so that might be a tough ask as well. Although there is a chance, because his loan will be up this summer because of the fact that it's only a 1-year extension at that point. Yeah, he wasn't ready. He was thrown into a situation where there's nothing he could do. Tizone, the problem with Tizone is he's got a very, very high wage, and he's also injured. And on loan at River Plate, and he will be back this summer in fairness, because he's on loan at River Plate. But we have to think about the wage on him, which is a bit of a problem, because he did get an Argentina cap out of nowhere. Then Chirivi as well. I'd forgot about Chirivi, but he's also at Radomiak, kind of just doing things. Kota Abe is... The numbers he puts up on loan are absurd. He's such a useful striker that probably wouldn't suit our style of play with his physicals. He's more of a tall boy, and it shows. Only 11 goals for Japan. I'm surprised. He's regularly... I mean, he's had a bit of a lower season this year, actually, with 10. But last year it was 21. Year before that, 18. He's just great. How did the finals go? They lost the Conference League final, unfortunately, 2-1 after going ahead. But we did win the Champions League final, which is the main thing. Yeah, we heard that Rangers were in for Jens Hurtadal. He'll be a fun-ass player. I'm so excited for him to come to the UK in general. It would be so sick. Samuel Corrupt. He's just kind of... I think he's about as good as he's ever going to be, obviously. But he's just good enough. Might be a sell. Oh, yeah. The thing is with Tizone, the thing I don't like is the fact that he's not actually worth that much, which is odd. Considering he's a really good player in Argentinian international, he doesn't actually have a high value for some reason. Maybe he's not actually as good as we think he is. Marabese, he's absurd. He is so good. Probably should be scoring more goals than he is, actually. Final coefficient was, we haven't actually checked on that one just yet, but we're about to. Mr. Xylophone, Saeed Shokri, who is a right wing back, but you notice how we haven't seen basically any proper left wing backs down here. In fact, let me just try and search this, see if we can find the best sort of left wing back that is even in the loan farm at all. So those are right wing back. Oh my god, do you see what I mean? Look how much that is right wing back dominated, unless it's further along. There's a few in here. Obino, Damashevich, John, of course. Berntsen. It's a lot more disparate for some reason, because we just seem to be finding way more right-sided left-backs. There's a couple here. Martinez. But you can see the quality levels of them are just not where they would need to be to make any kind of impact, unfortunately. We just go a bit further in case there's any ones that do have it, like Mrozek, Grech. We're going to need to sign someone for that in the first team in the summer for sure. Oh, my apologies. It's because that's an album. You can't play albums, just songs. Spotify will reject it otherwise. Yeah, I think it might be... Well, Radomiak definitely underperformed their XG. That much we do know. It must be other players in their team. And I don't know if they had Mabwati this year either, which potentially is a factor. Let me just check the coefficient so we can finally see where we finished on that. Then we'll swing back around. Because I do want to have a look in the B team just to sort of prove the point I was on about. Right. Okay. 20.8. God, you really don't get much for that win, do you? 20.821. We nearly got as many points as the season we were losing, to be fair. Which was, I'm assuming, a season that other Polish sides must have done something. We're still behind France, but we get to gain 5 points on them from the very beginning of next season without doing anything, which is good. So if we have another kind of season like this compared to what France did, we would go back above them into 4th place again. I just want to be putting down 20 after 20 now. Try to catch that up, because then we can get to the 100 points. England had an absolutely dominant year again, unfortunately, but Spain still managed to get the gap down to 11 points. England were 42 clear at one point, so it's definitely coming down, provided England don't have more of those 29-point seasons, unfortunately, which kind of sucks. But we're still miles clear of Italy, who kind of shut the bed a bit this year. They're just doing bits. So that's okay. I'm content with how we did there. We just need more Polish sides to go deeper. The biggest issue we had this year was the lack of Polish sides qualifying deep in the Champions League, unfortunately. That really did cost us. So yeah, Vampire is in the save. He does exist. We actually had him on trial this season at one point as well. I think I actually showed him in the recap video too. But there he is. He's there's no other players called that in the save, but we do have the real guy. Still only 29 actually, which means he must be really young at the start of the save. But that is the fella. His real name, of course, is Ibrahima Dione. Fair enough. New player. Oh, new player FM, of course. Yes. That could actually happen because. Oh my god, there's loads. We do. There's. Well, 3 of them are actually players. One of them is not even a player. It's a physio, hilariously. New player FM. All in Denmark. Oh no, Sparta Rotterdam is the Netherlands. And that's also not Denmark. That's Belgium. Enjoy new player Fem Karil. Or Karel, I guess. And her good friend, new player Fem Nechipolu of Genk. Lastly, the third sister, new player Fem Van Eno. God, even the surname's great. That's a new bug. It's apparently a glitch. Someone pointed it out earlier, and that exists a bit like the player whose age was like number #year1 or some bollocks. Oh, dearie me. That's good to know that that's another thing in the game. Why has the music seemingly stopped? Oh, it has stopped. That's weird. It just randomly stopped at the end of the song. So Radomiak, where did they come 10th in the end? Seemed decent. She's probably pretty good. Can't play for the men's side, unfortunately, though. No matter how hard we try and bend the rules, she will struggle to get into the men's team here. So their XG... Marabesi was pretty close. Hayatu definitely underperformed a little bit, left a bit on the table. Niakate, who's normally very good for them, didn't do very well either. Pazos struggled. Benjamin struggled. It was sort of spread across the team, but especially in the likes of Niakate, Pazos, which is a shame because he's a really good player, and especially this Benjamin lad. Like, that's... Doesn't like big matches, but that probably would have only worked for them in Europe, and they weren't, of course, playing in Europe. Well, the Irish champion is Lana as well. Sorry, Lana? Played a European Cup. It's strange, isn't it? It's a bit like how when the World Cup started, we had like Spanish second division playoffs were still going way on at that time. Contract expiring. I mean, I can use the search, but you know how much I hate doing it. Although if there's a crazy good left back in there, suddenly that changes everything. I want high rep freebies. We do know about some of them. Imagine if this guy actually was a left back. What I might just temporarily do, just add a position column here, just so we can get an idea of where these guys actually play. Because a lot of them will be regens. In fact, they're probably all regens at this point. Any left backs in there? Or rather, left... Oh, it's Milos Kirkesh. Hello, Justin Devaney. Not quite there. We did Mushroom Man. Yes, we managed to win in the end, thank God. That's a left-sided... Could he play left back? No. Very good player. Obviously, huge wages, sadly. Those are Man United dudes. And these are guys just we know about, to be fair. There could be other players further down. Let me just see if there are any that we have no scouting knowledge of, potentially. Left back there is Justin Devaney. We did play the final, yes. And we won, thankfully. Let's just look at left backs in general. Marseille, these are all real players, unfortunately. Very old real players, largely. Now, bear in mind, this is based on rep, so there could still be some players that are good. They just might not be higher rep yet, because Polizia probably didn't have the highest rep. He'd never had international appearances or anything like that. He was just a good player. So there may be some more available. Scott Galvin, you say? Roy's long-lost brother, I suppose. So he's there. The balance would be... we actually don't know our budgets yet. In fact, I think I have to hit... Just wing back left. Or we could, but I mean, if they weren't appearing on that screen, then it's not going to show a new player that wasn't showing before. That's really just these three here, none of whom I have any desire to sign because they're all ancient and will have definitely lost a yard or two of pace. And wow, Kirkish's attributes are not... I mean, he's 35. I'll let him off there. We need... To find a Polizia type... I mean, so what we could do is drop the age down to like that, then turn off the reputation thing, or turn it down to like fairly good. So it opens it up a bit. What the fuck? Hang on. How's that even less? Decent? Did I do it the wrong way? I might have done. There's a few potentials in here, but I mean, look at the clubs they're playing for. They're likely not going to be the type of players that we could realistically go after. There's a guy at Juve who's 22, who's free transferring them. We could do, actually. Yeah, good point. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, if we do competent, that would at least allow us to cover the bases on that. That's more like it. Let's see if there are any high rep guys now. We've got that. Ah, okay. Wolfsburg. Barca. And a contract. It's tough because we haven't got the scouting knowledge of them at the moment. Slovenian goalie at City. I mean, yeah, but the thing is, we're not looking for a goalie, are we? We have a goalie. Any goalie I sign would just be a guy to not play for us, I suppose. Kirkisdal, I think he is, yeah. Doku's pretty young. We don't even know our budgets for next. Not that we need budgets for freebies, of course. There's Ashley Crow here. Another Barca guy further down called Roman, who's 25. Well, it can't hurt to scout some of these guys from the bigger sides, for sure. Because we've got the time. Because bear in mind, it's still only the 28th of May, which means there is a bit of a gap before these contracts actually expire. This guy's playing for a lower league side, which means he's probably Spanish Scourge, to be fairness. Real Betis guy, Francisco Perez. No, I do not like what I see. I want to see lots of blue on them at least. What I could do is try a different view for once. Oh my god, I do have wingback. There we go. That's more like it. Now we can just look at attributes a bit more. See if any massive ones stand out. Because what do we want? We want crossing is really good. We want kind of pace as well. Who can cross? Like Roman's sticking out really nicely there. This guy here as well, who sounds... He's Polish. Oh no, we can't be signing him. Though he's going on a free transfer, which is weird. But he's one about the Polish side, which is fine. You're quite good. Italian man. Stefano Bertoletti from Peru. Maybe not. We know enough about them, apart from this guy here. Not a lot of crossing ability on those guys. Who's got really good dribbling? Not these guys. Roman certainly seems like one of the ones that's sticking his head above the parapet enough. That guy's kind of intriguing. Anders back. You can sort of tell pretty quickly if they're... He's a bit younger. No, he's 27 actually. If they're 27 and they're still playing in Denmark, the likelihood is they're probably not that great. There's actually Fuster here at Tranmere. Okay. Hello, the Beast. Basically everything, really. We won the Champions League, which is the most important thing. Back to play left wing too. He can, but I don't think I'd want to sign him for that role. Oscar. This guy here. Oh, yeah, actually, he's quite nice across the board, isn't he? Wanted by Al Sadd, listed for £2 million. Oh, that's the other Barcelona guy. So both of the Barca guys are intriguing. No finishing ability, so he would definitely suck as far as the actual scoring of chances. But Gorny, unfortunately, Gorny lost 2-1. They took the lead and then went behind, sadly. They didn't deserve the win. Norsis. Where was Norsis? Or was that because when I had it set on crossing was Norsis showing up? Because that might imply that he's dribbling his ass. But maybe if I go a bit further. Hang on, let me just get rid of the bottom part here so we can see more players. Yeah, Roman is... 25 is a nice little age range as well. It's not over the top. He's not too old. Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, we're not interested in bodies, though. We were interested in a player that would actually make a difference if they're available. Like, I'm happy to go and sign... They don't have to be a free. We can sign a permanent transfer for this role. Like a proper paid transfer. We should have the money to do so. But obviously, if a free is available, then you can go after him as well. Norsis. Oh, this guy. Narcis Aspar. I mean, he's playing in the second tier of Spain at 27 years old. I'm going to scout him, but he's almost certainly not good enough to play for us in the Champions League at the high end. He just has a couple of... He's probably on the lowest end of all of those, like, attributes. That guy... A lot of very nice physicals in these guys. Because this is actually separated into technicals, mentals, and physicals. So if you read across, it is left to right, just like it is in the actual player profiles. Which is why I designed it that way. Francisco Perez? Oh, that's the Real Betis guy from before, isn't it? What else would I want from them in that role? I guess someone with good tackling could probably help. If we can find a guy who's got good tackling on top, like Roman, he's just very good, isn't he? There's this guy here, Merjim Gega. I mean, he's the Wolfsburg fella, 28. I like Roman. He's the one that stands out the most to me. He's listed for 300 grand. I think he might be worth signing anyway. Even if he's not the guy, you know. Finishing's ass. But he can pass, he can tackle, he's got reasonably good physicals from what I can see. Not the shortest either. Good left foot. Great crossing ability. I like him. Like, he's not on a giant wage. Mentals are not too bad. He looks reasonable enough. And if he's a free transfer, then it's not the end of the world. Where was he born? Is he a La Masia? Roman Balaños is the man. Now, he may want a dumb wage. So, for me, wage-wise, he needs to come in around the high 30s, mid-40s type wage. Basically, Pulisic coded. If he starts coming in with 60, 70k, that's not acceptable because he will then... And his playing time will matter. You can even cook a little bit of left wing back. Not that it matters because we don't have that role, but it shows that he's got a bit of attackingness to him. I would imagine he probably can play this role. It's just that because he's not scouted, the game doesn't show it all. Let's have a look. Let's see what his agent says. It probably means that he's on the lower end of some of these.
Fun fact. Voltaire contracted syphilis.
Well, the new tactic. You're right. Of course. Yes. Good point. Very good point. And that does matter for in possession, in fairness. Small Bear. Thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, no, I forgot about that. I mean, I could try and knock it down even further. Oh, yeah. For those kind of prices, it'd be rude not to. Same ideas. Have you considered Fulham as an option? Great natural fitness too, which means we'll get longevity. He's got great acceleration. He's very aggressive too, which is kind of nice. No traits. 6 foot tall. Okay. I mean, I'll pay the fee. I mean, I actually might just buy him off of them instead of getting him on a free transfer. No flair, though. He's a bit low flair, but to be fair, having a guy who's a bit more no-nonsense, not the end of the world. His dribbling isn't spectacular either, but he can pass a ball. So maybe he operates less of a kind of techie dude, more of a guy who's got the vision to make things happen. His vision is kind of mid as well, in fairness. Small Bear, wow, thank you very much for the prime as well. That's very kind of you, sir. You really don't have to do that, but I do appreciate that, friend. Yeah, left wingers for solid tackling definitely could work as well. I mean, that's why I liked Janicic in the first place. Like, he had okay tackling. I mean, 7 is not... I'd prefer them to be closing on double digits, but I'd accept 9. Hello, Jasper. I'm going to just buy him instead of trying to get the approach to sign thing just in case. He has a minimum release fee of £46 million. That's okay, though. Because we have to remember that John will be back in the team. It's just going to take a while. We just need a guy that can basically sit behind Alvarez this season until John comes back after Christmas. And actually, a player like that is kind of perfect because he's not going to expect to play loads. He looks... Who's this guy? Eurico Pedro. Mafra. Oh, thank you, my friend. That's super duper nice of you. I really do appreciate it, man. Welcome aboard. Buying him instead of getting under contract. That's exactly it. Because if they were, for example, to have say they have a contract extension clause. I don't know why they trigger it when they've got him listed, but clubs do weird things. Since the fee's only 300 grand, I prefer to just buy them outright as it just sort of takes any... It also seems to stop other clubs from doing it. I find that sometimes teams are more likely to bid on them on approach to sign. Sometimes. Take a look at the fellow I found. Absolutely. What? Royal Edward Wemp. Is that an advert that's about to load in there? It's like a real life regen. That's incredible. So this person's name is Royal Edward Wemp. Or is it Wemp Royal Edward? Either way, it's incredible. So with the Spain shirt. Yeah, Spain shirt was just because I was going to get too warm. Shirt and tie, because, it's a final. You've got to be formal for these things. And then the vest is just because it's 32 degrees in this room. And, I needed a gun show, but where the gun is a Derringer. The smallest gun imaginable. One of those microscopic ones. Just check out. I mean, there will be loads. This will show thousands of people, unfortunately, because there literally are thousands. Because obviously it will show all the Christophers. Sometimes it takes a minute, Mad Joker. Prime subs are notoriously glitchy, and sometimes it will just... I've had them pop up a week later, but it should be in a couple of minutes. Maybe, hopefully, if there's time. But yeah, I mean, Christ Grebio. Christ Mace. That's an aggressive-ass name. Christ Sorrow. Big up. Zola? Christ, Ondon? Christ. Okay, now we're just into the Christophers. Sometimes if you did it on mobile, yeah, it can be properly slow. I find that sometimes primes show up off stream sometimes, and it's usually because of that. Wait, there was a guy called Wait a minute. And he's at fucking Sestri Levante. Chat, this is Cruciani, who plays for fucking Sestri Levante. Of all the teams in all the world that bro had to play for, it had to be Sestri Levante, didn't it? I just about wiped my knowledge of them out of my brain, but no, we're back. Where was he born? Probably somewhere the Vatican or something. Nationalities. He was born in... Of course he was born in Sestri Levante. Back he is, isn't he? In you come, lad. $3,000 a week. Jesus. Literally. Like, quite literally. Surely he should be doing it for the will of all man at this point. Would this be a wage or would this be a tithe? I suppose is the big question here. Appearance fee of 2k. You know, I thought the second coming would cost more than that, but here we are. Fair enough. In comes Christ Cruciani. Wild. Time to go to the church. Fair enough. You 10% of the wage budget? I'm going to hit continue because obviously I can't go past that day because we'll have to do loan extensions and stuff. But I do want to have a look at this guy's contract because he won't sign for us straight away. He's incredibly interested. Emergency backup is fine. He's probably not as good as we think because I think he might have been... Do you know what? I'm still going to offer him 5 years though. Because it's $23,000 a week. He doesn't have Spain caps, does he? Whoa, what am I doing? I can probably get this down a fair old bit. I don't want to have ourselves a Polizia type situation. I might be able to get down lower because I think he might want a short one. Yeah, $16,500 a week for Roman. I think that's worth the risk. Oh my god, £31 million was paid out for that Champions League win. Good lord. The Rangers squad. Oh, sure, why not? I mean, the Rangers squad is going to be pretty limited in this save because we don't have Scotland switched on, so it's likely going to be lacking. They'll have players in it because they've been in Europe, but it won't be quite as deep. I mean, it's got some players, I suppose. Mostly just random regens for this point. The top scorer, though, is a guy called David Riley. A presumably Northern Irish international. Paid for winning the Champions League. Was it? No, I'm pretty certain that was... Oh, yes, you're right. Yeah, that was more than we got paid for winning it. I'm pretty certain the win bonus was just nowhere near as much as that, is it? You get way more for the Club World Cup, which thankfully we've now qualified for as a result of that. So we'll at least be able to get our £100 million for the Club World Cup in a couple of years, whenever the next one is. Probably next summer, actually, now I think about it. So this is the current Rangers squad. The only players they've got that are real, they've got Jack Willie, or Wiley, and then Scott Constable there at 31, Alexander Smith at 30, and Evan Mooney, who is actually a Rangers. No, he's not in Rangers in real life, in fact. He's been for Samira for quite some time, in fact. Relegated, promoted type of thing. But now he is at Rangers, in fact, here. Rangers have been a bit hit and miss in this save as far as where they've done European things, essentially. Do we know any information on the... I don't think we do we? The second tier playoffs haven't even started. Oh, no! They got there! Of course, because I forgot I had the save at, like, 25th of May, because that was the furthest I could go. But Stal Mielec... Oh, we can see if this happens. Because that's on the 29th. There's a chance that we could have a brand new team in the top flight next season. Stal Mielec. That would be a huge shock. They were massive outsiders this year to get anywhere near it. I forget exactly where they were expected to be. Yeah, 9th best team in the league. Came 4th. And they're actually playing a team in Wisła Płock that finished below them. Fair play. Lost them. We lost them. I don't think we did. We've not played Rangers in a very long time. I'm trying to think the last time we played Rangers, if ever. Yeah, no, I'm pretty certain we've never played Rangers in this save. To my knowledge, at least. They're not in the Champions League these days, sadly. Managers of the two teams. I don't actually... I mean, we know that Wisła Płock replaced Regan Booty with this guy, Damian Janasz, who is sadly a straight-up just regen manager who's got nothing interesting about him, bless him. Looks pretty good for 59, though. I'll give him that. And... yeah, we've never played Rangers in this save, I don't think. They do occasionally play a Polish side in, like, the lower competitions, although even that's been a while. And Stal Mielec is managed... How did I not notice that? Regan Booty is the reason that... Bear in mind, he was sacked by Wisła Kraków this season for underperforming. He then takes over Stal Mielec and has now got them into the playoff final. Oh, imagine if Regan Booty... Do you want to watch the game? Imagine if Regan Booty ends up taking Stal Mielec to the top flight. We watch the game, right? Not on full match, obviously. We'll just put it on key highlights, but we've got to. I think we can do that, right? It's not like we've got a game that day. Right, a 10 match. Let me just quickly switch this off of a full match in here, otherwise I'll forget and then wonder what the hell's going on. Back to key highlights. There we go. We've got to. Oh, Regan. If Regan Booty takes Stal Mielec to the top flight, that would be outrageous. Right, whoa, that's all. Oh, we got our budgets too. We're going to have to go to this day anyway. Michaela, you're only 63. Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. See, look, this is some Patreon regions retiring now at 32. It says, willing to consider his retirement, but I don't think I have that option, do I? Interaction, advice, misc. I wonder if it's because they're trial players. I can't technically tell a trial player not to retire. Vanya Mojsic as well. I think we're going to see this quite a lot out of the Patreon regions at this point. Often players, if they come up, I mean, we offer everybody players. If they want the players, they can have them. To be fair, they do actually have quite a lot of loanees. Christian Gomez won player of the season. Wait, what? Fair play to Christian Gomez, of all people. Christian Gomez just won Champions League player of the season. 7 goals and 7 assists in 12 matches is unbelievable from him. He's been fantastic in Europe this year. His league record is actually somewhat understated compared to Champions League. He's been amazing in Europe. Does he love big matches by any chance? Fucking hell. Fair play, Christian. I don't think that would work. We can have a try, though. I'll try on one of them. You didn't even play in the final. Yeah, true. No, all I can do is terminate trial. I can't even offer them contracts because of the RET thing there. Unfortunately not. Herrera scoops golden boot with 11 goals, which is fair. Alshin Kitty does win young player of the season. It's not like he was bad. 6 goals and 5 assists. Ball technical budgets, what are we looking at? £49 million and a really nice healthy wage budget too. That's good for us. And we'll probably be able to sell someone crazy in the summer for big money anyway. Nice. Yeah, I think dropping him for the final was still the right choice just because of the way that Alshin Kitty links the play up is just better. Gomez is so much better in a duo than he is by himself. He can feed off whoever's around him and he makes other players better. Right, let's go. Playoff promotion final. Stal Mielec, managed by Regan Booty, against Wisła Kraków, Regan Booty's former side. Show me the magic. I actually think that, far from me blow my own trumpet, but I actually think that I made the right tactical decisions throughout the Champions League final and the stuff surrounding it, frankly, to manage that the way that we did, because I just think that, like, while it's 0-0, sure, we could have started to throw things at them and switch the other tactic, but I just think it would have... If we were playing a lot worse and weren't creating stuff, I may well have done that, just to sort of throw something interesting at it. But we were controlling the game such to the point where it just felt inevitable that we would do that. I felt that we would just eventually get the chance. We have, Mike, yes. We've gone from Spain shirt to Hawaiian shirt to pure old vest now. It's just too... Even I'm getting some weird, like, tan lines now. Christ. I don't even go outside enough to get tan lines, but apparently your boy's developing them. It's less obvious, but it's still like, you can still see where the tan line is. I'm going for a nice little run afterwards, not in this shirt, which means I'll get to change my shirt again to go out for a run, and then when I come back and have a shower, I'll then change my shirt another time. There's a lot of shirt changing going on today. Song of your tattoo. I have no idea, Andrew. It's not actually even a song. My friend tried to play it once. It's not even... It's a really shit-ass tattoo. It's got too many lines on the goddamn, like, stave or whatever the fuck it's called. It's a don't get tattoos when you're 18 years old that you'll regret later type beat, unfortunately. Particularly when they're gopping and take up the entirety of the round of your arm. But I feel like a lot of us have done that exact thing at times, right? I can't be the only one who's got regretful tattoos. The other ones I don't regret, although they are a little bit big. Or just like a nice one, which is why I'm holding out so I can get that goose one designed properly to go smack bang on my top of my thigh. Or like, not top, but like the whole top of my thigh, essentially. Aren't getting the results. Yeah, but you know I'm more of a stick to the process type of person with things like that. Because I could see the output was looking good and we were just getting shots. The one thing about being full match is we were able to see how many of those shots were getting blocked, and we may not have had those as highlights before. It allowed me to keep the faith a little bit more with it. Oh, it's a good save from the keeper. Now, just to clarify, I think... Who's what team here? Right. So we want... I genuinely try and figure out who's who. I think because Wisła Płot's playing blue, but then so does Stal Mielec, right? But Wisła Płot's are not playing in blue here. Stal are. So it's the white team is Regan Booty's lads in this game, I think. Oh, get a touch in there. Good block. Hello, Awood. How's it going, friend? We are very good. Champions League winners and now hoping that Regan Booty can guide a side. Polish football friends, actually. Have Stal Mielec ever been a top flight side in Poland, or is this going to be a complete... Look at the system he's playing, too. He's actually playing a slightly interesting shape, too. We used to see that one quite a lot back in the early days of this save. Quite a lot of shots. Look at the possession. He's got them playing some rather nice... Like, I mean, not going to love XG. He's at least got them playing a decent amount of containment ball. Oh, no, I agree, Viva. Don't get me wrong. I wasn't thinking that you were saying that. I just mean that, like, I feel this is the biggest mistake a lot of players make with FM is that they change too many things at once and too many times, even when things are kind of working. Sometimes I actually find that letting the other team make changes can benefit you without doing anything. They can sometimes tweak their way into helping you. It's really good for PvP, actually. I think I did that quite a lot in the league last year. That was a dreadful first half. I believe it's a single leg final, as far as I know. So I don't believe there is any legs to this. Otherwise, I think it would say, right? Nobody's done well except for these guys. I mean, it's a dreadful game so far. It did the exact same thing in the Gornik final earlier. Is this like a glitch that happens when you're watching other games? Relegated. Oh, okay, so they have been. In fact, wait, does that mean they were literally relegated the season before we started this save? At least I've now got the fact that they've not been promoted in this save. It means I will have to adjust the league table. Because I'm still going to be showing the league table graphics next season, even if we're not focusing on the matches. Because what I'll do basically is every time I would have focused on the league table last time, I'll still do that part. But just to keep people apprised of what's happening and maybe show some stats for players, but not be like showing every match in the league at all. Because there's just no need for it anymore. It'll probably shave about 15 minutes off of the length of the recap without losing anything important. And more importantly, it'll probably halve the amount of time it will take me to make the recaps, which is really more important at this point. And I don't think they'll be any different. Because we can then, and it means I can take a little bit more time to actually do more fun edits to the videos when I do get the opportunity. That's true. He's leaving a lot of space for his sort of DMs to get into the exact spot that Mr. Booty loves. I would love it so much. There would be a great story here as well, particularly with it being the club that he managed the first half of the season, who sacked him for underperformance. And to be fair, we're right to do so, because look at what they've done since then. Go on. Yeah, the highlight length thing is absolutely stupid. What a save. Oh no, didn't save it. Some of the highlight lengths are embarrassingly long. The longest one I've seen was 2 minutes 37 seconds, which involved 2 different corners and 3 different shots at different ends of the pitch before it finally ended in a goal. It's crazy. I remember on 24, it was, you'd maybe get 12, 15 seconds at most. Some of them are actually arguably too short. The other thing that I really hate is that when you watch highlights of a match back, it shows the score at the top to spoil it for you. Which was something they brought in mid-cycle too. That never used to be the case at the start of the game cycle. It's why I had to start showing it, making my own graphics for it and covering it up. Because the game spoils it at the top of the screen every time now. And it used to be when the game first came out. I've just realised that's Alexander Furman. Oh, blast from the park. Oh god, this is a loanie from us, isn't it? High-low graphics, yeah. That'd be so sick if you just had like a minimal display UI thing or something. There's a lot of shots in this game. They've nearly only got... They've had 32 shots between them and have barely created a single XG's worth of goals. What is this? Wait, where is Furman? Oh, they pushed him through the middle now. He's had a career of sorts. Who was it that we sold him to? I forget who he was, but we did sell him to someone who was kind of good for a little bit, and now he's found his feet, which appears to be the second tier of Polish football, unfortunately, for the time being. I often wonder what's happened to some of the guys from earlier in the same, like Yukuz Yemkas, although he's possibly retired now after 14 seasons. Oh, that's a great ball through. Okay, so Alexander Furman has just scored in the 91st minute to most likely send Wisła Płock to the top flight at the expense of Regan Booty. Unless this is disallowed. Nope. It's just a really good pass from Jose Ricardo, who is on loan from us, and I don't think this is even close to offside, is it? No, that's just a ridiculously good run. The first touch is perfect, and once he gets it out of his feet there, the defender just can't get back. 91st minute heartbreak for Regan Booty's boys. I guess if they were at least gonna... If they're gonna go up at the expense of Stal Mielec, I'm glad that it was Alexander Furman's goal that did the business, with an assist from one of our players. What a dreadful game. Why are they still playing? That was awful. Was he didn't even start the game, did he? I hate the fact that the game just It's like how you won't want to see anything after the match. No, don't be silly. Oh, there we go. 91st minute. Yeah, came on as a sub. He's only got 4 goals this year. 30 years old. Dreadful moustache. I wish I could, but they actually have some quite good players that I'd rather them keep hold of for the time being, because I won't be able to find them any loans again, like Jose Ricardo. He's only started 4 matches this year and got 4 goals. I'm convinced that Kiziemka probably isn't even playing anymore. He was at Pogon. Okay, he is still playing. He's at Central Coast Mariners on loan from Vidjev Web. My God, look at his career. So we sold him to Pogon for £2.1 million. He plays decently for them. Then he moves to Jagiellonia, doesn't play for 400k. Then he moves to GKS Katowice for a tiny bit more money. Doesn't really play a lot. Then he goes on a free to Ruk Herzhov for 2 seasons. Then they loan him to Melbourne Victory, where he does a little bit there. Then he goes on a free transfer to Vidjev Łódź, and now he's on loan at... Jesus. Didn't quite work out for Maciej Kuziemka, did it? Bless him. Yeah, he was great for the second team. That's where his... Hey, he's probably playing the cup. Most likely against their first team, because you know how these things go. Okay, I can't progress any further there, otherwise I have to do the loan farm stuff, but Christ on a bike. Oh, I'm so sweaty, bro. Oh, okay, now I can calm down for a little bit. At least I have to do after this stream, particularly other than capture the highlights of the Champions League, which is not a big deal. Holy shit. Right. Bloody hell. That was very fun. Shame about the result for Górnik Zabrze, but, you know, you live and learn. Hopefully we'll get more of those later. Bring him home. We could bring him home. I think... Let me see where we're at. Who do I want to raid today? I'd be rude not to raid Kevy boy. Let's do a bit of Kev. I'm so tired. Actually, I am tired, but I'm also just very exhausted because of the sweatiness. Although, I may still go for a little cheeky jog. Is that smart? That doesn't seem like a smart idea, ultimately. As always, thank you very much for showing up, friends. I appreciate that from you. And we'll be back on Thursday to do what I'm now going to call scouting streams rather than transfer streams, because let's be honest, it's mostly scouting anyway. What's this? Better not be Willian. I don't entirely understand, but that's okay. I will see you guys on Thursday. I'm going to go lay down for a little bit and maybe sit in front of a fan for about 9 hours or something. Yeah, look after yourselves. Stay cool if you're in a warm area. And I'll see you lovely folks on Thursday for some scouting and celebrations and whatnot. Yeah, see you guys very, very soon. Hold your gun. Capybara. I haven't even set it up properly.